Hey guys, this is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see third part, what if Harry Potter faced a world blind, deaf, and unbroken. Here is short summary. In a world where Harry Potter must navigate life without sight or sound, he discovers that true strength lies not in magic, but in resilience, determination, and the power to inspire change. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry and Severus joined the party a short while later, no sign of Harry's upset visible. Draco was surrounded by redheads, Ginny on his arm, as they celebrated the return of Draco's mobility. Draco looked out over the heads and lifted his glass in Harry's direction, acknowledging his gratitude for the strength he had regained. The Weasleys around him turned and smiled at Harry, drawing him into their midst. Harry felt Severus move away from his side and he looked back. Severus waved him off and moved towards the side table and the stronger beverages, before joining the other professors where they were standing with Molly and Arthur. Arthur had not really been the same since the battle. He was still the loving father, but he was quieter, more reserved. His boyishness was gone, and the joy of discovering the Muggle magic in those artifacts he had scavenged his whole life. There were some who held out hope that this new Arthur would one day make a better minister of magic. His family was simply glad to have him whole and among them. He greeted Severus by pouring him a drink and Severus accepted it readily. Harry turned back to Draco and his group, smiling when Hermione handed him one of the babies. He cradled the small girl and was instantly lost in the feel of her magic along with the small weight of her baby softness in his arms. Almost without looking he found his way to a rocking chair, where he sat and enjoyed holding the sleeping child. He was gazing down at the serene features when someone sat down beside him, drawing his attention. He looked up to see Molly smiling down at her granddaughter. Harry raised an eyebrow and made small motion to offer the baby to her, hoping she would refuse. To his relief, she did, simply leaning over to key the baby's forehead before rising to go attend to the rest of the dinner preparations. Harry watched as Severus spoke to her briefly before coming to sit in a chair by his side. Harry looked back down at the baby, rocking slowly. Severus laid a hand on his arm before signing where Harry could see. He signed slowly and deliberately, allowing Harry the time to see the words clearly. Draco had a good point. Had you already considered his questions? Harry knew that Severus knew that he had not. He had expressed his desire to give 2 tears to Draco, one for his leg, and the other to heal the left side of his scarred face. He had expressed his reasoning for maintaining his deafness, and his assurance that being able to hear Severus through a legilimency mind link would be enough. He had not thought about not being able to hear the child or children that he fervently hoped they would have one day. He rocked, fingering the edge of the blanket. Very quietly he answered, "No. That was something I had not thought of." He looked up at Severus. "Why does everything always have to be so hard?" Severus drew a hand down Harry's arm before signing, "Harry, it's all right to change your mind about the tears." Harry abruptly stood up, feeling the baby tense in his arms in response. "No, it's not, Severus." He glared up at and into the black eyes as Severus stood, too. "I had it all decided. I had it all worked out in my mind, and now, once again, the choice seems like it's not mine anymore." He gave a jerk of surprise when Hermione appeared at his elbow, reaching for the baby. He looked down at the bundle in his arms and saw that the tiny girl was red-faced and squalling, obviously loudly, though Harry could not hear it. A look around the room told him that everyone else was focused on him. Looking back down at the baby, he had to consciously unclench his tight hold on her, slowly handing her over to Hermione. Hermione soothed her by rocking back and forth as she stood there, but her eyes were on Harry, her expression one of concern for him. Harry could now feel the distress of the infant as she wailed. She was frightened, had been startled by him, his tight hold on her and his loud voice. He felt himself blushing with embarrassment, and before Severus could stop him, he strode to the fireplace and grabbed the container of flow powder. Throwing it, he yelled for his quarters and in a flash of green flame he disappeared. Everyone was silent for a few moments before Severus spoke calmly, Please go on and enjoy the meal Molly has graciously prepared. If you will excuse me, I believe I need to follow him." He turned to Molly and gave a brief bow. "My thanks and my apologies, Molly." Molly put a hand on Severus's arm. "No need, Severus. It's probably the crowd and the excitement. He hasn't been around this whole lot in a while. It can be overwhelming." Severus did not try to correct her mistaken belief concerning Harry's abrupt departure. Giving her a nod, he stepped to the flow and tried to follow Harry to his quarters, only to be spat back out when it locked against him. Giving a growl, he threw another handful of flow powder and tersely called for his own quarters. Everyone stared at the fireplace and then the floor, awkwardly avoiding looking at each other until Draco spoke quietly. "He wanted me to take the last of the tears from my eye and face. I refused." Now everyone did look up and they all had their eyes on Draco. He continued, "He believes that he wants to remain deaf, some nonsense about it sharpening his ability to feel magic with his hands. I don't think he thought through the long-term ramifications of not hearing, and I challenged him on it. That's why he's upset. I apologize for ruining the party." Ginny had taken his arm and now she leaned against his shoulder to prevent him leaving the room. Hermione said softly, "If you hadn't, I probably would have. We'll just have to let Severus sort it out." The party wasn't as jovial as before, but everyone was happy that Draco had been able to come downstairs on 2 healthy legs and they were all giving their input about what he should do next. Draco tolerated it with ill-disguised annoyance because he was enjoying being a part of the family his had been so different from. Severus stepped out of the flow in his own quarters and immediately went to his room, pulling out the Marauder's map. As he had suspected, Harry had left his own quarters and had headed outside towards his greenhouse. The tiny dot was traveling in a straight line and then suddenly stopped. Severus watched as Harry seemed to hesitate and then head more slowly towards the lake, where he continued to walk away from the castle along its shore. He stopped after a bit, and Severus was certain that he would no longer be visible from the castle. It looked like Harry had stopped where he was. Perhaps he was looking out over the water. Then Severus's heart nearly stopped. Harry's dot was now going into the lake. Throwing the map down, he tore out of his dungeons and sped towards the doors of the castle. Students out on this weekend day tumbled out of his way as he raced past them, but he ignored the questioning murmurs. The lake was quiet today, without ripples or waves. Not even the giant squid was lazing on the surface right now. Severus had a sudden fear that the reason the squid was not here in the water close to the castle was because it was close to Harry, maybe even dragging him into the depths. People often mistakenly believed that the squid was some sort of marine mascot of Hogwarts, harmless with its gently waving tentacles splashing the surface of a placid lake as it sunned itself. Severus knew different. He knew the stories of students who had disappeared in centuries past. Students had been warned to stay away from the lake when the squid was near the shore, but there had been those hushed instances where it was known that the missing students had likely been a meal or snack for the giant creature. Severus kept running until he came to the point where he thought Harry had entered the water. On the shore, he saw Harry's shoes and clothes, neatly folded. He shaded his eyes with his hand as he searched the water for any sign of the other man. Out on the still water, a ripple appeared and then a waving tentacle. Beside it, Harry surfaced, a bubble around his head indicating the use of a charm to allow him to breathe underwater. Severus exhaled his suspended breath when he saw Harry stroke another tentacle and take an armload of green kelp from the squid. Harry did a graceful sidestroke back to the shore, hesitating only briefly when he caught sight of Severus. Once on shore, Harry laid the kelp out on the grassy area above the shore before waving his hand over himself to warm and dry his body. He stood straight as he redressed and then looked at Severus. Severus shook his head and sighed. "Did you intend to give me a heart attack?" Harry looked surprised and raised an eyebrow in question. "Why would my going into the lake upset you? I've spent a lot of time there over the years." Severus shook his head in annoyance. "You took off from a party in our honor. You warded your flow against me. On my map I saw you appear to head into a lake inhabited by a giant squid who has dined on human flesh in the past." Harry held up a hand. "You thought that I was trying to kill myself." At Severus's lack of response, he knew that was exactly what the man had feared. He turned away and bent to gather the kelp into his arms. Then he straightened and looked squarely at Severus. I just needed to sort it all out, Sev. I'm an adult now, even if sometimes I don't act like it. I know I've been an emotional wreck, but I don't plan to off myself anytime soon. I just can't seem to find my footing about what I want, where I belong, what I can and cannot expect to do. He looked at the kelp in his arms and then back at Severus. I'm going to put this on the beds of prepared in the greenhouse. I believe that it will be just the right kind of nutrient mix the soil needs. There's no proof yet, of course, but I plan to document the differences in the traditional methods and the change to this. He stopped when he saw Severus' look of confusion at the change in subject. I think best when I'm working. I need to do a lot of work right now. He gazed up into the black eyes for a moment and then stepped forward, brushing his lips against a pale cheek. I'm okay. We can talk later. I just need to be by myself for a bit. All right. Severus placed a palm against Harry's cheek, relieved when Harry leaned into the touch. He didn't sign his answer, instead speaking carefully so that Harry could read his expression and the words on his lips. I will be here when you are ready. Harry smiled and then turned away, heading back around the lake towards the castle and the greenhouse. Severus stood there and watched him until he had disappeared from sight. Looking back out at the lake, he saw the squid wave a large tentacle at him, and for a moment, the bulbous head rose above the surface, the beak-like mouth clicking at him in apparent irritation. Maybe all those stories had been untrue, fabrications to keep students from unsupervised lake visits. One would think that as a teacher all these years Albus would have seen fit to tell him that the squid stories were mere fabrications. He shook his head and followed the shoreline back to the greenhouse. Through the windows he could see Harry diligently working. Sighing, Severus returned to the castle and his dungeon lab to brew more calming draught. He thought that he just might need a fresh supply on hand. Harry finished working the kelp into the beds he had chosen to use it in and stood there for a moment, wiping the back of his arm across his forehead. The greenhouse was humid and Harry had worked himself into a sweat with the windows and roof closed. He went to a spigot set over a stone basin and ran the water over his hands and ran them up and down his arms and then his face. He took a long drink of the cold water, cupping it in his hands, glad that he had thought to have this amenity here. The other greenhouses had plain water to be used for irrigating the plantings. Harry had that, but also this water that fed directly from an icy underground spring. If he desired, he could also use another spigot to irrigate with water directly from the lake. Standing up from the basin, he started when he turned and saw Molly Weasley standing at the door. Harry gave her a sheepish smile. I'm sorry for ruining the party. She smiled and shook her head at him before looking around for a place to sit. Harry had placed some stone benches at intervals throughout the greenhouse and she motioned Harry over to one. He sat down next to her, curious about what she would be doing there. He summoned the notebook that helped him talk to so many people who didn't know how to sign. He handed it to Molly. I think this is the first time you've ever come here just for me. Molly looked sadly at him before writing onto the page. You've been like one of my own since you first become Ron's friend. I should have been here more for you after you were so hurt. Harry read over her shoulder as she wrote, responding to her immediately. You had the others to be caring for, I know. And I wasn't here for you to see, remember? Molly narrowed her eyes at being reminded how Albus had exiled Harry away from everyone he knew. Yes, but I can be here now, Harry. I think I know what you are struggling with, after listening to Draco and seeing you with Ron and Hermione's daughter. She looked up at him and he avoided her eyes, focusing on her hand as she continued to write. Molly bent over the notebook and appeared to be deeply considering her words, so Harry got up to give her some time, going over to poke a finger into the dirt of a planting bed. It was several minutes later when she tapped him on the shoulder. She put a hand on his cheek and smiled at him as she handed him the notebook. Harry let her hug him and give him a quick key on the cheek. She gave him a small wave and walked quickly away from the greenhouse towards the gates and the apparition boundary. After she was gone, Harry sat down where Molly had been and opened the notebook. Seeing you with Ron and Hermione's daughter. Harry, being a parent is so much more than being able to see or hear with your eyes and ears. Merlin knows that I never had enough of either to keep up with all mine as they were growing up. Even now I am certain that I do not want to know about all that I may have missed as it happened right under my nose. But they all turned out fine, and with all their limbs intact, even with all the experimental pranks Fred and George insisted on trying on Ron and Ginny. Somehow, I always knew when something was about to go really wrong, and I got there in time to prevent disaster. It was not because I saw or heard what those two were doing, but rather the feeling that a parent gets when their child is hurt, or sick, or in danger. I cannot tell you that I felt instantly at ease with being a parent each time I had another child in my arms. But I can tell you that the love you have for your child or children will always be enough. No one can be there for every single instance of need. But you love them anyway the best that you can, and you learn from mistakes so that you can try not to make them again. I would never tell any of my children that I had regrets, but I do regret the times when one needed me more and I had to pay them more mind than their sister or brothers. That is what parents do, though. You make choices that are tough. You discipline, you teach, you love. You do the same for yourself as you go along. What I'm trying to say, and doing a bad job of it, is that I know you will be a wonderful parent if the day comes for you to be one. None of us has all it takes to be perfect. But if you have the desire and the love, the rest will fall into place. Don't be in a rush to take it on. One thing I regret is that Arthur and I had so little time to be a couple before the babies started coming. Oh, we managed to get our alone time, and we cherished each new arrival. But it might have been nice to just have us for a bit first. You do what's right for you and Severus. It is a joint undertaking, no matter what else. The two of you have surprised many of us with the obvious affection and caring you share, and those of us who have been blessed with that kind of companionship can recognize the same in others. You have brought out the best in each other. You are strong where he is weak, and he is strong where you need it most. That's what it takes to make a successful family. Draco told us that you wanted to use the phoenix tears to heal his face, and that he refused. He really believes that you should use them to be able to hear again, and he said that he goaded you with the idea of not being able to hear the voice of whatever child you might have one day. I want you to know that while the voices of my children are very dear to me, there are other things that I love even more. I remember the first time I held each of them, caressing their soft baby skin. I remember the smell of them, the sweetness of it. The times when they climbed into my lap to cuddle, when a grubby hand gifted me with a wilted bouquet of wildflowers, things like that are worth more than all the sounds they may have made. There were many times that all the hearing in the world would not have made the difference in me knowing what the twins were up to. Children intent on mischief will find a way to it. Just don't ever think that being deaf will somehow make you a less able parent, or a less loving parent. If you ever need any advice, or help, I will be here for you, just as with any of my other children. You are mine, just as much as they are, and any child of yours will be like another grandchild to me. I love you, Harry. Molly. Harry felt his chest constrict with emotion as he finished reading Molly's words to him. She had addressed all his insecurities. Her motherly reassurances meant so much as he struggled with coming to grips with his future as a potential parent. But then he stopped, clutching the notebook hard. This was not about just his life and future. It was about Severus's as well. How could he have been so selfish? With a wave of mental dizziness, Harry was hit with the thought of how patient the potion's master had been with him. The man had stood there, not sneering, not condescending, not ranting, not towering or even being close to the greasy git of Harry's past acquaintance. He had been everything that was unexpected. He had waited while Harry learned to cope at the school. He had waited for Harry to heal and had searched for him. He had learned to sign so that he could communicate with him. He had let Harry be an immature brat instead of a man who had been strong enough to destroy a Dark Lord. He had never forced Harry to grow up, get a grip, or any of the other trite things that a less tolerant friend would have said. Harry had believed that Severus loved him before, but seeing all this in this brighter light brought it home just how far the older wizard had bent for him, how much he had put his own needs aside as he let Harry work through the mess of his life. Severus had asked him to bond with him. Severus had not been adverse to the idea of a family, if that was what Harry wanted. Severus had followed him back to Hogwarts, not angry about Harry leaving his own party so abruptly, but afraid for him, worried about his well-being. Thinking back, Harry remembered the effort Severus had tried to make at hiding his fear when he watched Harry emerge from the water. He had tried for cold disdain when he asked if Harry wanted to give him a heart attack, but it had been fleeting and had not covered the actual fear that Harry had been in danger, either from the squid or from himself. The man had changed so much, and so much of it was for Harry's sake, now that he thought about it. Harry put a hand up to his chest, a futile effort to calm the erratic beating of his heart. How much patience did Severus have? Maybe he had already given up. Harry had pushed him away at the shore, pretty much telling Severus to leave him alone. When Severus sat down at his place at the head table, he immediately noted the small vase of roses just in front of his plate. They were a vivid yellow, with edges that melted into crimson and dark pinks. A card lay to the side and he slid it open with a thumbnail. "Thank you for helping me to see the sunrise again, and waiting for me to see it with more than just my eyes. I love you, Harry." Severus pulled one of the roses free of the vase and brought it up to his nose. The fragrance was heady and he just managed to keep himself from closing his eyes and rubbing the flower against his cheek. Harry sat down next to him and Severus looked into the uncertain green eyes. With a smirk, he signed, "Flowers, Mr. Potter. Surely you are not trying to bribe a teacher." Harry relaxed a bit and smiled. "No, I'd rather think of it as the beginning of romancing my fiancée." Severus's eyes grew dark with passion and he extended the rose to Harry, letting him take it from him. Their fingers brushed as the rose exchanged hands. Severus signed, "I look forward to more romancing." His familiar smirk appeared, but underneath it there was none of the old animosity. Instead there was the quiet contentment that had replaced it. Harry's eyes held his own yearnings very clear in the green orbs. The weeks seemed to fly by as the term wound down. Harry worked in the greenhouses, helping Professor Sprout with the first and second years, getting a feel for teaching while not being able to hear. He worked out a system for questions and answers after he lectured and demonstrated. The students adapted quickly and easily to looking directly at Harry while speaking and then speaking precisely so that he could read their lips. Whenever possible, Harry allowed them to walk around and show him what they were asking about, so that he was better able to understand their concerns. The students were very receptive to having Mr. Potter assist Professor Sprout and teach them about the plants, their uses, and harvesting of them that were in their curriculum. When Harry wasn't teaching, he was in his own greenhouse. He had banned Severus from coming in, telling him that he and Hermione were working on how to arrange it for the ceremony and he wished for it to be a surprise. Severus reluctantly agreed, quietly worried that the arrangements would be too elaborate for his taste. Harry recognized the concern when he caught Severus trying to peer into the windows one afternoon after he and Hermione had been holed up for several hours. Harry had cast a fog charm on the windows so that while light still penetrated, no one could see in or out. He came outside and met Severus as he was looking like he would simply walk inside. "Severus, it really will be all right, you know." Severus smirked dubiously at that and Harry smiled. "I promise, no pink." Severus narrowed his eyes. "And no other garish colors either." Harry raised an eyebrow. "I didn't think you would mind any of the other colors of the rainbow, just some chartreuse and orange to balance out the house colors." "Which house colors?" Severus looked decidedly ill. "All of them, of course." "Oh," and Albus insisted on several shades of purple. "It will be quite a kaleidoscope." Severus stiffened and looked about to explode when Harry stepped up and wrapped his arms around the older man's middle. He looked up into the thunderous face and laughed. "I'm joking. Really, it will be all right. I believe I know what you will like." And Severus had to leave it at that. If he protested further, Harry would question his trust in Harry's ability to pull off the arrangements. Severus held his tongue with effort and made a promise to himself that he would like whatever Harry and Hermione had come up with, even if it killed him to keep a nice face on. Harry pecked him on the cheek, giving him a squeeze before letting go. He could see another class gathering beside one of the other greenhouses. Changing the subject, he commented, "I've almost finished writing my vows." "Have you?" In truth, Severus had been mulling over what he wished to say, but had not yet committed anything to parchment. He tapped his temple with a long finger as he mouthed, "It is still in here." I will finish on time, never fear. Harry gave him another smile, one that left Severus a little breathless. I have no fears where you are concerned. The 7th years graduated amidst thunderous applause, and the party afterwards lasted until the last parent had finally left with their now adult wizard child. The teachers all sat in chairs around the great hall, finally relaxing their stern demeanors, taking advantage of the additional ingredients that the house elves snapped into the remaining punch. Harry came up behind the chair where Severus sat and looped his arms around the man's neck. Less than 24 hours. I'll see you tomorrow. He gave Severus a fleeting brush of lips against a strong jaw. Letting his hands trail against Severus's chest as he straightened up, he then gave everyone else a wave. I still need to finalize what I want to say tomorrow. Good night. Albus followed his exit with twinkling blue eyes and then turned to Severus. He seems ready to take this big step. We both are. He looked at Albus then, an expression of question that was highly unusual on the face of the ex-spy. Quietly, so that only Albus barely heard him, he asked, how did I ever get to this point? I had long since resigned myself to live and die alone, and now, to have this chance. Albus could see him swallow thickly and he leaned towards him. You are worthy of this, my friend. I know you, that you believe that a life of happiness is not something you deserve. But you do. You have more than paid for any debt you owed to any man or wizard. Let tomorrow be the start of a new life, one filled with joy. Severus stared at his old friend and then murmured, I do believe that you have inspired the finish to my vows. He stood up. Good night, Albus. He walked out of the great hall and Albus smiled after him. Harry's greenhouse had a white pebbled path that led from the walk to the castle to the glass enclosure. Along the edges of the path a dozen stone urns lined both sides, filled with ferns, lilies, and calendulas. The small party of invited guests admired the flowers as they made their way to the greenhouse door. Molly and Arthur led their twin sons, followed by Ron and Hermione, each carrying a baby. Draco had Ginny on his arm and they walked just in front of Professors McGonagall, Spout and Sinistra. Madame Pomfrey, Madame Hooch, Professor Flitwick and Hagrid brought up the rear. They all entered the greenhouse, stopping and gazing around. The glass windows and ceiling panels glittered like polished crystal, casting rainbow prisms all around as the sun shone through them. The planting beds had been magic to the sides of the building, leaving the center length clear for the chairs that had been set up in rows facing the panoramic window looking out to the lake. Albus stood on a raised platform in front of that window, looking down on those gathered there. He was dressed in a deep purple robe trimmed in silver thread along the cuffs and hems, a silver ascot knotted at his throat. His tall pointed hat was silver, catching even more of the light to send it into a frenzy of reflected lights as he moved. A trio of enchanted stringed instruments played quietly off to the side as the guests murmured to one another and looked around at their first chance to see the inside of Harry's greenhouse. Aside from Hermione, no one had been allowed to come in, and no one had even seen it before the ceremony arrangements had begun. Hermione was pointing out certain features while explaining that certain ones were for the sake of the ceremony. Everyone was focused on the profusion of climbing roses that covered the walls of the greenhouse right to the sides of Albus, extending over his head in an arch. The rose vines were heavy with unopened buds, and alive with fairies flitting through the leaves, lending even more dancing light to the scene. It was a place that was filled with the scent of clean earth, savory herbs, and newly growing plants in the beds all along the space under the windows. It was hard to know where to look next, with all of that, and the amazing view of the lake and the mountains beyond, that was framed by the window behind Albus. Having that scene so focused made it seem like it was the first time to ever see the sparkling lake and the snow-capped peaks against a brilliant blue sky. Albus nodded at them all, his eyes alight with happiness to be officiating at the ceremony ahead. For a few moments the music grew louder, signaling the start of the proceedings, then grew softer again. The audience fell silent in their quiet discussion, focusing their attention up front. Through the two outside doors on either side of Albus, Harry and Severus entered. Severus was elegant in his black silk robes. As he moved, subtle shots of Slytherin green silk threads could be seen to be woven through the cloth. He had on a white silk shirt with a black silk tie at his throat. His hair was tied back at his nape with a black silk ribbon. He faced the audience briefly, bowing his acknowledgement of their presence. Then his eyes turned to rest on Harry. Harry also was dressed in black silk robes, his threaded with hints of Gryffindor red. Instead of a black tie, he had on white with his white shirt. His own hair was loose, its collar length still as wild as it had ever been as he was growing up. In contrast to Severus's solemn expression, Harry wore a grin that threatened to outshine the sun pouring through the greenhouse. Severus gazed into the green eyes and his own mouth quirked several times, letting Harry know that he was having great difficulty repressing the same kind of giddy air. Severus inclined his head toward the audience and Harry remembered to give his own nod of acknowledgement to them. Albus came forward and rested a hand on each of their shoulders as they faced each other. They looked up at him briefly before looking back at each other. Albus let his eyes show the gladness and love for the two men in front of him as he spoke clearly. These two very special wizards gratefully acknowledge the presence of those who have come to bear witness to this most important occasion. As their closest friends, you will all be the reminder that this bonding was accomplished in your presence, an act of public commitment and promise. Would the two who have been chosen to stand by their sides please come forward? Draco and Ron stood up and they moved up to claim the places of honor behind Severus and Harry. Albus held out his hand and both Severus and Harry placed their wands in it. In turn, Albus handed Severus's wand to Draco and Harry's to Ron. If you gentlemen would now please join your right and left hands. Severus and Harry stepped closer together, their arms crossing in front of them as they followed Albus's instructions. Harry's face was just as serious as Severus's now that the ceremony was beginning. Their eyes were locked on each other's. Albus gave Harry's shoulder a slight squeeze and Harry looked up at him. Harry understood that it was his signal to speak his vows. Looking back at Severus, he straightened and took a deep breath. Severus, I stand before you now, willing to make this promise to become your bondmate. I could have written all sorts of wordy prose, because I know how much you like it. He smiled innocently at Severus's slightly narrowed eyes. But I also know that you'd rather hear what I really want to say, and not sound like one of the essays you have to read. He squeezed Severus's hands then and swallowed, his face becoming serious again. You have become the most important thing in my life. I look back and I see that you were always important, just in different ways. You taught me potions when you thought I was unteachable. You taught me defense when you thought that it might only keep me alive long enough to fulfill a prophecy. You worked ceaselessly in a role that could have led to your own death 1,000 times over, to help make sure that the side of light had any possible advantages. Somewhere in all of that, you became a comrade instead of just a teacher. You had your own part in the war to play, one that had forced you to act as if you were my enemy. But in the final hours, your words were the words that carried me through. You touched me and told me that I was not alone. Harry hesitated, obviously struggling with deep emotion in that moment. Severus tightened his grip on Harry's fingers, well remembering that very instance when he had assured Harry that he was with him as he went out to face Voldemort. I fought because it was expected. But I survived because you protected me when I was down. I have learned how you stood over me, keeping those who would have finished me off away when I could no longer fight. You continued to show your care of me as I learned to live in a new world. You even learned what was needed to communicate with me. There were many times in that time when I was probably impossible to bear, immature, selfish in my focus, and not the most attractive wizard one could want. But you have persevered, loving me in spite of my failings, seeing, Harry, underneath all that was covering me up. You accept me as I am, while not letting me fall into what might be the easy path, but helping me to climb higher, strive harder, to see further to what I can be. I owe you my life many times over in a wizard's debt. But on this day I pledge it to you, not as something I can pay back once, but something I want to pay back every day. I want to be by your side, living, working, playing, and above all, loving. My heart is already yours. On this day I give you my life, my body, my soul, and my love. Severus stared into the huge green eyes of the man before him. He could not sign his words with his hands occupied, and he wanted to be sure that Harry heard every word he had to say. Harry was already watching his lips, but he glanced up into Severus's eyes when the older man squeezed his hands. A whispered, "Legilimens," brought him into Harry's mind, his presence gentle and calming. As he spoke to Harry, he also spoke aloud for the benefit of the witnesses. "Harry, I stand before you this day, humbled that you would even consider accepting me as your bondmate. The depth of your trust and faith in me continuously astounds me, and it is as if I am in a dream that I never want to awaken from. You were the bane of my existence at one time, but now I realize that I should have viewed it as a challenge rather than a curse." His lips quirked and Harry smiled shyly. "Your presence in my life has become as necessary as the air I breathe. Your smile is the sun against the darkness my soul has been immersed in. You speak of owing me a wizard's debt, but I cannot even begin to imagine settling the debt that I owe you. I not only owe you the life that was saved when you saved the rest of the wizarding world, but I owe you the return of the soul I sold to the devil when I was but a foolish youth. Because of you, I am not living the remainder of my life alone and embittered. You are the light, and you have illuminated me as none other ever has or ever will. You accept me as I am, helping me to see ways to be better and do more with this life that I have been given back. You are the strength where I am weak. On this day, I give to you officially what has already been yours for some time. I give you my heart, my mind, my soul, and my love." When he stopped speaking, there were numerous held breaths expelled throughout the greenhouse. Several sniffles and cleared throats gave evidence of the power that the words spoken by Harry and Severus had had on those present. Severus looked at Albus expectantly when he did not begin his part of the ceremony. To his surprise, the old wizard was having quite a time getting his own emotions under enough control to continue. The blue eyes were wet and the shoulders beneath the purple robe were shaking. Severus looked back at Harry, and the emotions on his face, along with those of Albus, gave Severus a severe test of his control. He clenched his jaw, determined to be the picture of cool collection against the tears flowing all around him. Harry's hands shook as they held tightly to Severus and Severus gave him a reassuring brush of his thumbs over the back of them. At last, Albus held out his hands to Ron and Draco and they put the wands they were holding into them. Albus crossed them over the heads of Harry and Severus. "Let it be known that on this day these two have sworn to join together, their hearts, their bodies, their very magic." He looked down at them, the wands still crossed above them. "Do you each swear to love, honor, and protect each other?" Harry and Severus each nodded, speaking clearly, "I do." "Do you each vow to keep faithful, trust in each other, shelter and hold fast to one another?" "I do." Albus brought the crossed wands together, and then down to rest the tips atop the clasped left hands. "From this day forward you shall be bonded to one another, two parts of a whole, complete only in each other. May your life together be joyful, happy and fulfilled. May you be the perfection of each other, wanting in nothing, so long as you both shall live. May the magic in each of you find strength in the magic of the other, blending in a harmony that will sing through all the deeds of your days together. May your love grow with each passing moment, for now, and for always." A swish of the wands then, and then a tap on their hands, and a golden streamer of light shot out and wound around all four of their wrists where they crossed, binding them together. Albus gave Hermione a nod and she stood up from her seat. She waved her wand at the climbing rose arch. The fairies flitting through the leaves stopped and grew brighter. The unopened buds began to swell gently until they burst into a profusion of white roses. As more began to bud and then open, the already open ones began to drop velvet petals to rain down on Harry and Severus, as well as the audience. More tiny fairies added more tiny lights among the drifting petals. Harry looked from the petals falling all around up to Severus's face. The man who was now his bondmate was looking back, his eyes unwavering. A burst of light at their hands and the golden streamer sank into their skin before disappearing. Severus lifted a hand and placed it along Harry's jaw, his thumb caressing his cheek. Harry put his hand up against Severus's heart and leaned in towards him. Severus dipped his head down and captured Harry's lips in a soft, sweet key. His hand moved to the nape of Harry's neck, holding his head tenderly as he deepened the key for a few moments before pulling back. He turned to their witnesses when he heard the clapping of hands. Harry's eyes followed and he grinned out at all of them when he saw the applause. Albus had handed their wands back to their honor attendants, and now Draco and Ron handed them back to Harry and Severus. Albus laid a hand on each of their shoulders again and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you, by virtue of my standing as Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, that these two wizards are joined and eternally bonded, both in spirit, body and magic." The fairies began to shake their tiny wings, casting a fine glittering dust to add to the petals still drifting from ceiling to floor. The magical strings began to play louder and faster, heralding the completion of the ceremony. Everyone was on their feet, surging around Harry and Severus, clapping them on the back or shaking their hands, the women hugging and keying them. The celebration of this union was scheduled to be announced that evening, in time for the morning edition of the Prophet. Laughter and tears were in abundant supply in the greenhouse as everyone milled about, lifting their hands to the still drifting fairy dust. Harry stopped beside Hermione and Molly, and dropped a key on the dust-flecked foreheads of each of the babies they held. Both women smiled with tearful eyes, knowing that Harry was at peace with whatever it was fated his family to be. Severus came up and placed an arm around his new husband, giving him a hug and giving the women both a meaningful glance. Severus led Harry around the room and they thanked everyone for being there to witness their bonding. He drew Harry aside and stole another key before they rejoined the celebration. The looks they shared spoke of promise for their future, and an impatience to get on with it. House elves popped in with trays of champagne and tiny sandwiches, passing amongst all the chattering witches and wizards. Harry reached for a crystal flute being held by an elf who was peering at him solemnly. Harry had a moment to question to himself why the elf suddenly grinned, not in happiness, but with an expression of evil triumph that Harry could feel surge through him. He had that brief moment and then the feeling morphed into the wrenching pull of a portkey when his fingers touched the glass of champagne. He landed, dropping the glass and reaching for the wand in his robes, but his hands were immediately bound to his sides and he was petrified. His whole body tipped over, dropping like a stone to the ground, as a high-pitched laugh rang out. In his head, Harry heard Severus's voice, frantic, searching, and then his jaw was forced open and potion was being poured into his mouth. He swallowed reflexively, even as he tried to spit it back out of his paralyzed throat, and was pulled into an instant sleep, the laughter and the voice of his mate silenced. At the wedding celebration, there was a few moments of stunned silence when Harry disappeared, before Ron leapt at the elf holding the tray. The elf dropped the tray, champagne flutes smashing on the earthen floor, the spray of slivers and liquid seeming to move in slow motion as it exploded outwards. The elf was gone before Ron could get hold of him and then the yelling of Albus for Dobby along with Severus yelling for Harry rose above the alarmed yells of the Weasleys and teachers. Draco moved to Severus's side. Severus was frantically turning his head in every direction, yelling Harry's name aloud and through the mental link that he had made with him during the ceremony. An unaccustomed panic was blooming in his chest when Draco gripped his arm tightly, the harshness of it bringing him back to himself. He looked into the gray eyes that stared back fiercely. "More Death Eaters, a cell that has remained hidden away?" Draco questioned quietly. Severus shook his head, still unable to think past the fact that Harry was gone. Ron stepped up then, having heard Draco's question. "What else could it be? We know there must still be some out there. There's no way to ever be sure you have them all." Draco looked at the redhead silently for a few moments. Then he spoke quietly. "There may have been lists, the names of places where Death Eaters might meet, in my father's things." Ron waved a hand dismissively. "All that is sealed away. It may have been burned by now." Draco kept his voice low and Ron leaned forward to hear him. "You better hope that it was not. It may be the only chance we have to find a clue as to where he is. If you have to approach the unspeakables, you better do it and do it fast. Whoever is left may have no other reason to capture Harry than to kill him. They won't play with him for long." Ron's red face paled and Draco tightened the grip he had on Severus when that man swayed where he stood. Albus had come close then and he laid a hand on Severus's shoulder. "The bonding is new. You had not yet completed it. If Harry dies, you will still survive. But you may be able to hear him through the bond link, since you had a link with him during the ceremony." Severus looked into the grave blue eyes and shook his head. "I've been trying. At the very first I felt him, and then it was wrenched away. I feel nothing now." He looked around at the three men and then added, "If he dies, I will have no more reason to live." Albus was bent over speaking to Dobby, and the little creature had a growing expression of wrath on his face before he popped away. Albus came up to where Draco and Severus had been, joined by Ron. "A Death Eater cell, one that has been laying in wait?" Ron was asking, his fingers flexing and unflexing around his wand. He had already contacted his co-workers in the Aurors Corp and he was ready to go after whoever or whatever had his friend. Perhaps, Draco narrowed his eye in thought. Voldemort had his inner circle, and then there were the elite of his army. There could have been even more hidden amongst everyday wizards, just like the ones at the Ministry. Dobby is now searching the House Elves' quarters and questioning them. It seems that the elf that was carrying the tray may have been a recent arrival, the refugee of a family destroyed by Death Eaters. At least, that was the story Dobby understood to be the case. Albus's face was grave and he was stroking his long beard in thought. Severus had calmed more while listening to them speak. Albus looked at him and said quietly, "The bonding is new and the two of you had not completed the personal rites. If Harry is killed, you will be able to survive." Severus glared at him. "If he dies, there will be no reason to live. But I refuse to speak of that yet." He looked at Ron. "The Unspeakables still have possession of Malfoy Manor and anything it contained. There could be notes. All that is likely burned by now," Ron stated dismissively. "Even if it is not, there is no way to get past the Unspeakables. The Aurors went into the manor a few times and then it was locked down. They have been more secretive in their dealings since the fall of Voldemort. They do not even show their true faces." Draco stepped up to Ron, his eye blazing. "Then we better figure out how we can get to them and get clearance. If there is anything, any scrap of parchment, any other artifact, it will be in my father's things. I know this as surely as I know that whoever has Potter will not play with him long. They have planned this out carefully. It has all the markings of a secondary or even a tertiary plan to be carried out if the Dark Lord fell. They waited until the opportunity was ripe and they struck when we believed that there was no more danger. That means that there is someone who has control and has been training them." Severus found himself staggering at Draco's words. He lowered himself into a chair, willing the dizziness away. Ron looked at Albus in question and the old wizard sighed. "Severus will find that the separation from Harry will weaken his powers. The time immediately after a bonding helps to stabilize the sharing of their magic." Draco nodded. "Whoever it is may have known that and that is why they waited until after the ceremony. Harry will also be weakened." Ron paled. "We need to get moving, then." He went to Hermione and dropped a key on her wet face and then one on each of the babies. Then he turned to Albus. "Let's go." It took 3 days to get in to see an Unspeakable, even bringing all of Albus's considerable influence to bear. Severus was waiting beside the flow in Albus's office, waiting to come when they had clearance to Malfoy Manor. He was tiring rapidly from simple everyday exertions. The plan was that they would call him and he would save his energy for the actual entry into the manor. 3 of them stood in a ministry office with the Unspeakable who finally agreed to at least talk to them. Albus, Draco, and Ron could only see the totally gray swathed figure. Whether it was male or female was anyone's guess. They had presented their case to its silence and were now waiting for an answer. Finally, she spoke. "What you ask is something we are loath to permit. We seek to save the life of the one who saved our world." "Surely that is reason enough." Ron held out a beseeching hand. "Perhaps this is how it is meant to be, the end of all who might rise again and attempt to rule in darkness. Harry is powerful, but he has never been dark." Draco spat angrily. There was another long silence and the Unspeakable finally extended a hand, holding a pyramid crystal. "This portkey will take you inside the barriers erected around the manor. You will have a limited time to accomplish your goals. 2 hours you will be permitted to conduct your search. Nothing may be removed from the manor or taken inside. Your wands will be surrendered before you go and you will submit to a Veritaserum examination, as well as other examinations when you return." When it appeared as if Albus would protest, the pyramid disappeared back inside the gray robes. "Malfoy Manor has been deemed extremely dangerous. There is only so much that we have been able to discover ourselves, but it is clear that there are spells and enchantments still in place that could affect anyone who enters. You must agree to the post-entry examinations or permission will be denied." The three of them nodded and the pyramid appeared back in her hand again. Albus spoke then. There is another who will be going with us. The former Death Eater will not be permitted to enter the manor. The Unspeakable's voice was firm. He is bonded with Potter, and he may know more about where the information we seek will be. Draco stared hard at the face of the veil hiding the Unspeakable's identity. I was a child, and sheltered from most of the darkest doings of my father. But Severus was there as a spy, and they believed him to be loyal. He will. No, he will not be permitted. There are spells that we believe could reactivate the darkness that once resided in him. Whether or not he was exonerated from wrongdoing is not our concern. The manor is a danger to him and he could be made a danger to our world with its influences. Ron, Draco and Albus all looked at each other before giving the Unspeakable silent nods of agreement. Aurors standing in the room took the wands from their hands and searched them for any other items on their persons. Draco was relieved of a silver knife in his boot and Albus had an odd-looking throwing star removed from his belt. Ron had already removed his extra wand and the leather bag containing field potions. He, too, had a silver knife housed in his boot top and he handed it over to the Auror attending him. When they all stood before the Unspeakable again, she said, I have given you the parameters of your visit to Malfoy Manor. I will state again that nothing may be removed. You will be searched when the portkey returns you to this room. Failure to act within these parameters, failure to return with the portkey, failure to submit to post-entry examinations, any of these will result in a one-way trip to Azkaban. Does everyone understand this? They all nodded. She handed the portkey to Albus and then waved her hand over it. The portkey to Malfoy Manor will activate in 3, 2, Draco and Ron hurriedly placed their hands atop the pyramid. 1. Activate. The jerky ride was swift and precise, dropping them in the middle of the library floor. The pyramid was blinking a soft white light, counting down their time to departure. Albus set it in the floor and they all looked at each other before Draco spoke. I believe that any information we need will most likely be in my father's personal study. There is a large room in the dungeons where some of the Death Eater revels were held. There may be something there as well. He gave Ron and Albus directions to the dungeons and then he headed for his parents' suite of rooms, where the study was located. The manor had a heavy silence about it, as if it were laying in expectation of something. The furnishings had not been covered with dust cloths, but everything appeared to be clean. Draco hesitated at the door to his parents' room and then opened it quickly. Another door led to his father's study and he swore under his breath when he found it was locked. He rattled the doorknob angrily and a voice spoke behind him, making him whirl around and reach for a wand that wasn't there. Come to visit your home at last, dragon. The cool visage of Narcissa Malfoy gazed down at him. Mother, I had feared the worst when I never heard from you. I had hoped you found refuge with relatives in France. Draco felt a pang of grief knowing that his mother was dead, even if she had never been warmly inclined to him. I fled when your father was arrested. The constant surveillance was unnerving, and the threats of confiscating everything. I regret not telling you goodbye. Yes, I was difficult to find, confined to St. Mungo's like I was, Draco sneered. Narcissa sniffed, raising her nose haughtily. Do not be impudent, or I'll not help you. You do not even know why I am here. Draco retorted. I can guess. You are trying to enter your father's study. There must be something that you seek, something important. She gazed out the side of the portrait and whispered, hurry, he knows you are here. He will try to stop you. The key is in my jewelry box, there on the dresser. Why are you helping, mother? Because your father's family on the continent killed me when I would not swear allegiance to Voldemort. Contrary to what you may have believed, I never held with that madman's views. Your father knew that. He never made me swear allegiance, but he told me if things went badly to go to his cousins. When I got there I discovered that they were even more fanatical than your father. Draco narrowed his eyes, so they were part of a separate circle of followers. Totally separate, but still devoted to the cleansing of anything that might dilute purebloods. They called themselves Mangers de Mort. That's original, Draco sneered. Quite, but I got the impression that they were very proud to be a hidden group. While they tortured me, they boasted that they were the better of the groups, more prepared to fight for their beliefs. I have to agree. Even with Voldemort dead, they are determined to carry on. The thought that his mother had been tortured before being killed made Draco nauseous, but he swallowed past it, noting that her portrait did not appear to be bothered by it now. Did they speak about Harry Potter at all? Narcissa narrowed her eyes now. Are you here because of him? He lives. Yes. Someone has abducted him. We fear the worst and we are here looking for any clues. He hoped that his mother would keep talking, because if what she was saying was true, she had a wealth of information that might help them. I was hoping to find some kind of clue in Father's study. Did he have any records of this Mangers de Mort? Narcissa shrugged delicately. I knew nothing about them until I went to France myself. I suppose there might be something. Try the bottom drawer of the desk when you go in there. There is a false bottom in the drawer above and it can only be accessed from the bottom one. At that moment, a raging Lucius Malfoy entered from the side of the portrait, shoving his wife aside to glare down at Draco. Stay out of my study. I forbid you to enter it. Draco arched an eyebrow and retrieved the key from his mother's jewelry box. Without a word, he unlocked the door and went inside, closing it again on the ranting from the portrait. To his relief, he found that there were no portraits in the study, probably a safety measure when Lucius had been alive, but in death it prevented him from following anyone into his private domain. The drawer was as his mother had described and Draco pulled a thin leather-bound journal from the hidden narrow space. He sat down and began to thumb through it, scanning the pages rapidly. There were so many names, both of people and places. Finally, he grabbed a quill and a jar of ink and began to write some of them on his arm. He hoped that the unspeakables would not consider that as removing anything from the manor. He had a feeling that time was running out and he quickly rifled through the other desk drawers. Nothing looked like it was as important as the information in the journal, so he walked quickly back into the other room. Lucius was screaming at Narcissa and she was coolly ignoring him. Now she looked at him. You're dead, Luce dear. I am dead. You can't kill me again. The idiotic loyalties you held during life mean nothing now. If our son can use something here. I helped him before I was Ki-Ed. I gave him information that would lead him to the Black Phoenix. Draco stared up into the portrait crowded with both his parents. You neglected to tell me there were still Voldemort factions that were waiting to strike. Lucius stepped back, his mouth snapping shut. You did not ask. If you had really meant to help before your life ended, I would think that you would have given me some indication of what else might be out there and still dangerous. Lucius stiffened. Do you think that everything was handed to me? You think that I always had all the information I needed at my disposal? I had to work for everything I accumulated. Power, knowledge, money. You know nothing about what it takes to make it as a figure of influence. Draco headed for the door to the hallway and over his shoulder he said, if it means ending as you did, I believe I'll pass, thanks. He stopped and looked at his mother. Goodbye, mother. Goodbye, my dragon. Her gray eyes were softer as they looked down on her only son. I, for one, hope that you found what you needed. Lucius scowled, but he had no parting comment as Draco closed the door behind him. He knew that they could follow him through other portraits in the manor and he hoped that they would not. It was difficult enough to be here as a grown-up, and try not to feel like the little boy who had been groomed to take over an empire that he didn't want. Albus and Ron had little success in the dungeons. The place was a grim reminder of what ideals Voldemort had held his followers to. Cells lined the winding hallways, some still with the remains of victims. A couple of house elves tried to stop them from going into the main chamber, but Albus used wandless magic to throw them back against a wall. They growled as if they had turned half feral before disappearing. They made as thorough a search as they could amongst the papers and books that lay on shelves around the chamber's perimeter. Mostly, it was lists of past victims that Albus and Ron recognized from years past, when the terrorizing of Muggles and half-bloods had been escalating. This main room in the dungeons had been set to resemble a theater of sorts. It was plain that the chair on a raised dais was likely a favored spot for Voldemort to view the torture of victims as entertainment. The stains on the stone floor were testament to the blood that had been spilled here. Ron watched as Albus waved a hand over the floor and murmured under his breath, eyes closed. He felt a small surge of magic waft through the room, several faint shadows swirling into a mass near Albus's outstretched hands. The shadows writhed for several seconds and Albus continued to murmur. Finally, there was another surge of magic and the shadows slowly faded into nothing. Albus sighed and looked at Ron with tired eyes. So many spirits have been trapped here. I can set some of them free, but the unspeakables need to have the rest set free as well. Many are being held here by spells that prevent their passing into the next place. Ron swallowed hard and resumed his search around the chair for clues. The massive wooden doors banged open and Draco strode in. He pushed up his sleeve and showed both men what he had scrawled there. Try to remember as much as you can, in case there are charms that prevent even this writing on my skin from leaving the manor. Albus nodded as he read the notes. There were whispers of a continental faction that Tom was training. I naively assumed that it had fallen apart at his demise. We will need to send spies, try to infiltrate. Ron asked, so you believe that this Mangers de Mort is who has Harry? That is not certain, but we need a place to begin and time may be short. They made their way back to the library where the pyramid was blinking more rapidly. Draco picked it up and held it out. In seconds it had turned red, the flashing nearly continuous. Ron and Albus put their hands on it and they were jerked back to the ministry office where they had started from. The unspeakable, along with a half-dozen Aurors, had wands trained on them when they regained their feet. Without a word, she began to scan them as they stood silently. A motion from her wand had Draco's arm outstretched and his sleeve ripped open. The inked words on his skin were glowing crimson, as if written in blood. The unspeakable jabbed the point of her wand into the skin, Draco shouting in pain. The words floated up off of the arm, leaving the skin deeply reddened and burned. A piece of parchment appeared and the words landed on them, the velum smoking as it drifted to the table. Draco was on his knees, holding his arm close to his body, glaring up at the unspeakable and the Aurors that surrounded him with their wands leveled at him. The instructions and the consequences for disobedience were clear. Malfoy. I brought nothing out of the manor, Draco growled. You used ink that had been charmed, and that ink was brought out of the manor. What the hell kind of charm on ink would be dangerous? Came the sneered response. The kind a Malfoy would use, the kind to smuggle information to enemies. I was not smuggling anything. If you had given us half a minute, I would have shown you my arm before you burned it off of me. I did not burn it, you fool. The ink was timed to burn after any message written in it had been read. Have you never seen a self-destructing spell on a letter? The unspeakable's voice was cold. If I had not removed it, you would have gone up like a torch. So, you saved me just so you could condemn me. The unspeakable stood there silently, the face still unseen under the hood. The Aurors never wavered, waiting for instructions. The unspeakable changed the direction of her wand and levitated the parchment with the writing on it over to her. She appeared to be reading all the notes that had been transferred from Draco to the paper. At last, she whispered, this is what we have been searching for, the name of the French cell group. Mangers de Mort, it is said to be led by someone as powerful as Voldemort was. He holds the reins of those who are still striking at our world. There was an even longer silence in the room. Albus, Ron and Draco all looked at each other, each thinking of the words whispered by the unspeakable. Suddenly, she lowered the wand and made a motion with her other hand. The Aurors immediately lowered their wands and left the room. Draco slowly stood up, still cradling the burned arm. The unspeakable paced a few turns about the room and then spoke. Your punishment shall be that you will become our spies into the Mangers de Mort. Albus stepped forward. We will need the best spy in the world to lead us. We need Severus Snape. There was silence for another bit before she spoke. Agreed. But there will be tracking spells of our choice on each of you. We will require regular reports of your progress. No action against them may be taken until we command it. The three of them nodded. Now, they just had to convince Severus not to go to France with wand drawn and blazing. He became aware of the texture against his face before anything else. It was softness, smoothness, and it was followed by an amazingly relaxing scent, like roses. Why was the thought of roses disturbing? He tried to move and found that his body felt dreadfully heavy. He exerted another effort and then decided that moving was overrated. The same softness and smoothness was beneath his fingertips. He tried to rub it but could not. There was an itch on his scalp that needed scratching. Wait, it wasn't an itch exactly, rather the impression of fingers ghosting over his hair. He could hear faint whispering and he strained to hear the words. Somehow, that was more disturbing than the scent of roses. The fingers on his hair stroked more firmly and a voice became clear. He is waking. Bring more of his potion. Then in his ear, sleep again, mon cher. It is not time for you to wake. He wanted to ask who it was, but the hand lifted his head and he felt smooth, cold glass against his lips and the trickle of liquid into his mouth. The scent of roses grew stronger and the drink was heavy with the taste of the heady smell. The fingers caressed his hair and the voices grew indistinct again. Something in him wanted to protest, but other somethings were stronger and he gave into the depths of sleep again. As he sank, he fleetingly wondered where he was, how he got there, who was beside him, who he was. The slender fingers brushing the dark hair stilled and the feminine voice grew harsh. Contact shaming. He must make the potion stronger. My pet must be kept insensate and pliable. His magic must be under control. Yes, madam, I'll contact him at once. Severus roared. I will not hold back if I see him and have the opportunity to get him out. If he has been changed, Albus began. He will know me, Severus hissed. Draco could see that the wildness in the black eyes was not easing and he laid a calming hand on his godfather's arm. Severus tried to shake it off but Draco gripped the arm firmly. Sev, you know that if they have not killed him, their purpose may be to alter his memories and use him somehow. Harry is resistant to Imperius. They may not be using Imperius. We don't know about this faction. That is why we will be spying, Draco said for at least the 6th time in the last half hour. Severus yanked his arm from Draco's grasp and snarled, Stop talking to me as if I were an idiot student. I heard you the first time. Then you stopped behaving like a git with his first crush. I know you have impulses because of the bonding, but I know you can master them. Do it, or the whole thing will go pear-shaped. His one gray eye pierced Severus unflinchingly until Severus finally jerked his chin in acknowledgement. When Harry had disappeared from the reception, Severus had been uncharacteristically distraught. It had been unsettling for everyone to be witness to the man's emotional breakdown. Albus and Draco had finally gotten him to the dungeons of the castle where they forced a strong dose of calming draught on him, followed by a hefty tumbler of fire whiskey. Exhausted sleep overcame him, but he tossed and mumbled in his sleep, leaving no doubt as to his state of mind. He had been livid when Albus, Draco and Ron had gone to the ministry without him, leaving Minerva and Hermione to explain that they believed his behavior would hinder their request to enter Malfoy Manor. He was, by turns, either stoically silent when they came back to explain what the unspeakable had ordered them to do, or he was pacing and mumbling under his breath. Poppy had scanned him and it appeared that the bonding ceremony had affected him more strongly than Albus had thought it would. He had thought that until a physical consummation had taken place, Severus would be under more control. Poppy felt that the prior physical relationship and promise of commitment prior to the ceremony had cemented the bond even before the words had been spoken before witnesses. Severus's behavior was exactly what it should be, when a mate was ripped away from close proximity this early in a bond. He had scoured potions texts and journals to look for dampening agents, or other means to control the symptoms of withdrawal. He sent messages to trusted potions masters around the world asking for their help. They were all sitting at the head table in the great hall when the owl soared in and landed beside Severus's plate. He had been pacing and not eating, but the moment he saw the massage attached to the owl's leg, he strode to the table and grabbed it. The owl gave him a hard bite at the rough treatment, but Severus ignored it in favor of getting to the note. He sat down with it in his hands. Snape, your request is unusual, but not as unusual as the fact that yours is not the only request I have had for such a dampening draft. Those demanding my help are quite strong and appear determined to take over where the Dark Lord left off. If you are separated from your mate, you should know that he is as in need of my help as you are. I suggest that we collaborate immediately, to make the formulas work in your favor. My owl awaits your reply. Shao shaming. Severus stood up abruptly, knocking the chair over behind himself. He lunged for a quill and ink pot that lay beside Albus's plate and scrawled a return message on the note. Draco had to nudge his shaking hands aside so that he could attach the note back onto the owl's outstretched leg. Once the owl flew off, Severus turned to Albus. It seems that Shaming has been in contact with the Mangers de Mort. They are demanding that he perfect a dampening potion that he believes is being used on Harry. I am going to China before I go to France. Draco nodded. Weasley and I will get things ready here. He stepped up to Severus and eyed him severely. Do not go to France without us. Meet back here. Severus nodded, and without another word he turned and strode from the room, determination in his step. The dark-haired man stirred on the bed, murmuring as he twisted his face against the pillow. Long, tapered fingers hovered over his head, and words were whispered. The man stilled and the owner of the hand smiled in satisfaction. More spells were cast and the image of a loom appeared over the bed. The loom was in motion, threads being woven together into a tapestry of runes and symbols on one end, as individual threads from the other end were being slowly pulled from the other end. A gray-robed figure entered the room and stood near the bedside. He will not remember his past. It cannot all be removed without breaking his mind completely. He will know that there are gaps, things he doesn't know or understand. But he will be susceptible to the suggestions you choose to plant as forgotten memories. But will he bend to my will, become the weapon that Voldemort wanted but couldn't get? Quote, we shall see. The loom continued its weaving over the man's head. The threads removed were now being wound on a spindle, an invisible hand forming a ball of memories that had belonged to Harry Potter. Severus stood in the laboratory of the Chinese potions master, watching the brewing of the draft intently. They had worked on numerous versions before refining the brew to the one presently being stirred by Shaming. Severus murmured, you feel certain that this will appear to give the witch what she wants. She wants to preserve his magical power while dampening his desire to think independently. This should make him appear confused, while helping to subtly allow him to question what he thinks is the truth. After a time, he should be aware of enough to realize the gaps in his memory are too large. You said she has other magics at work. Can we be certain that this will be effective against what she is using? Unfortunately, no. You will have to play along until you see what it is she is doing. I myself have no experience in what she is using. The Mangers de Mort are very secretive. I cannot give you any other help there. Will you bring it to her personally? Shaming turned to Severus and dark eyes stared into dark almond-shaped eyes. I have no choice. She has one of my apprentices. If I do not produce a viable potion, she will kill her. Severus nodded. My partners and I will be attempting to infiltrate the cell as soon as I return. Shaming looked more closely at Severus. Has the dampening potion I prepared for you helped? Severus hesitated, looking inward to his deeper emotional state. He had to be honest with his colleague so that he would be in the best position to help Harry. I feel less unsettled now. I feel in better control. But I am concerned that if I am in Harry's presence, I will become less so. I still need a higher energy level, as well. Shaming finished the stirring of the draft and removed the silver cauldron from the flame to cool. He went over to another cauldron that stood in stasis and removed the spell holding it in readiness. He adjusted the flame before setting out several prepared ingredients. I will increase the agents that will calm you, as well as increase the ones that will lessen the drain the bond has on you during separation from Harry. Severus nodded his thanks as he observed the other potions master's actions. He was grateful that Shaming was on their side in this. The man had contacted them immediately when the Mangers de Mort had demanded his participation in their efforts. While Severus had been able to offer much-needed expertise in the development and brewing process, he was distracted and agitated easily with the bond being tested to its limit by the forced separation from Harry. If he had tried to accomplish the brewing himself, it would have ended in failure. Shaming had the cunning of a Slytherin and the focused ability to study and learn of a Ravenclaw. His Hufflepuff loyalty to his fellow potions master, and the Gryffindor bravery he was displaying by taking sides in this battle made Severus wonder just what house he would have been sorted into if he had attended Hogwarts. When he voiced this question, Shaming looked at him over his work table. I attended a school in Tibet. There was only one house and we were taught the aspects of all of the houses you describe. It is illogical to think that a person can have only one of those attributes that each of the Hogwarts houses prize. Severus stared off into space. Harry says that he would have been sorted into Slytherin, but he argued with the hat until it placed him in Gryffindor. So the wise hat does recognize that a wizard might be more than one quality. Shaming nodded in satisfaction. Shaming finished the potion and drew up a vial, offering it to Severus. Severus sipped it down and after a few moments he held the vial out to the other man. That feels right. I'll need a supply. Shaming began to draw up more potion into individual vial after he refilled the one Severus had emptied. I will leave instructions for my other apprentices to follow in the preparation of more. Severus carefully placed the filled vials into a deep robe pocket before bowing respectfully at Shaming. They would not be able to acknowledge each other when they met again in the courts of the new dark threat. Ron and Draco stared at each other. Ron was the first to speak. It's definitely an improvement, Malfoy. Shut up, Weasel. Nothing could improve you, Draco returned venomously. Draco was now a short, stocky brunette, his limp still pronounced, his left eye socket still covered with a leather eye patch. Ron was still tall, but even more muscular, his hair long and a brown that was blonde streaked. His skin was tan, the freckles completely missing. Draco looked at Albus. His displeasure was clear. I still believe that I should go as myself. Your allegiances will be in question. Your life would be in danger. It should be a simple matter for me to swear that I have been a spy for the Dark Lord. I will congratulate them on my dear mother's death and tell them that my father intended to send me to them before I had been injured in cross-fired curses. I am only now able to make the trip to France. Albus looked at him over his half-moon glasses and shook his head sadly. I am sorry that your family has ended so badly, my boy. Draco stoically shook his head. No, sir, your sorrow is not necessary. I will redeem my family's name. I would prefer that I live to see that redemption, but if it means my death to have it done, so be it. Ron strode forward, fists clenched. My sister would prefer that you live, also. So you better get through this, you ferret, or I'll curse your soul to hell. Draco rolled his eyes. Too late, Weasley. That's where I'll end up anyway, unless we pull this off. Now, if you don't mind, I believe that our focus should be on what our story will be. If the Mangers de Mort have anyone skilled in legilimency, and I am certain they do, we will need to have our story meshed and remeshed with each other and with Severus. You must make yourself believe it with every fiber of your being. Anything less will mean your death, mine, Severus's and Harry's. Ron visibly reined in his anger, knowing that Draco was correct in his demands. There was no room for the childhood rivalry and pettiness if they were to rescue their friend. He worked his thoughts around that and it made it slightly easier to see Malfoy as an ally. Merlin knew he had had a hard enough time coming to terms with Snape being Harry's lover and Ginny being in love with the one person he would rather hex than shake hands with. Hermione had spent many hours pleading with him to look at the reality of things and not let them be colored by the past. The past should have been laid to rest when Voldemort was destroyed. Ron thought that it was the worst possible luck that Harry had not only survived the encounter with the physical losses he suffered, but now he was apparently the object of even more dark magical forces. His best friend never seemed to catch a break. Over the years, Ron's jealousy of Harry's fame had been tempered by the realization that the notoriety would have long since killed a lesser wizard. With a deep breath he held out a hand to Draco. You're right, it's time we got on with what's important. He turned to Albus. If Draco believes that his true identity is the best way to go, then I say let him do it. I'll have to be in disguise, as I'm sure my red hair would be a beacon telling them I was a plant from the side of the light. Draco and Severus are much more likely to be believed, that they have turned again to something that can give them power. Albus stared at Ron for several long contemplative moments before nodding. Your brilliance at strategizing once again does you proud, Ronald. It is more likely that Draco and Severus in their true forms could be a better plan. By not hiding their identity, they will be all the more convincing. After all, if they come forward as themselves, their motives will be less suspect. He turned to Draco. While you wait for the polyjuice to wear off, I suggest that you take some time to give Ronald an intensive course of occlumency. Never mind all the theory and the grace. Simply show him how to raise strong shields, no matter how crude they might turn out. That too will be a part of his disguise. The younger men set to work. Albus was putting all their plans down in outline form when a black owl tapped at his window. It was not an owl that he recognized, nor was it a normal mail delivery time. He let the bird inside and untied the rolled note from the offered leg. It has been determined that the journal in Malfoy Manor is clear of any dark curses, hexes, or other spells. It has been determined that the information it contains may be helpful in the mission that has been given to you. Use it well and wisely. Albus recognized the seal that indicated the note came from the ministry offices of the Unspeakables. He took the small rectangle that had been rolled into the scroll and set it on the desk, where it immediately enlarged into the full-sized leather journal that Draco had found in the manor. Draco stood up when he saw the book regain its true dimensions. As that, it is your father's journal. He looked at Draco. If you don't mind, I will peruse it for further information while you work with Ronald. Draco nodded, although he really wanted to snatch the journal away and read it for himself. No doubt he would get his opportunity later on. Severus made his way through the continental flow system towards the apparition point to England. The struggle to keep from going directly to the French province where the castle said to house the Mangers de Mort was great, and in fact, it seemed as if he could feel the pull of the bond with Harry as he passed through the French flows. It was only the thought of making the situation worse, of not knowing what other information the others may have had that made him keep the promise he made to Draco to return to Hogwarts. The others looked up in surprise when he threw open the door to Albus's office, the wood shuddering under the force of it. Draco went to him, noting the more pale than normal pale face and the shaking hands. Do you have potion to take? Severus pulled out a tiny vial and thumbed off the cap before letting the amber liquid slide onto his tongue. He looked into Draco's face and whispered, "He's in France, I could feel him, I almost." Draco steadied him with a firm grip on his forearm. Albus and Ron joined them. Albus touched the black-clad shoulder. "But you came back here first, just as you knew you should. Your willpower and the potion will be enough to let you do what you must." Ron and Draco locked eyes over the slumped shoulders of Harry's mate. This would take a lot more than willpower and potion. After Severus had eaten and rested, Albus had them gather around. For the next few hours, he read to them from the journal. Surprised faces turned grim and then even more determined. The journal of Lucius Malfoy told of the beginnings of Mangers de Mort, formed while Voldemort was regaining his strength after Harry had beaten Tom Riddle in the Chamber of Secrets. Lucius and Narcissa had gone to visit his cousins on the continent, allowing Wormtail to bring along the abomination that was now Voldemort's form. Lucretia Malfoy Dupree seemed to be as mad as Bellatrix Lestrange on Narcissa's side of the family. She doted on the bundle held by Wormtail and took to carrying him about, whispering with him, crooning to him in obscene parodies of lullabies. Lucius and Narcissa had been glad to return home, leaving Voldemort behind. Over the years, Lucretia kept in touch, claiming a partnership with Voldemort, almost a consort role of sorts. Lucius had discounted it, using it to antagonize Bellatrix whenever she got too uppity with him. He never dreamed that there was anything serious there, until after the Dark Lord was resurrected in whole in the graveyard of his ancestral home. Then Lucius gradually became aware that there was this other whole group of Death Eaters, Mangers de Mort, serving Voldemort from the continent. He maintained his ties with his cousin, as it was the best thing to do, politically. Who knew when it might be necessary to flee Britain and need a safe place to hide? Some of the last writings in the journal lamented that he had thought to send Narcissa there after his imprisonment following the events in the Department of Mysteries. He had not told her the whole story of how fanatical his cousin had been in her support of the Dark Lord. In retrospect, he knew that he should have told her at least to keep her pretty mouth shut about her less than avid following of the Dark Lord's beliefs. Lucretia had gleefully written to Lucius, her letter folded between the pages of the journal, telling Lucius how he ought to glad to be rid of the empty-headed twit of a spouse. The letter detailed the days of torture when Lucretia thought she might make a better wife for her cousin, and then the prolonged death when it was obvious that Narcissa refused to comply and behave as a proper Malfoy should. Albus carefully avoided reading the details out loud, skirting them enough to impart knowledge to Draco and Severus, but not enough to do more than sicken them at the thought of what Narcissa had endured. Draco was livid with rage over what his mother had suffered. He wanted to avenge her death, no matter if it had been at the hands of his own paternal cousin. There was silence for a long while, broken only by the crackle of the fire and then by the murmur of Albus as he ordered tea and bottles of brandy to lace it with. After they had sat there, each contemplating what might lay ahead, Draco spoke. "Severus and I will go as ourselves. We can say that the journal has come to light once certain holdings of my father's were released to me. We came at once, anxious to be a part of those who continue to serve the memory of Voldemort and still mean to finish what he started. Ron will be a trusted ally of ours. Once we get into their circle, we will see what they have done or mean to do with Harry. From there, we will make further plans." The men looked at him, weighing his words and the intent of his plan. Albus finally sighed. "It seems that I should to remain here then, as an outside contact. I will go back to the manor, if the unspeakables will allow it, and see if I can glean anything further from the portraits of Lucius or Narcissa. I will contact Beauxbatons and set up an emergency portkey to their infirmary. It will be closer, if the need arises. Perhaps I could even make my own station there, and better be a mediator between you and the unspeakables." Ron questioned, "If they know that Harry bonded, don't they know who he bonded with?" He glanced at Severus cautiously. "If they know it was Severus, won't they be suspicious of his motives for turning up?" Draco's gray eye stared at Ron for a moment before swinging over to Severus. "He's right. You'll have to be somebody else, too. It's too much a risk that they won't execute you first and ask questions later." They all silently agreed with the tentative plan and went their separate ways to pack their necessities and get what rest they were able before embarking on the mission to get to Harry. Ron spared a moment to think, "Did I just do something to try and protect Snape? Did Malfoy actually agree with me without sniping back or argument? Has hell really frozen over?" The unspeakable had called them back to the ministry early the next day, demanding to know the details of their plans to infiltrate the Mangers de Mort and to spell them all with tracking charms. She spelled Ron last, and as she worked he asked quietly, "What if these are detected?" "We'll be executed immediately." She stepped back and addressed all three of the men who would be going to France. "These tracking charms are ones developed especially to blend in with the body's immune system. If it is detected at all, it will simply look as if you have acquired immunity to dragon pox, or wizard influenza." Draco narrowed his eyes and asked, "When we return, you'll deactivate them?" The gray-swathed figure seemed to be staring at him through her concealing veil. Finally, she answered, "The charm is permanently ingrained in your body. It is indestructible. Even if you are killed, the residual will lead us to your body, and hopefully allow others to get a fix on the location of the cell group." Draco cursed under his breath while Severus and Ron looked mutinous. Albus held up his hands in a gesture of keeping the peace. "I am certain that once the mission is successfully completed, the ministry will give reassurances not to abuse the presence of the charms." He looked at the unspeakable with a hard glare. "As supreme mugwump of the Wizengamot, I will expect their privacy to be inviolate." The unspeakable stood still for a moment before giving an acknowledging bow. Then she smoothly went on to detail how they were to transfer any intelligence to them through Albus. "Remember, our goal is to take out the entire cell group. You are not to take any offensive action until approval is given." Severus stepped forward and growled, "My goal is to get my maid back, whatever the cost. It is not to accomplish your goals, unless by fortuitous circumstances that occurs as a result." The unspeakable stepped up toe-to-toe with the tall man, uncowed by the threatening demeanor. "You will do well to heed our instruction, Professor Snape. It will not take much to retract the decisions made to pardon your Death Eater activities." Draco roared, "He was a spy for the light, you stupid woman. He defended Harry Potter over and over." Severus put a hand on Draco's shoulder, silencing him. Albus stepped in between them all, separating the unspeakable from the men. "Please, everyone, emotions are understandably high at the moment. We will do our best to bring down the Mangers de Mort while also getting Harry away from them. Both goals can be accomplished if the plans are adhered to." The men backed away from the unspeakable, barely restraining the hands that itched towards drawing wands. At last, she gave them all a silent bow and swept from the room. Draco and Ron muttered together in the corner as Albus stood near Severus. The black-haired man ran a hand over his face and then back over his neck tiredly. Come Severus, let's get you home to bed. You need all the rest you can get before tomorrow. Severus allowed the old wizard to draw him out of the office and to the bank of public flows in the atrium. Draco and Ron followed behind, knowing that it was not likely that any of them would actually be able to rest. Green Eyes looked around blearily until the room swam into focus. The sudden need to jump into a defensive stance had him up from the bed, searching for a wand that was not there. He froze when a soft voice sounded from near the bed where he had been. It's all right, my darling. You have been out for some time and you will be disoriented for a while longer. The healer assures that it will all pass in time. He turned to look at a striking woman who was now standing and holding out a hand towards him. He narrowed his eyes, frantically searching for a name to put with the face. She seemed familiar, but her voice was not one he had heard before. He heard her. Why was that a disturbing thought? I'm sorry, do I know you? He asked quietly, stilling the hand that was still searching fruitlessly for a wand in his pockets. The woman laughed and tossed back a mane of silvery blonde hair. The healer said that you might have amnesia. It's a side effect of the curse you were struck with. Curse. Someone cursed me. He searched his mind for any shred of memory, the remembrance of an altercation, a battle, but nothing was there to grasp hold of. What happened? The woman moved forward and slowly took his hand in hers. Come, darling, sit down and we will see if I can help you remember what happened. He allowed her to draw him back to sit on the edge of the bed, not seeing the smile that seemed a little too satisfied, a little too malicious. She reached over to the bedside and picked up a vial of red potion. Handing it to him, she said, "This will help. It will make it easier to focus." He hesitated and she gave his hand a gentle nudge until he obediently tipped the vial into his mouth. He closed his eyes on a wave of dizziness and the room seemed to tilt before it righted itself. She soothingly rubbed his shoulder until he looked up at her with question in his eyes. She smiled. I am Lucretia Dupree, your mother. That makes you my son. He stared at her for a long moment before speaking softly and slowly. I don't remember you. I don't remember having a mother at all. Why don't I remember something as basic as that? He studied the white blonde hair, the gray eyes, the aristocratic features. There was a niggling memory there. Maybe he did remember her. But how could he have forgotten someone as beautiful as this? How could he forget that he had a mother? The curse wiped your short and long-term memory. I don't remember my name. Harrison Dupree. You were a very powerful wizard. You were in a battle that killed your patron. He was training you to be his heir. Her smile was gentle, her words soft, even as her hand soothingly caressed his as it lay on the bed between them. He looked at her, trying to find the memories that her words should spark. The void was frightening, but it seemed familiar at the same time. Vague images that were shrouded in darkness and silence flashed past before disappearing from his mind. When did this happen? Almost 2 years ago, now. You have times of very clear memory and then you have episodes like this. She sighed delicately. We have had this conversation, reviewed these same questions, many times, dear. Shall I simply tell you what you always ask and save you the trouble? He looked down at the floor, then at his hands, turning them over to gaze first at the backs and then the palms before flexing them into fists. I can feel my magic. I know that I have magic, but it seems disconnected somehow. She patted his hand with hers and leaned towards him. Softly, she said, it is like this every time. But it grows better, too. It takes less and less for you to remember who and what you are. He looked into her eyes then. What am I? You are the greatest dark wizard of our time. You will be the one to cleanse the world of all its unclean bloodlines. You were meant to rule the wizarding world. Her gaze was intent on his, judging how he was accepting her words. He stood then and paced a few turns before shaking his head. That doesn't feel right. If one were to cleanse bloodlines, people would have to die. She stood and grasped hold of his arm, pulling him around to face her. Only those who stand in the way of your greatness. You have a faithful following here. I am here to help you. I will not let you fail. He looked at her with sorrow and then with another expression of question. She pulled another vial out of her robes. Here, this will help. He drank the small amount of liquid, the scent of roses filling his nostrils. Closing his eyes, he wrapped his arms around himself, images of what he thought might be memories flitting behind his eyelids. Dark eyes bore into his for a split second and he felt a flash of longing that made his heart lurch in his chest. There was someone important that I am missing. She put sympathetic arms around him. Yes, Harrison, there was your intended. She was killed by the side of the light. Her name is not important now. You will not remember it. The grief is fresh for you during this episode. But it was a long time ago. Let go of her so you can focus on your duties now. You have always been faithful to your duties, to your beliefs, to the beliefs of those you lead. Her words seemed to weave a layer of comfort over the doubts that tried to rise up in the fog of his deeper thoughts. It hurt to try and separate them out, so he let the comfort lay over the pain, hiding it away. Tell me what I must do, Mother. She smiled, and again he missed the triumph in it, seeing only her compassion and her support. Come, let's walk and talk. You can become reacquainted with your friends and those who are close to you. Mother will help you through it all, never fear. He smiled at her, green eyes shining in adoration at this beautiful blonde woman at his side. Yes, she would help him. The discomfort of old memories was fading. She would tell him what to do and that was all right. He had a duty to perform. He had a purpose and she was his guide. He trusted his mother. She led him to a large room where a number of people waited. They all stood when he and his mother entered and they bowed as she guided him around the room, introducing him to the inner circle, or as she called it, Le Cercle in time. Some of them reached out and took his hand, leaning over it and keying his knuckles, whispering words of welcome and devotion to him and to the woman at his side. He looked at her in question the first time it happened, and she smiled. Your people love you. They expect you to lead them to victory and to a place of leadership in the regime you set up. They know your abilities. They know that if they fail you or betray you it means death. He looked shocked at this and she caressed his arm comfortingly. He asked, have I killed for these reasons? She nodded and he stumbled before she caught his arm. She leaned in to whisper in his ear, show no weakness, my love. They respect your power. Punishment of the kind we deal in is expected. He looked around at all the faces, and he saw the respect there, and in some degree, fear. He did not know how he should feel about people fearing him. She completed the circuit of the room and led him back to his room, to his bed. He laid back with a sigh and she brushed a hand through his hair. He leaned into the touch, her fingers calming a headache that had begun to pound in his temples and behind his eyes. Rest, Harrison. The healer promises a better potion will be ready soon. You will feel like your true self soon enough. He pushed back at the mental confusion. Was his normal self a murderer of people who did not do his bidding? Was he some kind of ruler who expected such worshipful devotion and obedience? It didn't seem right. It doesn't seem right, Mother, that I would do these things you say to people who are to follow me. Wouldn't it be better for them to follow someone they knew wouldn't kill them for a little mistake? Lucretia frowned at him, her mouth forming a tight line on her face. Listen to me. You are the leader. You will be the ruler over all wizard kind. You will have me at your side to see that this is done. You will not be weak and shirk this opportunity at greatness. The path may be paved with the bones of those you crush before you, but it makes the path that much wider for you to walk. She brushed a hand through his hair again, shushing his next question and then murmuring a quiet charm to cause him to sleep. Movement at her side brought her face up to see that the elite of Le Cercle in time had followed them in. They stood around the bed, watching their new master sleep. Lucretia spoke in a hard voice, all traces of comfort gone from it. He will be ready soon. Even though he questions himself, I am certain that I can convince him fully of his role. The new potion that shaming is bringing will further dampen his ability to question. His instincts to act impulsively and aggressively should be heightened. We will still be the victors of the war. Afterwards, Harrison will suffer an unfortunate accident. She caressed the troubled brow of the man in the bed. I'm afraid that he will have to rule through his mother. I will, of course, be a dutiful mother and see that my son gets the best of care. The followers nodded and smiled. They knew the power that they had available to meet their goals was in this bed. They knew that Lucretia Dupree was as ruthless as she was beautiful. There was no room to feel remorse for what would happen to the man who used to be Harry Potter. They needed him and what he could accomplish for them. It was as simple as that. Once they were the rightful rulers of the wizarding world, they would be happy to be rid of him. Someone of his power might take it from them, usurp their place. Yes, Harry Potter would be a useful tool and then no more. The men all looked at each other one last time. Draco was going in, making first contact. His reception would be the indicator of their probabilities of success, or of their doom. They had secured quarters at Beauxbatons, the headmistress reluctant to allow the touch of war to taint her institution, but in the end Albus had convinced her that this had to be stopped now, and not allowed to fester, as had the threat of Tom Riddle. This had to be decisively ended, with those who craved the power to rule over a terrorized people neutralized. Secret flow connections would allow Draco, Severus, and Ron to travel from a hidden cottage near the chateau where the Mangers de Mort was said to be headquartered. They could only hope that this faction did not move around as much as the Death Eaters in Britain had. They were all quiet as the minutes ticked down to Draco leaving. He stood next to Severus where that man stood restlessly staring into the flames of the fireplace. Being in France, so close, and still so removed from Harry was very tiring. But he was using the opportunity to make new barriers in his mind, to shore up any holes where an occlumency might detect anything other than the desire to be a part of the Mangers de Mort. He was role-playing in his mind circumstances in which he would come face to face with Harry. He was working out what he would do, how he would react, what he would say or not say. Ron sat quietly in a corner, his head bowed over elbows propped on knees as he did his own kind of preparation. Hermione had reminded him of how the two of them, with Harry, always tried to plan for all contingencies. Once again, he was grateful for the girl who had kept them so focused, and not let them go off half ready to face a battle. He sent up a silent prayer to whoever was listening that his wife and children would be safe, no matter what the outcome of this ordeal. He prayed that they would all be together again. To his surprise, he even included Malfoy in that prayer for all their safety. He made himself feel a little better when he reminded himself that he did it for his sister, and not just for the one-eyed ferret. After one last check, a last look into the black eyes of the potions master to see that his occlumency skills were adequate, Draco flowed to the cottage. Severus and Ron made unnecessary shows of checking their own bags again, avoiding speaking. It was 6 hours before the flow flared and Draco stepped out. "We're in. Don't expect a welcoming feast, but I believe that my cousin is delighted to have us." Severus narrowed his eyes. "Cousin? Yes. Lucretia Malfoy Dupree, she is my father's cousin. You can't mistake it, as we all favor each other. She seems sane enough, but with what my father's journal said, I'm not counting on that." Severus gave him a look of deep aggravation for having to ask, "Well, did you see him?" Draco shook his head. "No, but I heard some talk while I was being interrogated in one corner. There is a new master, someone called Harrison. Apparently, he is very powerful and will be the driving force behind the fresh drive to conquer." Albus waved Draco to a chair. "Tell us what happened and what we can expect to come." Draco spent the next hour detailing the questions he had been asked and the information he had managed to acquire in the short time he had been there. The information he had gleaned about Harrison was very sketchy and far from sufficient to determine if Harry was this person, and if he was acting on his own or as a pawn. "So we won't be suspect when we come back with you." Draco shook his head. "Quite the contrary. Lucretia is thrilled that we have come and hopes that it means more of the Dark Lord's followers will be making their way to her. Her army will grow without effort if all the Death Eaters still at large in Britain find a way to come here." Albus sighed heavily. "I will contact the Unspeakables as soon as you've left then. Let me know when you have an idea of their numbers. The Ministry will undoubtedly wish to have enough orders, and perhaps form some sort of cooperative with the French Ministry of Magic as well." Draco had been given the Fidelius code for the chateau, Lucretia seeming to trust him on sight, with the knowledge that he was obviously the son of her cousin. The three men walked in the front doors of the small castle, passing between numerous sets of guards who remained silent but nodded tensely at them. A woman met them inside and after bowing to Draco, she led them to a receiving room that was bright and airy. It was a combination sitting room and music room, and another woman sat at a piano, her hands hovering over the keys as a soft concerto played. Lucretia sat in one corner seating area and beckoned them to her with a smile. She rose as Draco approached and offered her cheek for him to kiss. He did so easily, the manners of his upbringing not failing to recognize her test for proper etiquette on his part. Draco, I see you brought the men you spoke of, the other followers of the late Dark Lord. Yes, cousin, this is Crabbe and Goyle. Their fathers were loyal inner circle followers. I went to school with these men and they had every intention of following their fathers into service of the Dark Lord. Unfortunately, the last battle took the lives of the fathers and the sons have been caught up in settling family business dealings. But they have helped me search the leads we found and are ready to serve the new leader, whoever it is. Lucretia observed the men in front of her with a practiced eye. Draco was standing tall and straight, exuding the confidence of his beliefs. The other two were not as confident, but seemed rather in awe of their surroundings. She smiled benevolently and waved a hand to conjure tea. Please be seated. I would hear about your experiences, and whether or not you know of others who are searching for the new Dark Lord as well. The men sat down in the offered chairs and Draco spoke for them all. I'm afraid that our experience is somewhat limited, cousin. Our fathers were protective, and as the war came closer to its end, they were determined that our formal education would be a priority. They believed, and I feel certain that the Dark Lord agreed, that we would be better able to serve if we were prepared to follow our families into the businesses they are part of. Some time was spent detailing what the Crabbe and Goyle family empires consisted of and then Lucretia turned to stare at Draco. And the injuries to your face. How did that come about, Draco? Surely there are procedures that could have spared you the disfigurement you suffer. Draco took a deep breath. These were caused by the wand of the Dark Lord himself. I was anxious to follow my father into the battle, even though he had warned me to stay back. I acted rashly, and as a result I was caught in crossfire. There seems to be nothing that will cure the injuries caused by the wand with a black phoenix core. Lucretia smiled again. But I can cure you. I have the necessary tears. Before Lord Voldemort returned to Britain, he stored up a number of vials of tears. The old wand maker crafted the wand and the phoenix gave us the tears before it burned for the last time. Severus, in his guise as Crabbe, sat forward, eyes intense. How do you know they will work? She looked at him solemnly for a long moment before he remembered his disguise as the inept Crabbe and lowered his eyes. He let a blush of embarrassment steal over his face and neck and this seemed to pacify her suspicions. Waving her hand dismissively, she turned back to Draco. You could be as handsome as your father again. Don't you want that? Draco stood up, unconsciously rubbing his left thigh, even though it no longer pained him. With his back to her he answered, I have grown used to the way I look. It can be a convenient deterrent to unwanted conversation, as well as a tool for instilling fear. I'd like to think about your generous offer, if that is acceptable to you. He looked back at Lucretia and she smiled and nodded. Spoken like a true Malfoy, little cousin. You inherited your father's shrewdness, I see. Draco was about to answer when there was a disturbance from down the hall. Voices were raised and the men recognized Harry's voice amongst them. A serving woman rushed in and bent to Lucretia's ear, whispering urgently. Lucretia stood up just as Severus stood up and started towards the door. Draco and Ron each grasped an arm and held on to him, stopping him. Lucretia glared at Severus until Draco spoke quickly, Forgive him, cousin. Ever since he lost his family to Aurors, he cannot bear the sounds of someone being in distress without going to their aid. He means no harm. To Severus he hissed harshly, Stand down, Crabbe. This is no concern of ours. Severus made a motion as if to jerk himself out of their tightening hold, and then he relaxed back into his chair. He lowered his head again, but Draco could see that his eyes were still trained on the door to the hall. Lucretia spoke, Excuse me. My son has not been well. It sounds as if he needs me for a moment. If he is able, I will introduce him to you later. She gave them a smile that may have been slightly maniacal. He is the new Dark Lord, after all. You will recognize him, I'm sure, and you should know who it is who you are pledging your allegiance to. She swept from the room and the door closed behind her. There was an abrupt silence from outside the door, indicating that privacy wards had been cast. Draco grabbed Severus's arm again. What are you doing? You almost blew the whole thing. Severus yanked his arm away and hissed back, "It's Harry." Draco ran a hand through his hair and stood back. Taking a few moments to get himself under control, he then turned to Severus. Ron was standing just behind Severus's chair, his whole bearing sending a message of readiness to keep Severus from bolting while remaining out of his line of sight. He caught Draco's eye and they exchanged brief looks of concern. Kneeling beside Severus, he laid a hand on his godfather's arm. "I know this is hard for you. But I know that it would be harder if you were forced to remain at Beauxbatons or even back at Hogwarts. You cannot go charging in before we know what the situation is. We know he's alive now. That has to be enough for you." He bent his head and captured Severus's eyes with his. "Tell me you have yourself under control, Sev. Tell me you can wait until we know exactly what we need to do." Severus slumped forward, elbows on knees, head in hands. "I'm trying." Hearing him, being in the next room, Draco let a note of harshness into his voice, "You are stronger than this. Get hold of all your experiences as a spy. Wrap it around you. Guard your mind and let's get this done the right way. Now snap out of it, for Merlin's sake." Severus looked at Draco for a long time before nodding. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes. He seemed to relax, and then as they watched, his shoulders straightened and his head came up. The Polyjuice disguise could not hide the fierceness of his glare, or the determination that suddenly seemed to radiate from him. Draco gave a nod of approval and clapped him on the back. He stood up as the door opened again and Lucretia returned. Harry was beside her, his arm linked with hers as he looked at their guests expectantly. Harrison awakened to the touch of hands on his body, gently stripping him of his clothes. He bolted to his feet, again reaching for a wand that was not there. Where was his wand? Where was he? Instantly awake and alert, he threw out his hands in a defensive gesture, magic crackling from his fingertips. A woman stood trembling beside the bed, hunched as if waiting for him to strike. "Forgive me, master. I was only doing my duty. I meant no disrespect." He tilted his head, hands coming down a fraction. "Your duty? I don't understand. I am to serve your needs until you choose a valet, master. I was only preparing you for your morning ablutions." "My morning? What?" The word ablutions meant nothing to him, but in a corner of his mind, he heard a mocking laugh. "Of course, you would not have known such a sophisticated word." He tilted his head more. Who was that? The voice was one he felt he should know, but sensed that he had not heard it in a long time. He lowered his hands to his side. The woman stood a little straighter and gestured as if to come closer. He backed up a step. "I don't know what you're talking about, but I think I can undress myself." "But master, I have orders from your mother that you are to be prepared." "For what? And couldn't it wait until I woke up?" The woman looked confused for a moment and then she wrung her hands. "Please, master, I'll be punished if my task is not done. Let me help you." He shook his head. "No one is going to undress me unless I'm unconscious and in the hospital wing." He frowned even as the words left his mouth. Why did the hospital wing seem like it should have been a familiar place? He felt a buzzing noise start in his ears, vibrating in increasing volume until he was looking at the woman, seeing her lips move, but not hearing what she was saying. He knew he was yelling then, but he couldn't hear himself either. The woman had her hands out as if to hold back the torrent of his words, her face fearful. He spent a fleeting moment feeling guilty that it looked like she feared him, and then behind her he saw Lucretia come in, swiftly closing the door behind her and waving her own wand over it. Lucretia hurried to him, placing her hands on his shoulders, smoothing them to soothe him. He watched her mouth move without sound, but he saw her words. "Harrison, calm yourself. It is temporary. You will hear again. Stop yelling." He halted in surprise. How did he understand what she was saying when he couldn't hear her? The words were plain as he read her lips. She reached into a pocket of her robes and withdrew a vial. Holding it out to him, she pulled the stopper. The scent of roses filled the air as he accepted the vial from her hand. She smiled as he sipped the potion down. In moments he felt the room tilt and then right itself. Noise began to surge back as the buzzing reappeared and gradually made itself into understandable sounds. He looked at her in amazement. "Is that better? What just happened?" he asked quietly. Your hearing was damaged and we have only recently healed it. There are moments when it seems that you need another potion to keep the cure intact. But how was it that I knew what you were saying? It was so easy to read your lips, like I had had lots of practice at it. She smoothed the shirt over his shoulder again. You learned it before you were healed. It's really nothing to be so concerned over, darling. I will tell you when you need to be worried, all right? Harrison looked into the gray eyes of his mother and felt remorse sweep over him. I'm sorry. I should trust you. It's just so hard when my memory seems so fragmented. She leaned towards him and accepted the key he placed on her cheek. It's understandable, dear. It will get better. Mother promises you. She placed a palm against his cheek and he leaned into it. He whispered, it seems like I can't get enough of this. He closed his eyes. Enough of you being here. It seems like I've been missing you all my life. She narrowed her eyes at him while his were closed, but her voice remained gentle. You have me now, my darling. Mother will guide you. She withdrew her hand and he opened his eyes. Giving him a smile, she said briskly, now let the servant do her duty and help you. We have guests, although they could more aptly be called allies. At any rate, off you go. I'll wait here and take you in. Harrison reluctantly allowed the servant woman to help him disrobe, bathe, and change into fresh clothes. It didn't seem natural, letting someone assist him with such personal chores, but he supposed he would remember soon and it would be all right. His hearing troubled him, that it was coming and going, and according to Lucretia, it had been doing that often. He worried about what he was forgetting, what pieces of the puzzle were missing. She said she would remind him of what he needed to know, but how often had she had to do that? When he finished getting ready, or rather when the servant was satisfied that he looked as fine as befit his grand station, he went back into his bedroom. Lucretia was waiting and greeted him with a smile. She looked him over, brushing imaginary lint from his shoulders. You look royal, my love. No one will doubt who and what you are. Don't forget, don't be afraid to use your power if someone displeases you. It's expected for you to discipline when necessary. He looked at her with worried eyes. Discipline? I can't. Besides, I can't find my wand. She chuckled lightly. Of course you can discipline. Don't be silly. You are more adept at the Crucio than your patron was. And you don't need a wand, darling. You are more than able to cast whatever spell or curse you wish with your hands. She observed his reluctant expression and pressed on. You will remember, Harrison. And the more you use your magic, the more comfortable it will become, more familiar. I don't know if I want it if I'm the kind of person you describe. Lucretia's face turned ugly for a few seconds before her brow smoothed out again and a calm smile graced her lips. You are what you are, and that's the Dark Lord. Our people follow you because they know that you can achieve the power your patron could not. Harrison stared at her, trying not to let his mouth gape. Dark Lord. He shivered slightly at the words. He asked quietly, who was my patron? She gave a tinkling laugh and linked her arm through his. Come. The guests are waiting. They will know you, even if you don't know them. Whatever their reaction, let me assure you that it will be because they know of your power. They will know that they have correctly chosen to follow you in the previous Dark Lord's stead. They have come to bow at our feet, darling, as all should do. He began walking at her gentle tug on his arm. Mother had not answered his question. Who was his patron? Why was he now the Dark Lord? What had happened to make this come about? Perhaps these guests, they will know you, even if you don't know them, would have the answers he was searching his memory for. Lucretia led him through the doors to her receiving room, his arm still firmly linked to hers. He looked at the three men who came rapidly to attention at their entrance. Before anyone could say anything, he asked expectantly, who are you and how do you know of me? Lucretia led Harrison through the doors to her receiving room, his arm still firmly linked to hers. He looked at the three men who came rapidly to attention at their entrance. Before anyone could say anything, he asked expectantly, who are you and how do you know of me? Draco and Ron immediately moved to stand almost shoulder to shoulder in front of Severus. His harsh breathing in their ears told them that he was struggling to stay back and not rush at the green-eyed man on Lucretia's arm. Their actions were not lost on the pair as they stood there. Lucretia murmured softly, an edge of command in her voice. Is this the way you properly greet the new Dark Lord? Draco dropped to a knee, bowing his head, simultaneously pulling Severus down with him. Ron followed his lead moments later. Draco spoke with apology in his voice. Forgive us, cousin. You have taken us by surprise. The news in England was that this one had been kidnapped from his bonding ceremony. She laughed in amusement. Not kidnapped, Draco. I rescued him from a life of common drudgery. He is too powerful to be the mate of a traitor. Draco looked up at her at that and she continued, yes, I know that he intended to bond with Severus Snape. That one had been trusted by the Dark Lord, despite my ill feelings about it. I was unable to convince him of the man's betrayal. You see where that got him, don't you? She waved a hand and they were allowed to stand. Leading Harrison to a seat beside her, she indicated that he should sit and then motioned the three men that they could be reseated. Harrison was looking at her in question. He was learning more in these few seconds than he had in the last few days. The name Severus Snape seemed to strike some sort of chord in him, but then it drifted away and he thought that he must have imagined that he recognized it. Draco looked as if he was rapidly thinking. The look of being disconcerted seemed very foreign to his face, even if Harrison had not met him before to know it. Harrison leaned forward and stared at the blonde, one-eyed man. His hair was the same color as his mother's. His eye was the same shade of gray. He looked from the man to his mother and back again. He looks like you, mother. All three men started at his words and Lucretia smiled. Yes, my son. Draco is the son of my cousin Lucius. I suppose that makes him a cousin of sorts to you as well. Draco drew back. You call him your son. How is that so? He is not. Silence, she hissed, eyes flashing a warning. He is my son, if not of my womb, then of my heart. How can he not be? He is the very source of power that will create all I hold dear in my beliefs and in my soul. She realized that she was practically shrieking at the end and that Harrison was staring at her, aghast. She took a deep calming breath and turned to him, taking one of his hands in hers. I see that you are having difficulty sorting this out, darling. Let me explain it simply. While I consider you my son, you were not born of my body. You were adopted by me to be the heir to your patron. I love you as I loved him. I stand by your side to see that your greatest goals may be achieved. There was silence in the room. Harrison stared at Lucretia and then at Draco. His eyes moved to the other men. Between trying to absorb what Lucretia had said, realizing that he was not a true son, he also wondered about these other men, whom she said might know him, even if he did not recognize them. They were staring back at him, their eyes intense, their faces with jaws tightened, as if working very hard to remain silent. He murmured, "Are you cousins, too?" Lucretia let out a breath and the others expelled their own as the relief in the room pushed back the tension that had been there a moment before. No, Harrison. They are allies, people who went to school with Draco and lost their families in the war your patron fought. Harrison remembered that he had wanted to ask her that very pressing question that kept coming up in his mind. Who was this patron you keep mentioning? Was he my father? He glanced back at the men when his question elicited sharp intakes of breath again. Looking at his mother, he said softly, "You haven't yet told me his name. Perhaps you have told me before and I have forgotten again." She patted his hand and had opened her mouth to respond when the door opened and another servant hurried in to whisper in her ear. She looked aggravated at first and then her face cleared and she looked happier. She turned to Harrison and grasped his hands, ignoring the men. "The potions master has finally come with the draft I commissioned of him. Let's go and let him have a look at you and get started with the administration of it." He looked confused and shook his head. "Why do I need another potion? Haven't I been recovering better? You said that I was improving." She caressed his cheek. "Of course you are, darling. But this new potion will help even more. In fact," she glanced at the three men who were still sitting there, "you go on to your room with the servant and I shall bid a good night to these gentlemen." Harrison hesitated and she looked at him sternly. "Now, Harrison, mother knows best, remember. I'll be right there." He wanted to refuse, he really did. Part of him even wanted to sneer at her and laugh at the way she was obviously manipulating him. His face paled as a stab of pain surged through his head and chest. His hands went to his head and he bent over in response to the chest pain. 4 pairs of feet came to stand close to him until Lucretia motioned the others back and snapped her fingers. The doors opened at her summons and guards with drawn wands and swords at their sides rushed into the room. They forced the other men back to their seats where they stood over them silently, eyes never leaving them. Lucretia spared a glance at them before turning back to Harrison, who was beeping in pain, now insensible to those around him. While she petted him, she spoke to them quietly. You see, don't you? The potion makes him amenable, and gives pain when he thinks to cross me. The new potion should last longer, and leave less room for him to doubt me. She looked back at Draco, taking in the astonished looks of them all. See that you do not leave the chateau. We will speak again. Think on this, the future of the wizarding world is in my hands here. Your allegiance will be to me through him. She petted the writhing man at her side. In time, I will rule as regent, as, unfortunately, the medical potion he must take will make him unable to rule himself. She smiled sweetly enough, but there was a calculating gleam in her eye-carding fingers through the black hair. The perfect weapon. Too bad Tom wasted the opportunity, isn't it? She helped Harrison to his feet, crooning to him softly. It's all right, darling, mother will make it better. Let's go see the nice potions master with your new potion. When they had made their way out of the room, the guards put their wands away and one said, We will escort you to your rooms. Follow us. The men exchanged looks and then rose to follow the guards. There was no chance of taking any side routes or even having a closer look around, as they were not only led by 2 guards, but flanked and followed by 4 more. The quarters they were given seemed to be quite far from the area where Harry had been, as the corridors were endless before they finally arrived at a set of doors. A small sitting room led to 3 bedrooms and a small bathroom. The fireplace was cold. The same guard spoke again. Your dinner will be sent here and you will take all meals here until the Mistress Dupree give orders that you be allowed to dine with the rest of Le Cercle in time. The flow is not connected. They were left alone and Severus signaled that they should not speak yet. He withdrew a familiar notebook from a robe pocket and sat down to write in it. Ron and Draco could see that it was the notebook that Harry had used for translating words into Braille when he was blind, and then voices into words when he was still deaf. Severus handed the notebook over to them and they sat down to silently confer about what had happened. 1. He appears to have amnesia, spell or potion induced. 2. He can hear. They must have used the Phoenix Tears on him. 3. She is using him to replace the Dark Lord and take over where he left off. 4. If the new potion is the one I believe it is, it will not do as she believes, but will make it easier for him to resist and help him be aware of the blanks in his memory. Do you concur? Draco and Ron nodded and Draco took over the writing. Did you notice that she seemed to think he intended to bond with you, not that the ceremony had actually occurred? This could turn out to be an advantage. We need to determine when most, if not all, the Mangers de Mort will be here, especially Le Cercle in time. Then we need to inform the Albus. You need to make sure you are under control. You almost lost it in there. When Severus read the last line he raised his head to glare at Draco. Grabbing the notebook, he almost stabbed a hole through the pages as he scrawled. He was in agony. Draco's expression softened minutely and he wrote back. I know it was extremely hard for you to see him like that and not help. Just be patient. We have to do this correctly and carefully if we hope to win. Severus finally nodded and the 3 of them continued to write back and forth, planning strategies, wondering if they should attempt to determine whether or not there were eavesdropping charms actually in place. In the end, they decided that it was better to remain silent and use the notebook, since it would automatically erase any of their writings as soon as it was closed. Harry was the only one who could use it and read previous entries after closing it. For them, they would simply continue to use it for their silent discussions. Shaming stood at the bedside of the man who was in obvious pain. Lucretia stood on the other side and she was looking at him with contempt. What do you mean? You are uncertain if the potion will do as I asked. I gave you explicit instructions, did I not? Shaming bowed respectfully. Yes, madam, your instructions for what you desired were very clear. However, potions development is a science that requires trial and error. I have prepared a potion that will be close to the one you desire. But I will need to adjust its finer aspects now that I am able to administer it and observe the effect it has on him." He stared at her calmly, no trace of discomfort at her aggravation evident as he waited for her to respond to his explanation. She finally seemed to relax, the need to have his expertise outweighing the need to rant at the delay. "Very well then. I expect the process will go rapidly, now that you are here with him. Do not disappoint me, shaming. Your apprentice will not appreciate being further punished. As it is, this annoyance will cause her great pain on your behalf." She waved a hand and one of the guards hurried to do her bidding. Shaming hid the shudder that coursed through him, hoping that his apprentice was not hurt too badly. Lucretia went to the door and stopped with her hand on it. "Tell the servants what you need and a small laboratory will be set up for you across the hall. I will be looking in frequently to check on your progress." He gave her another bow, hands folded serenely in the sleeves of his robe. He waited for some minutes after she left before going to the bed to look down at Harry. Placing a hand on the fevered forehead, he murmured a calming spell, and then whispered in Mandarin, knowing that even eavesdropping charms would not be able to understand what he was saying. "Be at rest, tortured man. All will soon be as it should. May you have the strength and courage that has been told of you in the past. You will need it again." Le Cercle in Time lined the walls directly behind the chair where Lucretia sat. The chair itself was reminiscent of the one the former Dark Lord had sat in the Malfoy Manor dungeons. As they waited, Draco felt that she resembled his father far too much, her nose lifted and the Malfoy sneer on her beautiful face, as if it were beneath her to be in the presence of these people, but she was deigning to do so as their leader. More followers were filing into the large room, standing in rows when there were more than could stand single file. Severus had maneuvered himself to be standing next to Shaming, where, after a few moments of reciprocal legitimacy, they nodded to each other in recognition. It had been a week since they had arrived and they had not seen Harry since that first day. Ron and Draco were careful to flank Severus. Despite his assuring them that he had his emotions back under control, Draco could see that it was by a thin degree, if the tense set of his jaw and the snarling tone of voice was any indication. The room was silent after the men and women were assembled. Not even the shuffle of restless feet or the clearing of throats dared to break it. Lucretia gazed around the room, taking her time to let them see her and know that she alone was in charge. When she stood up, every knee bent to the ground in respect. She smiled down at them for a while longer before seating herself again with a smile. "My Cercle in Time, how lovely it is to have you all together at last. The time has come to tell you of my plans for domination of our world, first of France, and then the rest of the continent and Britain. My dear Dark Lord may have failed to secure Britain, as had been his fondest dream, but we will carry out his wishes now, follow in his footsteps, conquer the wizarding world and cleanse it of impurities." She looked around as if waiting for anyone to protest. No one dared to speak and she continued, "How, you may ask, are we to do this, when the Dark Lord is no longer with us? I call on you to remember how we have worked to prepare ourselves, how we have trained ourselves to be even more adept at darkness than the English Death Eaters. We have had more time and the luxury of not having been distracted by the need to prove our strength in raids of terror. We have a weapon, one that he did not take, but tried instead to destroy. We have the boy who lived, he who destroyed the Dark Lord." Now there were murmurings amongst them as everyone took that bit of information in. She waited until they settled back into obedient silence before going on. "I have brought him under my control. I have harnessed his power to mine. His mind has been molded to my will and he will obey me as he would his natural mother. We will conquer. We will destroy that which needs to die and purify that which needs to be made clean. The wizarding world will be at my feet and you, my dear ones, will be at my side as the new ruling class. Together we will dominate and control the future of magic." A smattering of applause began and then soon thundered through the room as they saw that it pleased her to have her words received so well. After several minutes it died down and a man in the common ranks stepped forward. "Mistress, if you please, can you tell us how it is that the boy who lived was able to destroy the Dark Lord? How are you so certain that he will not do the same to you, to us?" The silence at his questions was more deafening than the applause had been. Lucretia stared down at him until he sank to his knees, head lowered, muttering apologies. You dare to question, dare to doubt that which you've pledged yourself to. She looked thoughtful for another moment before turning to her guard. Bring Harrison in. It's time he proved what he is worth to us. Severus tensed, but the action went unnoticed because almost everyone else had done the same. He exchanged a look with Shaming, but the Oriental wizard only gave an unknowing shrug. He had been working hard to develop a potion that was to do what Lucretia Malfoy Dupree desired, while also making it one that Harry could break through. The base potion that he and Severus had made had not been strong enough in its ability to help Harry both remember and be attuned enough to realize the situation they were in. Lucretia had wanted him to be powerful but docile. She wanted him to obey her unquestioningly. Shaming hoped that he had achieved enough of her desires while not showing their hand at helping Harry wake up from the induced amnesia. Lucretia smiled when the guard led Harrison into the room. His green eyes lit up at the sight of her and he hurried to greet her. Mother, I was hoping to see you today. Then he seemed to become aware of all the people in the room. He frowned and asked, what's going on? Who are these people? She put an arm around his shoulders, pulling him against her side. These are your people, Harrison. These are the people you will help raise to a new way of life. You've been practicing your casting and incanting like I asked, correct? Of course, I'm very good at it already, but I know you wanted me to be perfect, Mother. He looked at her adoringly. I can cast any dark spell you need, just like you asked. There was an undercurrent of unrest in the crowd as some of the wizards tried to slowly move to positions farther from that of being on the front row. Lucretia looked back at the man who waited, still trembling on his knees in front of her. This man has expressed doubt as to how strong you are, Harrison. In fact, I think that many in this room are questioning whether you are powerful enough to bring about our domination of the wizarding world. I believe that they deserve a demonstration of your power, don't you? I believe that this one deserves to be an example of what happens to those who have sworn allegiance and then express doubt in their masters. She looked into his eyes, gray flashing as she gazed intently into the green. He wavered for a moment and then his face split into a joyful grin. This is just like the practice, yes. Only this time I get to have people see me. Yes, just like that, darling. Show them what you are capable of. Show them your power and your ruthlessness at delivering it. Her voice was velvety soft. Do it now. Harrison turned and looked out over the sea of faces. For a moment, his eyes met those of the man disguised as Vincent Crabbe and he frowned at the stab of magic that seemed to flash out at him. For a moment he wondered why he was even thinking about doing this. It wasn't right to cast dark magic against people. There was a sharp pain in his temple, causing those thoughts to vanish. Then his orders became clear again and he held out a hand to the man on the floor. The man held up his arms in supplication. Please, I meant no disrespect, please. Harrison tilted his head at him and then a ball of smooth orange flame appeared in the palm he held out. With a slight, almost off-handed gesture, he flung the ball at the man and murmured, Crucio inflammare. The flame hit the man's hands and then began to coat the hands and then the arms and then the body, until he was entirely engulfed in the smooth play of flame. His screams were ear-shattering and people gasped as they moved quickly away from him. There was no heat from the human torch, but through the transparent film of orange it was clear that he was burning. It was a slow death, and it seemed like an eternity before the screams stopped and then even longer before there was nothing left but a blackened smudge on the floor. Harrison observed it dispassionately for a moment and then with another wave of his hand he murmured, Evanesco. Now the only sounds were those of harsh breathing around the room as people fought to be silent and avoid drawing attention to themselves. Lucretia stepped up next to Harrison and he frowned at her. Did I do it right, Mother? No one seems to be pleased with me. She touched his shoulder gently. You did magnificently, dear. She began to clap and everyone quickly followed suit until the room was filled with the sound. Harrison smiled in delight. The four men were clapping along with everyone else, but they were each battling the disbelief they felt at seeing Harry willfully using dark magic and killing with it. Severus glared at Shaming and the Chinese potions master used the cover of applause to whisper urgently. He should have been able to resist the impulse of doing that. Her hold on him is greater than I believed. He will require the touch of your magic to force the hold on his mind to break. Severus had no response to that. He knew that even if they were able to get Harry out of here, that now he would carry this new guilt when he realized what he had done. It would make little difference to him that his conscience had been erased and he had been molded into the killing machine that had been his lifelong nightmare. He stared up at the young man in front of them all, inwardly wincing at the childlike look of delight he wore at the applause. He would not be so delighted when if they, managed to turn this tide. The British Ministry of Magic, the Unspeakables, they wanted to stop the drive to take over and leave only those considered pure blood in charge. They would be likely to see Harry as the next Dark Lord and want to destroy him, if they heard of this development of his power and his use of it today. This was exactly what Harry had feared, that there was some part inside him that was dark and evil. Severus set his jaw and drew in a deep breath. He made a silent pledge to the green-eyed wizard. I'll die alongside you and take you with me, before I let you live like this, Harry. I swear it. Eventually the applause died down and Lucretia stood beside Harrison. You have had the proof that the unfortunate doubter requested. Is there anyone else who wishes to question the power you see before you? Eyes were lowered all over the room so as to not catch the attention of the mistress before them. She smiled benignly and waved a hand. Everyone except Le Cercle Intimely Thus. The majority of the room cleared. Draco looked at his cousin expectantly and she laughed. Oh, all right, you may stay, Draco. If I cannot trust my cousin, who would I trust? Draco gave her the typical Malfoy smirk and then waved at his two friends. I can assure you of the loyalties of these men, as well, cousin. She looked less certain that she wanted to include them in her approval, but then Harrison stepped forward to stand in front of Severus. For a long moment he stared into the brown eyes of Vincent Crabbe, who stood there clenching his fists at his side to keep himself from taking the other man into an embrace. The green eyes seemed to delve into Severus's mind, searching. I feel that I know you. Do I? Severus came to an instantaneous decision and he knelt at Harrison's feet before grasping his hand. Bowing his head over the hand in a show of servitude, he said, No, you do not know the man before you. Please allow me to personally pledge myself to you. Into the hand he held tightly he signed rapidly and then let go to back away and stand up. Harrison was looking at his hand quizzically. He looked at Severus and then looked at Lucretia. He balled his hand up into a fist and then turned away from them all. Severus held his breath, waiting for Harry make some comment that would tip Lucretia off to his attempt at communication. Lucretia moved to touch Harrison's arm. What is it, my son? Has this one displeased you by his display? You may punish him. No, I am not displeased, mother. He gave Severus a searching look before continuing. His pledge pleases me but I believe that I am tired. Do you need me to stay here? Lucretia smiled at him. No, I'll take care of the annoying details. You go and rest and let mother attend to these plans. Harrison nodded and gave a last bemused look at Severus before disappearing through the door he had entered the room from. Behind him, Lucretia was enjoying the opportunity to boast of her successful abduction, mind alteration, and seduction to the dark of one Harry Potter. She was particularly pleased that he had progressed to the point that they had witnessed today, following her orders to exterminate. Her inspired use of the Black Phoenix tears that had been left from Voldemort's work was something that she gloated over. She mocked the efforts that Severus Snape had made to find the Black Phoenix, calling him a traitorous fool for going to so much trouble over the man who had destroyed the Dark Lord. Draco kept a very carefully attentive expression on his face and engaged his cousin in a long-winded discussion of future plans, whether or not all of her followers were in place, if she had chosen who would be her second in command when the new order of rule took over. It was fortunate for them that she was enthralled with the discussion and that she did not possess the supreme legilimency skills that Voldemort had. She relied on instinct and intuition and the ability to observe subtle nuances of expression or posture, and the tone of voice people used when she was speaking with them. It was easy for them all, even Ron, to easily hide the disturbance they felt at what they had seen and heard. Severus remained silent, replaying the way Harry's hand had felt in his as he had held it while swearing his allegiance. His green eyes had been searching and Severus had occluded his own thoughts while trying to see what exactly lay beneath the calm exterior Harry was projecting. He had felt the befuddlement, the confusion that the touching of their hands caused. The surge of magic between them had not been uncomfortable, but oddly unfulfilling, as if their fingers had awakened the need for more contact. Severus had done only what he felt that would escape closer analysis by Lucretia. Shaming had said Harry needed the contact to force the potion to work properly, and he had instinctively used the opportunity when it arose. Lost in these introspections, he almost missed it when Lucretia began addressing him. "And you, Vincent Crabbe, you pledged yourself to Harrison a short while ago." He nodded that he had done so. She was looking at him speculatively, drawing a manicured nail across her red lips. "It was foolish of you. It confuses those who do not know better among the ranks. I would have you pledge yourself to me, in the presence of the audience, to make it clear just where your loyalties rightfully lie." Severus nodded again and lowered his own eyes before quietly replying, "Forgive me, Madame Dupree. I was caught up in the afterglow of the display of power. I meant no disrespect for you." She nodded thoughtfully. "You do understand that I intend to rule when this is all said and done. Harrison will be a mere figurehead to pull out and place on view when the people get restless. Of course, I would much prefer to rule plainly, but being regent will have its advantages. There will always be someone else to blame when things go badly. Perhaps, there may one day even be an heir through Harrison. A babe raised rightly from the beginning could be an even better asset. Then we can allow some accident to befall the poor bed-ridden Harrison Dupree." It was extremely difficult not to leap to his feet and whip out an avenging wand right then and there. The loathsome woman was planning Harry's death. Severus kept an iron grip on his emotions, and it was some time later before the three men were dismissed with the rest of Le Cercle in time. Once in their rooms, he was beaten to the inevitable explosion of anger and outrage by both Draco and Ron. The two men wordlessly shouted and gestured, their feelings adequately expressed, even though silent. They all finally sat down with the notebook between them and furthered their own understanding and collaboration of plans, based on what had just transpired. In his room, Harrison lay on his back, gently snoring, the potion vial empty on the bedside table. He had dutifully taken it, as it was pressed into his hands by the Chinese potions master. Shaming stood there, watching him intently, and Harrison was just about to rant about not being able to sleep while being so watched, when he felt his eyes slide out of focus and unconsciousness claimed him in a white cloud. The potions master placed his hand on the brow under the dark fringe of hair and closed his eyes in concentration. He had known that Severus would make every effort at making some kind of contact. Had it been successful, the young man's dreams were less chaotic than before, at least at the moment. Perhaps with the deep sleep he would begin to have stirrings of memory. Shaming sensed the touch of Severus's magic and he smiled in relief. Watching over the sleeping man for a short while longer, he knew that Harry would soon begin to dream accurate memories. He went across the hallway, bowing to the guards who stood outside the door. After making another adjustment in the simmering potion, he drew up a several vial and pocketed them. Outside Harry's door he stopped and spoke to the guards. "The master is having a difficult sleep time. If you hear him, be assured that I am at his side and will take care of him." He gave another short bow before moving rapidly through the door and closing it against any questions they might think to ask. Harry was just beginning to grow restless. Shaming waved his hand to put up a silencing ward and settled down to wait for Harry to wake up. If things went according to his plan, Harry would need some explanations when he next awakened. Harry knew that he was asleep. He wanted to wake up, he really did. But he wanted to see more, too, of what he had been dreaming. He knew that this was true, what he was seeing. He felt a confusing mixture of sorrow and elation, liberally laced with fear. Scenes of what he knew were the past mixed into ones of a muddled present. Faces he felt he should know spoke soundlessly to him, their words lost as the droning buzz in his head grew louder. He shouldn't be able to hear anything, but he could. The witch had given him his hearing back. But she had also given him much more than that. She had become the mother he had never had, and he wanted desperately to hang on to that. But she had also drawn his evil nature to the surface. He remembered burning the man in front of him, in view of all those people. The bile rising up his throat forced him to wake completely then, and he sat up coughing. He opened his eyes and the room was dark. For a moment he hoped that he was blind again so that he would not have to ever see that horror again, outside the memory planted in his mind. Maybe it was a nightmare. But his eyes adjusted and he saw that the room was merely darkened. A shadow beside the bed caught his attention and he fired a wandless Expelliarmus in that direction. It was blocked and the torches in the room flared up to illuminate his surroundings. Harry tensely crouched beside the bed, staring at the small Oriental man who sat calmly in his chair. There was so much he wanted to say, to ask. He settled for, "Who are you?" The man returned Harry's stare, his eyes seeming to pierce easily through Harry's disordered thoughts. "I am Shaming." Harry shook his head in confusion. "Do I know you?" "No, Harry, you do not know me. You know of me. Search your mind." "Harrison. My name is Harrison. Your name is Harry Potter." The voice was soft and calm, but Harry fought the words with a snarl. "No, I am not. I am the Dark Lord and you will pay for your insolence." Something in him was angry and it whispered, "He speaks blasphemy. Kill him where he sits. It is your right." The rapid change from merely questioning to being in a towering rage over the man's answers was simultaneously frightening and invigorating. He wanted to strike out, to hurt, to destroy, and yet the thought of doing so filled him with a sorrow he didn't understand. Without conscious thought, a magical ball of flame formed in Harry's outstretched hand, laying on his palm, at once cool to his touch but burning with suspended heat, waiting to wrap itself around his enemy. The dark Asian eyes observed him unflinchingly and Harry found himself drawn into that gaze. Thoughts of another man, one with black eyes, his face twisted in fear, and then in resolve, before moving back into familiar expressionless lines, brewing a potion, gaze intent on the stirring of it, the black pools showing him how much he loved him, a passion that no one else had ever seen. Harry broke his eyes away from the other man's. "Who was that? Why are you showing him to me?" The accented voice was quiet. "Search deep within yourself," he said again. "Search within your mind for what is true." The ball of flame died back a bit as Harry closed his eyes, and his brows drew together in concentration. A tendril of pain stabbed at his temple as he grasped for thin memories. The dark man, holding him, making some kind of signs into his hands, a silence laying over them that didn't matter because they were together. He let the ball of flame go and it evaporated as it fell to the floor. Clutching his head in his now empty hands, Harry groaned as the pain sharpened. "Push it away, leave the past and take up your future as the new Dark Lord," the voice of his mother murmured inside his head and he wanted to listen because when he did the pain left him. He could be pain-free and comfortable if he listened to her. The image of a golden loom rose up and somehow he knew that it was as if the fabric on the loom was his mind and the threads were being pulled from one end even as more were woven into it at the other end. Mother was fixing it. Mother knows what is best, after all. Mother will lead him to do what is right, what is greatest. The pain did diminish as he let those thoughts wash over him. The loom was steadily moving and he felt it forming his destiny as the new Dark Lord. He sighed in relief and then was jerked back to reality when the other man touched his shoulder. "Do not let yourself drift back into the web of deceit. Let your heart lead you, if your head is not yet ready to accept what is right." Harry opened his eyes, trying to focus on the man. The sharp eyes were delving into Harry's again and Harry saw more flashes of the same tall, black-haired man, arms crossed over a chest and mouth set in a tight line. He wanted to know who that was. He must be important if he kept coming into his thoughts. Who is that? Why does he seem familiar? The other man stared at him so intently now that Harry tore his eyes away and waved a tired hand. "Go away. You do not want me to go away. You want to know who you are. You want to know who the man is. I can help you remember. Mother will help me remember. Go get her. She will come and then. No, she will only pour more deceit into your mind. She will poison you with her serpent's tongue. Don't say that. She loves me. She told me so." Harry wanted to believe that. He had a mother now, a beautiful woman who cared for him, who wanted what was best. He clutched at his head again when the pain stabbed at him in the fraction of time he allowed a sliver of doubt to enter in. Shaming could see that Harry was fighting within himself. Part of him wanted to learn the truth while the part that was stronger still wanted to hold on to the lies that he had been told. Harry needed more time. He reached for a vial of potion in his pocket. Whispering softly, he spelled Harry back into a stupor. When he fell onto his back on the bed, Shaming quickly and carefully poured the potion between his lips. He was straightening the covers over him when Lucretia walked into the room. She stopped just inside, sensing the silencing spells that came down as she entered. "What are you doing?" she asked coldly. The Chinese potions master bowed deeply to her. He was having a difficult and broken sleep. "I have administered another dose of potion and he is resting better now." She stared down at the sleeping man with distaste. "Is your new potion doing what I asked? Is it making him stronger?" He bowed again and answered her from that position. "Yes, he is getting stronger." She seemed satisfied with that answer, and turned back to the door. She faced him again with her hand on the doorknob. "The time is almost upon us, Shaming. The man must be ready within the week. That is when I expect to launch my attack. Will you have enough wizards at your disposal, mistress?" he asked quietly. She looked at him closely. "It is not your concern how many I have at the ready." With this man, she gestured with an elegant hand dismissively at the man on the bed, "I have the magic force that is required. I need only enough others to be human shields." Her gray eyes pierced him again. "You have only to be concerned with getting me the results I asked for. Do not forget that your apprentice's life is at stake." Shaming stared at the closed door long after Lucretia had left. He had to find a way to reach Severus and his partners without her knowing. He already knew that the apprentice was dead. One of the guards had been overheard in his bragging of it. She had likely been killed even before Shaming had returned to the chateau. When it came time for the witch to meet her death, he would rejoice, and his only regret would be that he might not be the one to actually do the killing. Chinese magic was ever so much more inventive than any of these Western magical tortures. He was glad that Lucretia Dupree had never asked him about them. His chance came that very evening. Lucretia had decided to host an elaborate dinner party for Le Cercle in time. She sat in elegant repose at the high table, overlooking the witches and wizards seated before her. Harrison was at her side. Shaming noticed that the man toyed with his food, not eating. He would look out over the crowd and then look sideways at Lucretia. When she addressed him he would smile dutifully and then fall back into a thoughtful silence. Whatever his responses were to her queries, they must have satisfied her, because she looked smugly at him from the corner of her eye. Shaming had managed to seat himself next to Draco. During the meal he quietly told him what Lucretia had planned. Draco's only response was a brief nod. "How is Harry?" Draco asked as the conversation level increased with the serving of dessert. "He is confused. I have tried to intervene as much as possible without arousing suspicions. Tonight I will press harder for him to remember more. He is fighting it because it causes him great pain to go against her conditioning." "Can you give him something?" Draco began, only to be interrupted by Lucretia as she leaned towards him from the other side. "Cousin, dear, what are you so intently discussing with my potions master?" The question seemed innocent enough, but a light of uncertainty was in her eyes. Draco easily answered, "Why, potions, of course, Lucretia. It was my best subject in school. At one time I fancied myself following the example of my head of house and becoming a potions master." She sneered. "Wasn't your head of house Severus Snape? The traitor. Why would you follow his example?" Draco continued his smooth reply, even as he noted that Harry had frozen in the act of taking a bite, face drained of color. "Yes, Severus Snape was the Slytherin head of house. He was also one of my father's closest friends at one time, before he was known to all as being on the side of the boy who lived." Harry put his fork down, and he looked up at Draco. There was a light of recognition in his eyes, and for a moment, Draco feared that he would give himself away. Then the light faded into resolve and Harry's jaw set. Hearing Draco say Severus's name had seemed to snap something in his mind, and Draco hoped it was for the good. Draco kept Lucretia's attention away from Harry by going on about why he would have made a good potions master. She listened politely for a few more moments until she grew bored with the conversation. He asked for and received permission to go outside the chateau and obtain potion ingredients that Shaming needed to continue his brewing. "Of course, cousin, I trust you will make quick work of it." She looked sharply at Shaming. "Do these ingredients affect the potion you are making for my son?" Shaming nodded. "Yes, Madam, I am making even better adjustments to the potion, to meet our needs. She gave a smirk of satisfaction, feeling satisfied that his work was still under her control. Beside her, Harry was now rubbing at his head and she took notice. It was all to the better for her, as she intended to expound on her plans to La Cercle in time as an after-dinner treat. Harrison would only be in the way. She leaned into him. Sweetheart, the rest of the evening will only bore you. You still look tired. Why don't you go on back to your room? I'll send Shaming to bring your potion. Harry found himself staring into the gray eyes, searching for what he wanted to find there. Acceptance, love, truth. He did not see any of those things. Instead he sensed deceit. Now that he sensed that, he could see that she was not really beautiful at all, not on the inside where it counted. He felt no love in her, only cold calculation. Shaking himself back to awareness, he saw that she had her eyes narrowed in her appraisal of him. He did not fully remember why or how, but he automatically pulled up shields in his mind against her, even if she wasn't as skilled at legilimency as Severus. Severus, he was a master legilimens, he was, why couldn't he remember? Why did it hurt so much to try? Rubbing a hand over his face, he looked at Lucretia and smiled weakly, falling back into the malleable man she had created. You're right, as always, mother. I'll leave it to you, then. He stood up and took her hand, keying the back of it before walking away from the table. He felt multiple sets of eyes on his back and he turned to peruse the tables. His mother was watching, of course, as was Shaming. There were others who were just curious, but he passed them over and came to one of the friends who had come with Lucretia's cousin, Draco. It was the man who had come forward to personally give his loyalty to Harrison. What was his name? He couldn't remember. The man had held onto his hand when he pledged himself to Harrison, and then he had made some sort of curious gesture into his hand before he let go of it. The man was looking at him in a way that should have made him uneasy. But he found it made him feel curiously safe instead. Harrison pondered that feeling for a moment before turning and leaving the room. It was most likely that the feeling of safety stemmed from the fact that all these people had sworn to follow him and protect him. At a signal from Lucretia, Shaming rose from the table and excused himself to attend to Harrison's potion administration. Harry was sitting on the side of his bed when Shaming entered the room. He looked up and snarled, "Ever think about knocking before just barging into a room? Your mother sent me to see to your needs." Shaming saw the anger dissipate on the other man's face and be replaced with confusion. "Why am I so angry? I apologize, my head hurts like a bloody bastard, make it stop, please." He curled up on the bed with his hands over his head. Shaming pulled some vials from his pocket quickly and made Harry take them one after another. He sat down in front of Harry and peered at him intently. "Harry Potter. Your name is Harry Potter. Do you remember that?" Harry looked through eyes slitted against the pain. "Yes. Bloody hell, it seems like it hurts more to say that." Shaming nodded. "Yes, it does. It is Madame Dupree's conditioning spell. She has been unraveling your memories and replacing them with ones that allow you to be under her control. The pain is reinforcement for you to move in her direction and away from the true memories. You must press on and through the pain. I have given you a potion to lessen it, but I fear that it will become worse before this is over." "Before what is over? Why is she doing this to me?" "Listen very carefully, Harry Potter. Ask no questions now, but think on what I say. You will know it is the truth because it will cause you pain to go against her. Maybe it will cause pain because I need to do as she says. She is my mother." "No, she is not. She was the consort of Voldemort. She has run the French side of his followers since the beginning of his terror, and now that he is gone she is seizing her chance at dark glory." Shaming bent to more fully peer into Harry's face. "Men are out there ready to fight for you, for the light. She is evil. Search inside yourself and know what is truth." Harry shuddered as the pain in his head spiked again, driving the need to think on these truths to the back of his mind. Shaming saw him wavering and he reached out and grabbed him by the shoulders, shaking him harshly and snarling softly into his face. "Reach for the bond you have with your mate. It will help strengthen you." "Stop it. My mate is dead. My mother told me." "She lies. Now reach for it." Harry felt the strength of the magic in the hands that dug into his flesh, and he used it to ground his thoughts and calm himself in the wake of the pain. My mate lives. Yes, he lives and he is here. Harry fell silent and knew immediately who it was. Crabbe, the man who swore himself to me last week. He is not who he appears to be. Harry squeezed his eyes shut, thinking back on the moment of contact between them, how it had made him feel safe instead of threatened, how he had held onto his hands so tightly for that brief moment, making those peculiar motions with his fingers. His eyes flew open and he looked at Shaming in astonishment. He was signing to me. I knew sign language and he was reminding me. He thought hard about the finger movements until he gave a small smile. He says I am not alone. He's told me that before, hasn't he? Shaming relaxed marginally. I would not know his exact words to you, but I suspect that the memory of such is accurate. Harry winced again as the pain in his head sharpened. Shaming spoke hurriedly, knowing their time alone was limited. Keep the pain from showing or she will know that you are trying to resist her. Her plans to overtake the French Ministry of Magic have been set for tomorrow. I can give you only a little more potion to help the pain before then. Harry was about to ask Shaming what he was supposed to do when the door opened abruptly and Lucretia swept in. Shaming had stepped back from Harry and Harry hastily schooled his features into a blank expression. She looked down at him laying there in the bed for a moment before turning to Shaming. Well, she demanded, will he be ready tomorrow? Shaming bowed low to her, hiding his face in its serene smile. Yes, madam, he will be ready. I only need the ingredients that your cousin is fetching to complete the process to perfection. She brushed a hand over Harry's head and he gave her a small smile. Rest well, darling. Tomorrow will be a very big day for us. I want your magic at its peak. We will destroy anyone who stands against us and we will soon be the supreme magical force in France. After that, well, things will fall into place rapidly. Harry gazed up at her raptly and he couldn't help but ask, but I don't know if I want to be the supreme magical force, I just want to be, me. Can't I do that? Even though I can't remember my past, it seems like I never have been able to be just myself, mother. She looked down at him with barely concealed fury, her hand now tightened into a clenched fist over Harry. He held himself relaxed, as if he did not notice her infuriated state. Her voice was a whispered hiss when she spoke. Do not dare to cross me on this, Harrison. I have made you what you are. I rescued you from falling into a non-existence with that traitor. You will obey me. We will take over the French ministry and from there begin the bigger campaign to take over the rest of the continent. Britain will fall into line when they see that resistance is useless. She whirled to face Shaming. Give him another dose of potion now, while I watch. I want no doubts as to his abilities to follow my direction. Shaming hesitantly pulled out a vial and murmured, Please, my lady, I have already dosed him. More may be dangerous. I care not if it's dangerous. Just do it. Shaming handed the vial to Harry and gave him a brief nod of encouragement. Harry sipped it down and Lucretia finally relaxed enough to give a grimacing smile down at him. She gripped his face in her fingers, gentle once again. There's a good boy. I know you won't let me down, will you? Sleep. She murmured a spell and had him closing his eyes in seconds. Mother's little weapon must rest and be ready to do her bidding. When she left, Shaming sighed heavily. The counter potion was across the hallway. He would have to wait for everyone to be in bed before he could retrieve it without arousing suspicions. He sat down to wait, only to jump when Harry opened his eyes and looked over at him. After spitting the potion into the pillow under his head, he sat up. He shook his head as he said quietly, I seem to remember being able to throw off some curses and spells. It hurts to do it, but I don't think she can spell me to sleep anymore now. Shaming slowly smiled his approval. He sat forward and quietly answered Harry's questions about what Lucretia had planned and how she had manipulated his mind to her will over the last weeks. Answers about his past were more difficult. Shaming knew Severus, but he did not know anyone else in the European Wizarding Society, aside from the Potions Masters Guild of which he was a part. Harry kept asking about Severus, needing something more to hang on to, feeling the pull of the bond he didn't yet remember making. Shaming postulated that the next contact Harry and Severus had would be more successful in restoring Harry's memories. The more they talked, the more certain that Harry was that he was not the next Dark Lord. He could remember flashes of a red-eyed man, hissing at him in anger. Once he even caught a flash of memory that may have been when he destroyed the monster, although he wasn't sure whether it was imagination or reality that he remembered streams of meeting magic and a concussive explosion. That memory was followed by an oppressive darkness and silence that made it hard for Harry to breathe. Shaming calmed Harry as best he could, assuring him that he had survived the ordeal admirably, learning to sign, learning to live with the challenges of being deaf and blind. Harry felt a sense of loss somehow, as he came to terms with the blindness and deafness that had been a part of him, but were now gone. "Why would I miss it?" he asked Shaming softly. "Why does it seem like something I want back, when it was such an awful thing to live with?" "In some of our correspondence, Severus explained that you could feel magic better with your sense of hearing gone. He lamented that you had refused to use the Black Phoenix tears to regain your hearing after you had regained your sight. But he knew that you had made the challenge a part of your new life, that you had come to use it in a way he had not foreseen as possible." Harry looked at his hands, experimentally making signs, forming words with his fingers. His fingers seemed to have better memory of that language, and he soon found it flowing gracefully and smoothly. He looked back at Shaming. He let me be me. He wasn't trying to make me into anyone else, make me a weapon or a pawn. He said this with an assurance that he knew must be real. It was several hours later before the two men felt ready to let themselves rest. Harry had remembered enough sign that he thought he could communicate with Severus using it. They hoped that they would have an opportunity to let him know that Harry was no longer under the total control of Lucretia. Shaming cautioned him, "We cannot be certain that you can completely resist the conditioning she has done. The reweaving spells were intensive. For every moment that you cannot yet remember, there has been alternative suggestions placed. It is likely that you will be ordered to use your considerable skills to attack her opponents as you did to one of the followers earlier." Harry froze at that and appeared to be thinking back. When he came to that moment in the gathering when he had cast the burning Crucio curse, he gave a shudder. Shaming offered him another calming draught, but Harry refused. Instead, he pulled the memory of the act into himself, using it to stoke his anger at Lucretia and fuel his resolve at getting his life back while making sure that her bid for ruling the wizarding world failed. Draco left the chateau with his list of potions ingredients. Once outside the warded boundary, he apparated to Beauxbatons. He quickly informed Albus of the next day's plans and then had the necessary ingredients brought to him by the potions professor there. Albus assured him that he would immediately contact the Unspeakables. They would coordinate the British and French ministries, ORs. Draco made one last statement before leaving to return to the Dupree chateau. "Make sure they know we're in there. I think Harry is starting to come around, but I don't know what the actual fighting will do to him. I'm sure that Severus will make a grab for him at the earliest opportunity." Albus nodded, remaining silent. His communications with the Unspeakables had not been at all reassuring. They had refused to guarantee either Harry's safety or that of the spies they had put in harm's way. Their focus was the annihilation of the threat, whatever the incidental casualties might result. The losses would be acceptable if it meant the threat of another Dark Lord was neutralized. Lucretia came to Harrison's room at dawn. He calmly stood there as she had him dressed in the clothing and robes she had chosen for this day. "You must look the part, powerful, unstoppable, terrifying." She walked around him as the servants laced him into dragon-hide trousers. Next came the white silk shirt that was overlaid with goblin-wrought silver mesh armor. Dragon-hide gauntlets and boots were followed by a cloak of the softest and lightest leather Harry had ever seen. He looked at his mother in question as he ran his hands over it. Lucretia gave him a small smile and murmured, "My special gift to you, my son. The cloak is made from the skins of our enemies. I developed the process myself. It would have been a gift for your patron, if he had lived. But now it comes to you. It is endowed with the magic that they had within in them at the time of their demise, bound to the skin by a very special incantation. Can you feel it surrounding you?" Harry swallowed thickly, struggling to keep his face from showing the revulsion he was feeling. He could, in fact, feel the magical signatures of many witches and wizards as it surrounded him in the folds of the cloak. It was as if tiny fingers moved in coordinated stroking to cause the cloak to caress his shoulders and back. Lucretia was looking at him expectantly, and he finally made himself say, "Thank you, Mother. It's quite unique. I can feel all of their magic in it." She gave him a brilliant smile. "It is one of a kind, darling. Just think of the fear it will instill once they understand what it means." He waited, not quite sure what she meant by that, not sure at all that he wanted to know. The magic in the cloak seemed to tingle his skin, even through the silver armor and the silk shirt. It was a living thing with subtle fingers. He fought not to claw it off and fling it away. "It will show them that nothing will stand in our way, because we will do anything to break them, to rule them, to utterly crush them." She turned away before she noticed that Harry's smile had become a grimace. Resisting her, even this nauseating development and the proof of her insanity, was making the pain level in his head explosive. Bits and pieces of the past had been steadily coming back. He remembered that the patron, as she called him, was Voldemort. He remembered snatches of the final battle, how the streams of magic met from their opposing wands, and how black silence had come after a tremendous explosion of power when his had forced Voldemort's back until it surged through his body. His eyes hurt with the pain of remembering, until he wanted nothing more than to close them and press the heels of his hands into them. He squeezed his eyes shut and could feel the pressure inside his head pressing ever more sharply into the backs of them. He mourned the loss of Mother, most of all. While he knew intellectually that she had manipulated him ruthlessly, he still felt the warmth and feelings of love that she had woven in the conditioning spell. He knew it was a lie, but wasn't it a very nice lie? To have at last the mother that he had never had, to have her soothing his brow when he was falling asleep. Yes, the pull towards surrendering to her will was still very strong. It was very difficult to consider that his next actions might nullify all that he had gained when she took him away from. Who was it? Who had he been taken from? Maybe there was no one at all. Maybe Shaming was lying so he could get Harry to help him gain control. Maybe he was wrong to think that his mother was a cruel and insane woman bent on destruction. Maybe Shaming had planted these doubts against his mother in a bid to take over Harrison's magic himself. The more he thought along those lines, the better his head felt, and he sighed in relief at the ebbing of the pain. Lucretia was smiling knowingly at him, seeming to know what was winning in his internal struggle. She stroked a hand over the human skin-cloaked shoulder. She was pleased to see that his eyes were becoming red, the whites showing signs of blood vessel rupture due to the struggle he was having in his mind. It would add to the visual effect she wanted from him. She would have the magic and the power at her disposal. His fearsome appearance would not hurt the cause at all. "Listen carefully, Harrison. When we are in position inside the ministry, you will let your Crucio Inflammare loose at the targets I designate. We will move very rapidly. Only those who actively stand in our way will be destroyed right now. The others who might become foolishly brave later will become examples of how we deal with resistance and disloyalty. Like I did before, like I burned that man. Do not think of them as men or women, if it makes you hesitate," she interrupted him with a hiss. "Think of them as mere annoyances that must be handled quickly and cleanly. Think of them as vermin, to be destroyed before they can destroy us." Harrison looked into the piercing gray eyes for a long moment before nodding his understanding. Yes, this felt much better. It was much easier to follow Mother's instructions. Mother knew best. It was ingrained in his mind. How could he doubt her? She had his best interests at heart, didn't she? Severus, Ron, and Draco were in a large preparation room with the others in the chateau. Everyone was to be wearing the exact same robes so that it would be clear who was who in the battle. Lucretia had moved beyond the black Death Eater robes that Voldemort had favored. These were a deep smoke gray, almost exactly the color of Lucretia and Draco's eyes when either of them were angry. Ron observed Draco, biting back any acid comments that he wanted to make. He still had trouble reconciling that Draco was on their side. He wanted to suspect him still, but the Git had proven himself to be loyal to Harry, to the light, and to his sister. He was no longer the self-centered Slytherin Ice Prince who got his jollies from baiting and torturing first years and Gryffindors. He turned his attention to Severus. The man under the guise of Vincent Crabbe was tensely silent, strapping his wand into place. He looked at Ron and then Draco. In a very quiet voice he said, "I intend to focus only on Harry. Whatever it takes, I will not allow him to have any more blood on his hands. Draco stepped closer. Sev, we will need to make sure that both Ministry or Corps are in place before you make any moves. Severus turned to Draco fully and glared at him darkly. I think I know how this will go, Draco. I've considered all the possibilities and in the end, it will come down to the fact that dark powers have been unleashed in him. Our own ministry will not likely hesitate to remove him from any future equations. Ron sputtered, his red-headed temper apparent even through his polyjuice disguise. He's the one who killed Volume. He killed that bastard and lost a year of his life being in a Muggle institution. They wouldn't just, his ire had him at a loss for words to describe what he believed the Ministry of Magic would, could or could not, do. Draco remained silent, looking around the room to make sure that they were being ignored. Everyone was huddled in tight little groups, whispering together, anticipating or dreading the coming fight. Draco watched faces and decided that many of them looked a little sick with apprehension. He hoped that boded well for them, as it would make things go faster and in their favor if some of them balked when death stared at them down the end of a wand. But he had seen Albus's face. He read in the tired eyes the truth of what was going to happen. He looked at Ron steadily. He's right. If they know what he's capable of now, no matter that he's literally been brainwashed into it, they will feel better if he's neutralized. It's exactly because he did kill Voldemort that they will prefer him to be destroyed as well. He will be a continuing threat to the security of our world. He could decide that he likes the power, likes to control people, and use it to eliminate those who oppose him. He wouldn't do that. You only say that because you don't know him like I do. Harry wouldn't ever hurt anyone if he can help it. That's just it, Weasley. Draco hissed in his face. He can't help it. A couple of men looked over at them, curious about their dispute. Draco straightened up and turned his back to Ron and Severus and made a show of getting his robes fastened and straight. When he glared at the curious, they quickly went back to their own discussion. No one really wanted to cross Lucretia's cousin. She seemed to trust him, but he was an unknown wizard to them. Some of them remembered his father when he had accompanied Voldemort to France years ago. The man had been coolly cruel and just as haughty as the Dark Lord had been. They also remembered Draco's mother, Narcissa Malfoy. She had shown up at the chateau after Lucius had been arrested and faced the Dementor's key. She had thought to find sanctuary here, but had refused to pledge any allegiance to the cause, to the Dark Lord's memory, or to the ideals of moving forward with the plans that had been set in motion. They had all been present when she had been tortured in the main chambers. They remembered the shrieks that had finally been drawn from her and had finally faded when her voice broke from it. Lucretia had seemed particularly bent on exacting some kind of revenge on her, and no one really understood exactly why that was. Some had quietly whispered that Lucretia may have been jealous of the beauty that was so near to her own. They whispered that perhaps she had wanted Lucius for herself and had felt cheated out of having him when he chose Narcissa. She looked to have taken great pleasure at the slow destruction of Narcissa's beautiful face. Now the son was here, looking so much like his father, cousin and mother. Was he as loyal as Lucius had been? Was he to be a second in command in the new regime? They were uncertain how much to fear him, how much to let him into their cliques, or how much to hide from him in case he was at such a higher level than them in the end. He could easily make or break them when that time came. After finishing his preparations, Draco stepped close to Severus again. I'll have your back as much as I can. Get him away from the battle as quickly as possible. Albus should come with portkeys for us, unless they wouldn't let him bring them. We'll just have to hope he brought some illegal ones, in that case. Lucretia swept into the room, followed by Harrison. There was a sharp intake of breaths throughout the room as Harrison faced them all. He looked out at them with eyes that were blood red. They didn't have the glowing quality that Voldemort had had, but they were eerily chilling nonetheless. The dark circles under his eyes only highlighted the redness in the pale face. The green irises were almost covered with the haze and Severus wondered how he was seeing it all. While he too was stunned by Harry's appearance, he knew that the redness was actually the broken blood vessels on the scleras of his eyes from the severe headache he must be suffering from. To him, it was an indication that Harry was not completely giving in to the conditioning of Lucretia. It gave him hope that Harry was fighting back and that he was still in there, waiting for help to keep fighting it. The S voice was commanding as she addressed them. We will be apparating directly into the ministry. Harrison will be behind the lines you will set up. There is to be no mercy to anyone or anything that stands in our way. Harrison will quickly provide the display of our superiority and we will take over the main offices. Some of you have already prepared for the roles in those upper departments. You are to kill the ministry official who is your counterpart if they attempt to stop you. If they are willing to submit, you may let them live long enough to explain how they operate their departments. It may give you an insight that will help as you replace them. She gazed out at their rapt faces and continued, Harrison is to be protected at all costs. The majority of them understood that this meant that she needed him, they needed him, to stay alive long enough for their revolution of the wizarding world to be accomplished. Severus, Draco, and Ron maneuvered stealthily to be standing very near to Lucretia and Harrison. If she or Harry noticed their actions, they gave no indication. A portkey in the shape of a golden mesh ball appeared in Lucretia's hands. Draw your wands and ready yourselves, she ordered. Holding it aloft she murmured a spell, enlarging the ball. A brilliant flare flashed from the orb to light up the entire room, connecting them all within the brightness. When it abruptly faded, they were inside the ministry, an army of gray-clothed Mangers de Mort, wands already firing spells and curses. The three men turned towards Lucretia and Harry to see her grasping his arm and leaning in to speak in his ear. Harry held up his hands and a ball of the liquid fire appeared in his palms. Spell lights flashed towards them and they saw that the French and English oars had been ready for their invasion. Draco saw Albus near a far wall, too far away to trade any words with. Severus had shoved his way through the wizards who stood between himself and Harry and he leapt at him, knocking him away from Lucretia. Lucretia had been staring around the huge atrium in disbelief, realizing that they had been expected. Now, she gave a screech of outrage as Severus grasped Harry by the shoulders. Harry still held the Crucio Inflammare ball up over his head and it was growing larger as he prepared to throw it. He did not appear to notice that a man had grabbed him until Severus shouted in his face. Harry, no. Lucretia gave a rapid twirl of her wand and had Severus on the floor at their feet, writhing with her Crucio. His polyjuice disguise melted from him under the assault, leaving him in his true form. Lucretia stopped in surprise. The traitor, you've been here all this time. Her face twisted in rage and she applied the Crucio again, with more fervor. Harry was gazing down at him, head tilted to the side as he watched Severus curl in on himself, screaming in agony. Lucretia shrieked at Harry, throw it. Show them your power so they will know I am a force unstoppable. Harry looked at her, the ball in his upraised hands growing a bit, and then shrinking again when he looked down at Severus. Severus looked up at Harry and managed to hold out a shaking hand. Behind them, two spell lights converged and hit Lucretia in the chest, halting the Crucio as she fell to the floor, stunned. Severus gasped with the sudden ability to breathe, but struggled immediately to his feet, clutching at Harry's robe front. He put himself right in Harry's face again. Harry, don't do this. I'm here and you are not alone in fighting her anymore. Harry's arms dropped slightly as he focused on the face in front of him. Without Lucretia urging him to attack he had hesitated. A crimson tint had covered his vision so he didn't know if he was merely wishing for someone to stop him or if it was real. Deep down inside himself he remembered burning the man back at the chateau. He had pushed the regret away when it made his head hurt to think anything other than that it had been necessary. Now he remembered how awful it had been to see the man melting away under the film of liquid cruciatus. He had killed a person. He looked into the black eyes in front of him, squeezing his eyes and blinking rapidly to try and clear the red film away. Severus. Severus nodded and slowly moved his hands up Harry's arms to his wrists, holding them tightly. Don't throw it. Pull it back in. The ball in Harry's hands was spinning rapidly, the magical energy needing a release. Severus lowered his forehead to Harry's. I know you don't want to hurt anyone. She can't make you do it. You can resist her. Severus could feel Harry leaning into him, his arms shaking with the effects of the magic surging upwards into his hands. He kept his eyes locked with the blood-stained green ones and just stood there, pushing his presence at Harry's mind, looking for the bond so that they could connect. A red streak suddenly struck Severus in the back and he jerked at the impact. His breath hitched as he struggled to keep standing, even though he could feel his grip on Harry loosen as he began to fall. He slid down the front of Harry's body, hands unable to catch another hold. Harry's eyes remained on his mouth open in question as the man fell slowly to the ground. Severus looked up at him and before he lost consciousness he whispered, I love. Harry felt a welling fury rise up as he watched the black eyes close. Lucretia had pushed herself up on one elbow and her wand was still pointed at Severus. Now she looked up at Harry. Kill them all. Throw it and show them that I have the ultimate power. The room was filled with witches and wizards who had been trading spell fire, hurling hexes and curses, the red robes of the Auror Corps standing out against the gray of the Mangers de Mort. Now the room grew silent as everyone turned towards the man holding the flaming curse over his head. It was growing again, spinning faster and glowing brighter. Harry's face was twisted in pain and now his eyes were bleeding, the pressure having ruptured so many blood vessels that they were now actually leaking in bloody tears down his cheeks. Draco had seen Severus fall and he now had his wand trained on Harry. Albus had made his way to their position and he had thrown up a shimmering shield to stand between Harry and the crowd before him. Ron was next to Draco, his jaw clenched as he too had his wand on Harry. They could see the veiled unspeakables at the back of the room, their own wands at the ready. If Harry threw the Crucio Inflammare, they would take him down. Draco and Ron glanced at each other, in unspoken agreement that if Harry had to be put down, it would be by his friends and not by his enemies. It would be done out of love and not out of malice or fear. Harry stood there in the silence, chest heaving as he tried to think clearly. Draco spoke to him then. Harry, Severus is alive. Look, he's breathing, but he needs help, so you need to stop the curse and pull it back like he said, so he can be helped. You can help him if you stop the curse and don't let it fly. Harry looked towards him, turning his head slowly. His voice was hoarse. Draco, I can't see you. I can't see anything but red. She killed him, didn't she? She killed Sev. No, Harry, he is alive. I wouldn't lie to you. Ron's here. He'll tell you that I'm telling the truth. Ron spoke up. I'm here with you, too, mate. We've been waiting for the right time to get you out. This is it, Harry. Severus needs help and you have to pull the curse back in so he can get it. No, Lucretia screamed. Harrison, I order you to throw it now. Burn them all so we may take our place as ruler. Albus strengthened his shield as the unspeakables moved restlessly and the oars became focused on Harry. The Mangers de Mort had mostly put their wands down on the floor when they saw that they were outnumbered and that Harrison was hesitating to follow Lucretia's orders. A few of the oars were moving among them and collecting the wands before binding them to prevent them dissipating. Albus spoke so that only Draco and Ron could hear him. I've got portkeys for you. Where is Shaming? They will take you to China. I am here. Shaming had moved from his fighting position to stand near Albus. Lucretia saw him and she had now risen to her feet, her wand moving back and forth between all the men she saw before her that had been spies in the Mangers de Mort. You all betrayed me, even my dear cousin Draco. She glared at him. Your father would be so disappointed at how like your mother you became. She waved her other hand at Harry. Do you see his magnificent cloak? Most of it is your mother. See how pale and soft it is. Your skin will make an excellent beginning to a new cloak, one that will be made of the skins of traitors. She looked at each one of them in turn, leaving no doubt that she intended to include all of them. Turning her cold gray eyes on Shaming, she hissed, and you? I should have known that you couldn't be trusted. Now your apprentice will die a very slow death because of your short-sightedness. My apprentice is likely part of your abomination of a cloak. I hold no illusions that your show of any mercy at all was not simply more manipulation and coercion. You disgust me and any wizard in the world with your twisting of the power that has been entrusted to us. I do not regret wanting to get closer to you in order to make sure of your eventual destruction. Shaming had said more at one time than anyone had ever heard, but his words spoke for what they all felt in this moment. Lucretia stepped towards Harry and the wands pointed at him were gripped even tighter. Albus redoubled his shields, no more simply preventing Harry from unleashing his lethal magic on the crowd, but also preventing the casting of multiple disabling curses that were being aimed at Harry. The Aurors did not seem to understand that if they tried to destroy him, the Cruciatus Inflammare would likely fly wild and even more would die as a result. 2. He did not want to see Harry destroyed like this. He had not chosen this path for himself. If he could be brought back somehow, he deserved the chance to heal again. The bleeding tears were streaming thickly down his cheeks now, and his arms shook with the effort to keep the ball raised over his head. The skin cloak waved around him in a floating sort of way, cringing and jerking when drops of his blood landed on it as they dripped. Draco had stared at it in horror, realizing the truth of what Lucretia said, feeling, even from this distance, the magical signature of his mother. The journal had spoken of her torture, how she had been separated from her skin meticulously while still alive. But it had not spoken of her skin being fashioned into this gruesome artifact. He tore his eyes away from it when Lucretia addressed Harry. "Throw it, Harrison. Mother knows what's right and best, my son." Her voice was modulated in cajoling tones, and Harry's face relaxed minutely, testament that her words and conditioning hurt less to listen to than all of theirs. Ron stepped forward then, heedless of the wands, the danger. "Harry, listen, mate. She is using you, just like you had always feared when you were growing up, known as the boy who lived. She only wants what you can do for her, and everything she says otherwise is a lie. You know it inside. You can feel the truth, if you can't remember it. I'm your best friend and I will not lie to you. If you do this, the Aurors out here will try to destroy you. They don't know you like I do, though. You don't want to be the next Voldemort. Don't give them a reason to believe that you do." Lucretia shrieked in rage and began the words of the killing curse, aimed at Ron's heart. Avada K. Then it was lost in her shrieks of terror and agony when the Cruciatus Inflammare left Harry's hands and engulfed her fully. The crowd surged backwards in reflex, but no spell lights came from the Auror Unspeakables. "Mother, I'm sorry." Harry had fallen to his knees and was crawling sightlessly towards where she was burning in a twisting, macabre dance of death. Draco and Ron both leapt the remaining distance and covered him, Draco grasping his hands as Ron caught him around the waist. "Let me go. I have to save her. Mother." He fought wildly to be released, magic forgotten in his bid for freedom. The men held on, Draco whispering into Harry's ear as he held him close between them. No one knew what he was saying, but Harry finally slumped in their grasp, letting his head fall over to Ron's shoulder, his own shaking with broken sobs. Shaming moved to Albus and reached into his robe pocket, removing the portkey. Albus whispered the password to him and Shaming quickly went to the men on the floor. While Albus maintained his shields, Shaming took hold of Severus's arm and held out the portkey to Ron and Draco. They immediately tightened their hold on Harry and each laid a hand on the portkey. "Black Phoenix," Shaming uttered, and they were gone. The crowd of Mangers de Mort, Auror from both Britain and France, and the Unspeakables stood in several seconds of silence before voices were raised in confusion. The Mangers de Mort was quickly brought under arrest, and the ones who had not already surrendered their wands did so. The Unspeakables moved towards Albus as he lowered the magical shield with an exhausted sigh. They knelt around the blackened smudge that was the spot where Lucretia Dupree had died, a few of them waving wands and murmuring spells to record the evidence and also to analyze the strength of the curse that had killed her. The lead Unspeakable turned to Albus and regarded him silently through her veil for a long moment before speaking. "We can still track them, you realize." Albus turned to her and leveled a thunderous expression on her. "You will do well to leave them to their healing. Harry Potter is a very dangerous wizard. There will be others who will try to harness his magic and use him the same as Lucretia Dupree did. For that you would execute him. He deserves so much more than to be treated as if he were the evil one. He is not. What he might have been has obviously been twisted by whatever Lucretia Dupree did to him. It is through no fault of his own, of course, but he still cannot be allowed to be free." Albus regarded her silently for a long time before he spoke at last, his voice filled with regret and pain. "Then let him be with his mate for now. Let him try to heal the wounds on his soul. Let them prove that Harry is not a danger. If he should be unable to let go of this darkness, I will be the one to tell him of your decision. But if he is able to control it, I want him to be left alone." I will make no promises, old man. The safety of the world lies in our hands and we cannot allow feelings or emotional attachments to get in the way of that. Just leave him alone for now. Perhaps they will come up with a solution that is agreeable for all concerned. The unspeakable moved back into a circle of the others, where they conferred for some time. Finally, they moved back through the room towards the doors, leaving the one in front of Albus. You have great faith in their abilities. You are a wizard of great power yourself, and one with too much compassion, it seems. We will wait, but if there appears any glimmer, any suspicion, that Harry Potter is a threat, we will move without hesitation. She turned and joined her group and they immediately dissipated back to wherever they had come from in the first place. Presumably, they would head for the chateau to confiscate and seal the evil magic within it, much as they had done with Malfoy Manor. Albus heaved a heavy sigh, and breathed a prayer to Merlin to protect his boys, and give them whatever time and resources they needed to heal Harry. When Severus opened his eyes, it took a few moments to remember why he would feel the level of anxiety that welled up inside him. The ceiling over his head was not the one he had in his dungeons. It was not the one in the Hogwarts infirmary. It was made of bamboo and shot through with greenery, and there were fresh breezes, and it should have been soothing, but it was not. He sat up quickly, biting back a growl of pain that stabbed his back. His wand was on the bedside table, and he noted that it was low to the ground to better serve the low-cushioned bed he was on. A whisper of sliding noise had a paper-curtained partition moving aside and Shaming was there. You are safe, my friend. Before Severus could ask he added, your mate sleeps over here. I will help you there. Severus hated the weakness that had his thighs shaking when he stood up, but he was grateful for the supportive shoulder of the Chinese potions master as they moved beyond the screen. Harry was on another low bed, Draco on one side and Ron on the other. Both men showed exhaustion in their slumped shoulders and the shadowy smudges under their eyes. They looked up at Severus and Draco stood up to let Severus have the floor cushion he was sitting on. Severus silently took the hand that lay atop the light quilt covering Harry, stroking his thumb across the top of it. A magical blindfold was across Harry's eyes and he lay as still as if he were dead, barely seeming to breathe. Severus looked at Shaming and the Chinese potions master immediately began giving the explanations he knew Severus wanted. I have him in a resting and healing coma. He needs the time to replenish his reserves, and it gives us time to talk about a plan for his recovery. It will not likely be an easy one. Ron muttered, it's never been easy for Harry. Severus asked quietly, who threw the curse that hit me? Lucretia, Draco answered. Harry let the Crucio Inflammare go on her when she began the killing curse aimed at Ron. He grimaced in remembrance. Then he tried to go to her while she was burning. It really tore him up. He'll have nightmares about it for sure. Severus cursed softly and brought the hand he held up to his lips. His eyes were bleeding. How bad was the damage? It will be a while before we know. He laid a hand on Severus's shoulder. You should get back in your bed. You took a near-fatal hit. You, too, will take time to heal. Severus shook his head. I'm not leaving. Make this bed bigger. Shaming did not argue. The bed was enlarged and Severus carefully climbed in beside Harry. He gingerly arranged himself so that he could lay on his side next to Harry and then put an arm around his waist. Shaming pulled the quilt up. It's too bright in here, Severus muttered. Shaming waved a hand and shutters came down over the windows, darkening the airy room. It was still a great deal brighter than anything at Hogwarts and Severus maneuvered a corner of the quilt over his face before quickly falling back to sleep. Draco and Ron watched over them for a while longer before looking at each other. Ron spoke in a quiet voice. We have to go back. If only to keep them from coming here. Draco nodded reluctantly. Albus will have held them off for a while, but with the tracking spells, they saw what Harry can do now. They will be anxious to contain it. Ron shook his head. He saved our world, and now it just seems wrong that he is what they feared most. He grew up with one goal always being the most important, kill Voldemort. And now that he has, they're upset that the power he had to amass is showing itself. I understand, but I don't get it. It's not fair. Life is not fair, Weasley. I thought you knew that by now, Draco scathed. Instead of the typical Weasley explosion at the snide remark, Ron just sat back in dejection. So what can we do? Obliviate him. Hasn't he already lost enough? Draco didn't respond and Ron looked up to see him with a calculating gleam in his eyes. He quickly held out a hand to stop Draco's line of thought. No, I didn't really mean we should obliviate him. Draco stood and paced for a bit. But maybe that's partially an answer. He has lost a lot. But he has also gained a lot that shouldn't be in his head. That needs to be countered, the conditioning spells Lucretia used undone. What if his memory of being able to do such dark magic was softened, or at least buried deeper in his subconscious? Shaming had been standing there so still and silent that they had forgotten he was present until he spoke, startling them. The potions I have been using on him could be further modified. I made them act in such a way that he could sense that there were memories missing, so that he would feel a compulsion to question the things he was being ordered to do. Now that Lucretia Dupree is no longer here to influence his thinking, he should be able to question those things without the pain from before. Much has been lost, the way she unraveled the fabric of his memories and wove in her own, but perhaps with the positive influences he will be able to do as you suggest and bury the darkness. A lot of his own memories were wound onto magic spindles as they were removed. He looked at the two men. We need those spindles. If we are to replace the darkness in him, try to turn it back, he needs those memories. His wand is there, also. Lucretia Dupree conditioned his ability to manipulate magic wandlessly, but he will need his wand if we successfully reverse his thought processes. Ron sighed. Maybe they will let me have them if I explain it to them from our viewpoint. Maybe Albus can convince them that we need to try. Draco looked down at his godfather as the man unconsciously tightened his embrace of Harry. He knew the man was devoted to the younger wizard. He gave a sigh, recalling the years of enmity that had been between all of them during Harry, Draco and Ron's school days. They had come an impossible distance since then, forged unlikely relationships, forgiven past mistakes in deed and judgment. He hoped that the luck that had allowed them to do this kept holding. He hoped that this next impossible distance could be successfully crossed. The flow network didn't function over distances half a world away, so they were unable to immediately contact Albus to see what was happening back home. Instead, they used the much slower method of relay owl post to let the headmaster know that Harry and Severus were being attended to and that Ron and Draco would return soon. Shaming described the spindles that he had seen during Harry's conditioning and asked that he attempt to retrieve both those and Harry's wand. The three men continued to watch over Severus and Harry, discussing possibilities and the possible reactions those possibilities would create. Shaming assured Draco and Ron that both Harry and Severus would sleep through the night and most of the next day, and finally they all went to their own beds in complete and utter exhaustion. The shaking of the bed awakened him. Severus sat up as quickly as he was able, briefly feeling relief that the discomfort was significantly less than before, and leaned over the huddled body next to him. Harry had curled in on himself, silently sobbing, the heel of one hand caught between his teeth to keep himself quiet. He jumped when Severus touched his shoulder, flinching away from him. Severus reluctantly drew his hand back and whispered soothingly, "Harry, you're safe now. We are far away from anyone who can hurt you." There was silence for a long while as Harry held himself tensely and as far to the edge of the bed as he could. Then the words spilled out in a jumble, clearly indicating the confusion and anxiety inside the man. "But what if I hurt someone? Where is Mother? Why can't I see? I feel you there, you're magic, and it feels like it should be right, but it can't be because I don't really remember that feeling from before," and still even more incoherent babble, "It feels clean here, not like the other place, but I can't be here because I am not clean. Dark Wizard, Dark Lord, oh gods, I killed her. I killed that other man. I need. He bit down on his hand again to stifle the torrent, and Severus didn't hesitate then to gather him up into his arms. Harry struggled against him, but Severus held on, rocking him slowly until he slumped back into sleep again. Severus continued to hold him then, needing the contact with his mate, needing to feel like he might be giving him some kind of strength through their bond. He knew that he would be unable to return to sleep, wanting only to continue holding and rocking Harry. His mind raced with all that had happened. He was glad that Lucretia Dupree was dead. Oh, he had known about the cousin on the continent. Way back in their school days, Lucius had spoken of the beautiful cousin that he spent summers as a child with. He was in love with that cousin, her beauty a twin to his own. As naive children they had pledged themselves to one another, and it was not until later that they were told to grow up and do what was right by the family. Malfoys were all about increasing the wealth while maintaining the bloodline. If there had not been other pureblood possibilities for their children, their parents may have consented to the close familial intermarriage. But there were other fortunes to amass, and Lucretia was betrothed to Lord Viscount Michel de Prie. Lucius had raved over the injustice, and Lucretia had begged her parents for weeks, refusing to eat unless they let her marry her cousin. The wishes of the heads of the European Malfoys and the British Malfoys had been adamant, and the marriage took place, securing the greatest marriage of wealth the French wizarding society had ever seen. Lucius was betrothed to Andromeda Black, the families agreeing to blend the Malfoy and Black fortunes. Lucius hated Andromeda, and he spent many evenings lamenting his cursed father to Severus. Then he noticed Narcissa, the younger sister of Andromeda. Her beauty had been so like that of Lucretia that Lucius was immediately attracted to her. In her, he saw a way of keeping the fantasy of having Lucretia and still pleasing his family. Andromeda made a show of objection at his rejection of her, but her heart was already with someone else. If her sister was made to join the Black family with the Malfoys, she would be free to pursue her romance with her forbidden muggle, Ted Tonks. The families of Malfoy and Black agreed, and the union took place. Narcissa was a cold wife, but that may have been because she was forced into a marriage with a man who saw her as a substitute for another woman. Yes, Narcissa was well aware that she was a shadow of the great love Lucius held for his cousin. She held her head up and did her duty by producing a male heir. She was always the perfect wife, adopting the sneering countenance of her husband in order to cope with the gossip of her arranged marriage. Over time, they grew to be closer, confidants, and at least friends. Lucius had his Death Eater activities and Narcissa had her social activities, and they supported each other's goals. Lucius told Severus that he had maintained his contacts with his French cousin, but he never divulged that she was involved in anything to do with Voldemort. Now, Severus could only surmise that the woman had held on to her jealousy all these years. Lucius would have trusted her with the safety of his family, not realizing the intense hatred Lucretia had harbored for Narcissa. It was a wonder that she had not latched onto Draco as a substitute son, but that was likely due to her larger need for power. If she saw any of Lucius in the son, she wanted to impress him with the power she wielded. Harry had been the focus, and having him meant that she would have what her Tom Riddle had not gained, what her wealthy husband Michel de Prie had not been able to give her, and what Lucius Malfoy had denied her when he married another. Severus shifted in his musings, and Harry murmured in his sleep. Severus gently shifted a bit more, so that Harry was laying against him, cheek against his chest. It had been a favorite position when Harry was deaf. He could feel the beat of Severus's heart and feel the rumble of his voice, even when he could not hear the words spoken. Harry wrapped unconscious arms around the waist of the man holding him and quieted again. Severus stroked the messy hair, threading his fingers through it, noting that there were numerous silver strands amongst the black now. So young to bear enough stress to turn his hair silver so early. He pressed his lips into the softness and closed his eyes. "I want you back, Harry. I want you back." The potion to induce the magical coma had obviously not been strong enough to do it for as long as Shaming had wanted. Severus could have told Shaming that things like that always happened with Harry. Draco or Ron could have too. But Severus had been unconscious himself at the time, and Draco and Ron simply forgot that Harry never responded, normally, to normal situations. So the quaking of the building and the accompanying screams were at first thought to be the result of a small earthquake. It was not until Shaming had made his way to the room where Severus and Harry had been sleeping that he realized that the quake was being caused by a very awake and a very stressed Harry. Severus was crouched in front of the man, who in turn was crouched with his back in a corner, hands outstretched to ward off perceived attack. The room shook enough so that bamboo splinters drifted down from the ceiling and water was sloshing over in the cups and basins set around the room. Shaming moved to safeguard the potions that teetered precariously on trembling shelves and tables. Draco and Ron ran into the room, drawing robes over hastily pulled-on pants. When Shaming would have approached Harry, Ron caught his arm. "Severus has done this before. Better leave it to him." Shaming watched as Severus kept up the stream of murmured words of calming to Harry. He could not make them out from where he stood, but it appeared that Harry was listening. The trembling gradually stopped in the outstretched hands, and that was followed by a cessation of the earth tremor. The face under the medical blindfold was still tensed into the grimace of a cornered animal, and Severus treated the situation very much like he had when Harry had regained consciousness following the destruction of Voldemort. The other men watched in silence as Harry calmed and then put a hesitant hand on Severus's knee as the man knelt in front of him. Severus eased his hand onto Harry's, still talking softly to him. When he began to sign into Harry's hand, there was a look of question and then one of astonishment on Harry's face. They could all hear him. "I know what you're saying to me, I don't know how I know, but I do." "Yes, you know sign, both to give and to understand. Listen to what I'm saying, Harry. Listen to my hands and my words." Severus kept on signing into Harry's hands, at times holding them tightly to keep him from pulling away while shaking his head. From the expressions that crossed Harry's face, the other men knew that Severus was telling him what had happened. They could see that he was having a great deal of difficulty reconciling Severus's explanation with what he remembered. It was a long time before Harry finally spoke out loud. What if this is all the lie? I can't remember past the last month while I was with my mother. She told me my memory had been affected by the war where my patron was killed and that I had these episodes. Maybe you're the ones who are lying." Severus' usual stoic face was tense with suppressed anger that Harry had been made to forget so completely his past, and especially his past with him. He continued to spell into Harry's hands and talked aloud at the same time. "How is it that we can communicate like this, if we are lying? We have shared so much like this, Harry. You may not remember it, but listen to your heart tell you that it's right. The proof of the truth is that I will never ask you to hurt someone else. I will never demand that you use either magic or any other means to hurt, destroy, or manipulate." Harry looked in Severus's direction for a long time. "Why can't I see? I could see Mother and I could see when His face crumpled and he struggled to remove his hands from Severus's. "I did kill her, didn't I?" Severus tugged him forward and held him tightly. "Yes," he whispered, "but she was not your mother. She wanted you to believe that she was so that she could control you. She placed those ideas in your mind. You did what you had to do to keep from hurting many more people. She wanted you to destroy and kill so that she could have power. Do you remember that?" Harry was silent for so long that Severus thought he must have gone back to sleep. Then he spoke quietly. "I remember it hurt to go against her. But I didn't want to lose her, I thought she loved me. Your mother was Lily. She did love you. Lucretia was not even a poor substitute. She was using you. I know. I don't want to, but I know. Why does it hurt so much? She wanted it to hurt so that you would not easily resist her." He addressed Harry's earlier question about his sight then. "Shaming says that the blindness should gradually get better. Many blood vessels ruptured in your eyes when you continued to resist her conditioning. It will resolve over time." Another long period of silence was broken when Harry whispered to a stunned Severus, "Who was my mate?" "Mother." Harry seemed to be unable to call Lucretia anything else. "Said she died and I haven't gotten over it yet. I want to remember her. Tell me about her, please." Severus stilled the hands that had been smoothing up and down on Harry's back, and then carefully removed them, retreating slowly to leave Harry leaning against the wall he had huddled next to. The blind face tilted as it followed the sound and feel of Severus standing up and moving away. Severus stopped at the doorway, without looking at any of the other men. His voice was strangled when he finally said, "I can't do this right now." He moved away quickly, needing to get out of the bright and airy space that suddenly seemed so dim and closed. The other men watched him walk out of the room, out of the building. Shaming gave Draco and Ron a brief glance before following him. Ron took a deep breath and walked over to Harry. "Let me help you get back to your bed, mate. You're probably hungry and thirsty, yeah." Harry frowned, even as he readily extended a hand for Ron to grasp. As Ron pulled him up he asked, "Where did Severus go?" Ron led him the short distance to the low bed and Harry felt his way down to sit. Ron stared down at him for a moment. "You know who that was, then? You know it was Severus?" Harry was still frowning and he opened his mouth to answer before closing it again. He ran a hand over his forehead, rubbing absently at the scar there. Yeah, his name is Severus, he makes me feel. Feel what? Ron pressed, as he dropped to sit beside him. Like I can say anything to him and it won't matter. Like I can just be me and he'll let me. He flexed the fingers that had been signing along with Severus's moments before. Safe. I feel safe. He turned his face in Ron's direction. Does that make sense? Yes, Harry, it makes a lot of sense. We're working on a way to get your memories back. Maybe you should just relax about it for now. Like Severus said, none of us will let anything hurt you here. Harry gave an exhausted sigh as he laid back on the bed. Am I such a weakling then, that I need so much protection? Ron shook his head before remembering that Harry couldn't see him. No, you're not weak, mate. Not at all. You're scary strong, in fact. But you've been through it lately and we are making sure no one takes advantage of your memory problems. Harry turned his face towards the sound of Ron's voice. Are you going to tell me what I've forgotten? Ron hesitated before answering carefully. We would do that, but we aren't sure yet how to do it so you won't be hurt even more. Your memories were removed and new ones implanted. He reached over and laid a hand on Harry's shoulder. I'm not the expert, though. Shaming, Severus, and Albus will figure it out. Try not to worry for now. Harry nodded and remained in thoughtful silence. If these men wanted to control him, wouldn't they be trying to tell him things, make him do things? They were being very careful, though, as if what he heard and what he felt really mattered, as if he mattered. He thought of the woman they were saying wasn't really his mother. She had been so beautiful, but she had ordered him to learn wandless magic. She had ordered him to practice spells on people who had been in small rooms in the dungeons of the chateau. Most of those spells had hurt and maimed, and she had repeatedly told him that these were criminals or traitors who needed punishing and that it was the two needs handily combined, his need for practice and theirs for disciplinary action. Now he could look back and it was as if there had been a haze in his mind, a voice on the inside telling him that his own actions were totally justified. Now he could see that he had been cruel and heartless. Burning that man in the meeting room in front of all the other followers had not been the first of his horrible acts, but it had been the worst, a culmination of everything that his mother had been drilling into him. She had spent countless hours with him and then when he slept it was as if her voice was continually in his head, shaping his thoughts. He swallowed and his throat felt dry against the choking sensation of the nausea suddenly boiling in his gut. How would he ever make those actions right again? Behind the blindfold he could feel the itchy heat of tears being held back. Turning on his side, he felt Ron's hand slide off his shoulder and he instantly missed the feel of it. Are you? He started. Are you someone I've known before? The hand came back briefly to pat his shoulder. I'm your best friend, Harry. We've known each other since we were 11 and in our first year at Hogwarts. We've had our ups and downs, but we've always come through it. You'll come through this, you'll see. What about the others? The man that was here when I woke up, he seemed like, I don't know exactly, but he seemed like he was my best friend, too. Ron stayed silent for a long moment and then very quietly agreed, that, he most definitely is, mate. The man on the bed gave another shuddering sigh as sleep began to pull at him again. The red-haired man stared down at his friend, watching the face relax as he went back to sleep. H.P. Harry woke to a room in shadows, the torchlight low, and the sound of cricket song outside the dark windows. It wasn't cold, but he felt chilled, as if he was waking from a nightmare that he couldn't remember. Turning his head to the side, he saw that the man Severus was also awake, on another bed to the side of his own. Black eyes gazed at him from where he lay on his pillow. For a moment, he put a hand up to his eyes, realizing that he could see again. The blindfold was gone, so he really was awake now, and not in a continuation of the nightmare. He looked at Severus, seeing the searching question in those dark eyes. Harry whispered, "Did I wake you up? I think I had a bad dream." "I was already awake," Severus answered softly. Harry nodded and turned his face to peer up at the ceiling again. He laid there silently for long moments, trying to grasp the remnants of the dream so he could dispel it. Instead of being awake helping, it seemed that he grew more uneasy. A strong gust of wind rattled a shutter at the window and he gasped, sitting up. Severus sat up in his bed and Harry looked over at him, his breath coming hard as the panic continued to rise. Severus held out a hand to him, silently expressing his willingness to help, and Harry crossed the gap between the beds quickly. Strong arms came around him and hands soothed the trembling muscles in his back. Harry buried his face in the other man's neck and inhaled deeply. A sense of peace, a sense of belonging, gradually took the place of the nameless terror of the dream. Severus wordlessly lay down with Harry in his arms, holding the younger man securely. "Go back to sleep now. I'm here." And Harry knew, without being able to remember, that Severus would always be there. Birdsong had replaced the sound of crickets when Harry opened his eyes again. He remembered being able to see when he had been awakened by the bad dream during the night, and now he could see the room he was in as he let his eyes move around. He felt arms around him and for a moment he stiffened. Then he remembered that it was to Severus that he had gone in the middle of the night. Turning his face, he could rest his cheek against a warm chest, inhale the scent of musk and sandalwood next to him. He felt the rumble in the chest as Severus spoke quietly. Shaming said that the magical blindfold would fall from your eyes when they had healed enough. How clear is your vision this morning? Harry reluctantly pulled away to sit up, and it seemed that Severus was just as reluctant to let go. He looked around the room, taking in the openness, the distinctly Far Eastern furnishings and decor. "I don't think I've ever been here before. It seems too bright, somehow. But everything seems to be pretty clear." "You are correct. You have not been here before now." Harry continued to look around, taking in the room's details before letting his eyes fall on the man beside him. The black eyes gazed back at him calmly, and Harry felt a pull in those eyes that he couldn't explain. I wish I understood what I'm feeling. You seem familiar and yet not familiar at all. I think that I should be reluctant to trust you, but I do. It seems so right to go to you after a bad dream, but now, in the daylight, I feel stupid for needing to go to you at all." Severus remained silent, not wishing to interrupt the stream of thinking Harry was doing. Harry turned his head and stared at the man next to him more intently. "I feel safe with you. I'm afraid of how safe I feel because it might go away." Severus rolled onto his side and raised his hand to brush some hair back from Harry's jaw. "I promise that I will not go away. I plan to be here beside you, however long it takes to recover your memories." Harry leaned slightly into the touch on his jaw. "Ron told me that you're a very good friend." He was right. Severus almost reached out to key him then, wanting to prove that he was more than a friend, but he heaved a deep breath instead and rolled over to stand up beside the low bed. He winced as muscles stretched and joints popped when he stretched out long limbs. Looking down at Harry, he saw the younger man quickly look away from staring up at him. Shaming came into the room then. "Ah, good. You are both awake." He came forward and peered intently into Harry's eyes before nodding in satisfaction. "You both need to get out of these rooms today. The compound is open for your exploration. Classes are being held and you are welcome to watch as you wish. Breakfast is in the Arbor Pavilion." He swept a brief bow to them before exiting and leaving them alone again. They both dressed in the loose cotton pants and tunics that Shaming had provided, tying them with long scarlet sashes. They joined Shaming and a large group of apprentice wizards at a breakfast that was simple but filling. They listened to the Mandarin tongue flow around them. Shaming sat on Severus's other side and he explained. "This is a wizarding compound. The studies here are exclusively healing and medicinal potions. The Chinese way is focused more inwardly, and a great deal of our day is spent in reflection and meditation. This helps us obtain a higher level of empathetic healing through touch magic. You will also see physical exercise classes that help us towards strength and endurance. It is all quite different from your Western methods of magical education and training." Harry frowned as he thought that he didn't remember much about any previous training, so he really had nothing to compare to. He looked at Shaming in question. "Are we allowed to participate?" "If you wish," he nodded. "It would most certainly help with your healing processes, both mentally and physically. Your friends, Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Weasley, left this morning, to go back and retrieve the memory spindles from the chateau." Severus asked, "And if they are nor given access to them?" Shaming smiled a knowing smile. "I dare say. that between the cunning and the strategic efforts of those two, they will be successful. Albus will undoubtedly assist them as well. He turned to Severus. You may wish to examine the enclosure of our phoenix. There have been a few unusual spikes of magic over the last few weeks, according to the records. Perhaps our friend will wear down and settle into a rebirth soon. Harry looked between the men, a questioning frown between his eyes. Severus began walking, beckoning Harry to come with him. I'll explain as much as I can. However, until your memories return, it may not make much sense. Harry nodded and they followed a path leading away from the pavilion. Beyond an ornate stand of bamboo, a gently curved bridge crossed a river that flowed through the compound. They were at the top of a rise and they stood looking out over the fields and buildings. Groups of men and women were attired as they were, and they were gathered under trees, sitting on the ground, or they were standing in precise formations, following fluid exercise patterns. The two wizards stopped by the group under the trees and listened while an instructor gave a lecture and gestured to a board he was standing in front of. The students were paying strict attention, not allowing themselves to be distracted by the visitors. The instructor gave them a small bow as he continued his lesson. Severus bowed in return, Harry copying him, before they turned to walk towards one of the exercise groups. Harry said, "It's a little difficult to follow when you don't speak the language." Severus shrugged and made a noncommittal hum. Harry stopped. "You speak Chinese." Severus took his elbow and they continued to walk as he answered, "I understand it much better than I speak it. Shaming and I have been comrades for many years, since he did some of his potions mastery in Britain. I would not be able to accurately speak it enough to hold a conversation with someone I'm not acquainted with." Harry moved to walk closer to Severus, liking the gentle guiding hand on his elbow. Severus noted the acceptance of his touch and smiled inwardly. Perhaps, even if Harry never got his original memories back, there was a chance for them to have what they had before. His own magic craved being near Harry, touching was bliss, and now that he was in close contact with him, the bond had settled down, giving him a sense of peace that he had not had since Harry was taken from their reception. He and Shaming had discussed whether or not to tell Harry they were bonded and had decided that it could make Harry mistrustful, and make him think they were manipulating him as Lucretia had done. Having Harry accept him as a friend had to be enough for now. They stopped at a class of wizards to watch the graceful dance of hands, feet, and body moving in slow precise rhythm. Harry watched avidly for a few moments before falling into a place in the back, where he mirrored the movements. Severus watched him for several minutes before joining. An hour later, they both bowed to the instructor and the smiling students before moving on. Harry led them back to the river, where he sat on the bank. The grass was soft and lush and he flopped backwards to stare up at the clouds that dotted the blue sky. Severus sat down a few feet away after he realized he had been staring at the supine form of his husband. Dragging his gaze away, he pulled up a few blades of the grass and immersed himself in the study of it. After a bit, Harry turned his head to look at him, propping his head on a folded arm. "That felt good, but it feels like I'm out of shape. Didn't I do anything before? You played Quidditch in school. Most recently, you enjoyed working with your hands, building, and enjoying herbology. You have a natural talent for growing things." Harry looked at his hands before plunging them into the grass beside him and pushing his face into the green velvet. Severus watched as he inhaled deeply, eyes closed in concentration. Harry raised his head and smiled. "I think I can feel the magic of the earth." Severus nodded. "You were very much attuned to earth magic. You could feel what plants needed for proper growth. You often described it as the earth singing to you through your hands." Harry sat in thought before saying softly, "I don't feel anything like singing." Did Lucretia take that away as well? He raised questioning eyes to gaze at Severus. Severus looked out over the scene before them for a long moment as he formulated a response. "I believe that the ability is within you still. However, the sense may not be as sharp as it was before." He glanced over at Harry briefly as he weighed the next words. "You could sense the earth magic more easily through touch because you were deaf. It appeared to have sharpened the ability to feel, much like it does in muggles who lose one of their 5 senses." Harry frowned in thought. "I was deaf. How did she change that?" You were severely injured in battle with the Dark Lord a little over 2 years ago now. You lost both your sight and your hearing. The wand that Voldemort used had a core of black phoenix tail feather. The only way to reverse the damage was by finding the black phoenix and securing its tears. The phoenix is quite elusive and was thought to be only a myth prior to this. Voldemort apparently had hold of it for a period long enough to gain the feather for the wand and also a supply of tears. Lucretia still had those tears, and when she captured you she healed your ears. What about my eyes, then? Did she heal those as well? Severus shook his head. No, I had vowed to find the black phoenix to get the tears needed. After a long time, it was found here. I was able to acquire 5 tears before it burned. Shaming helped to construct a special enclosure so that we could get more when it is reborn. So far it remains as a whirlwind of ashes, refusing to settle for a rebirth. I brought the tears back to you and you would only allow your sight to be healed. You gave another tear to Draco to heal his leg, which had also been irreparably damaged by Voldemort. Harry looked confused. Why did I not want my hearing healed? Because you felt the earth singing to you through your fingers and you did not want to lose that. Didn't I want to hear people and other things? Why would I not want that? You had learned to speak in sign language, and to read lips when people spoke. You had a magical notebook that helped you quickly know what people who could not sign were saying. Harry looked at him gravely. I can't imagine that I would give up hearing your voice. I quite like it. He blushed with that admission and looked away. Severus reached over and touched his shoulder and Harry looked back at him. You could still hear me, Harry. He whispered, Legilimens. You always said you liked my voice and I was able to speak to you this way. Harry felt the brush of Severus's voice as it whispered in his mind and he reached up to touch Severus' cheek. There was a vague shadow of memory that this was true and then it was gone. But it was enough that Harry could believe that it was the truth. Yes, I believe you. Would you like to see the enclosure of the phoenix? Shaming seemed to think that something may be happening to the bird. Yes, take me there. Severus withdrew from Harry's mind before standing and offering a hand to help Harry up. They walked shoulder to shoulder over to a building that seemed to be made of glass, surrounding a stand of trees. An apprentice sat on a bench under a small pavilion, a table of parchment in front of him. He stood when Severus and Harry approached. His English was halting. Master Shaming informed me that you might wish to inspect the progress here. Severus responded in equally halting Mandarin and the man smiled broadly. He paged through the parchment and handed Severus several sheets. They discussed the graphs that had been drawn there while Harry waited patiently. Severus joined Harry as he peered through the glass. Inside, there was a self-contained environment that offered all the settings that the Black Phoenix had ever been found in. Magical fields supported the differing temperatures that kept the diverse plant and tree life alive. It looked odd to see desert and cactus next to rainforest with ivy-draped trees. There was a snow-covered tree in an area next to a palm tree. We tried to make it possible for the phoenix to choose an environment that would be familiar from its past experiences. We know that it is still in there, but thus far it has not chosen, or perhaps is unable to choose one of these. As they stood there, Severus went on to explain, this is not actually glass that you see here, but barriers made solely from magic. Fortunately, the Chinese have developed this ability to create massive enclosures from magic, because it is needed in the northern areas where winters can be very harsh and existence is difficult. Harry went nearer to the barrier, taking in the enclosure. Severus stepped up behind him. The logs state that although they have not seen any hint of the ashes, there have been spikes of magical activity. The most recent ones have been in the last few days and have been the strongest yet. Harry nodded absently, lifting his hands to place them against the barrier. He thought that it might feel like glass, but instead it felt like he was touching warm water. It bent under his palm as he pressed gently. Severus beeped in a breath behind him and the apprentice muttered a string of Mandarin before running away. Severus laid a hand on Harry's shoulder. You should not touch the barrier. It drains your magic. No, it's not draining me. It feels like it's welcoming me, it's happy, it's calling me. He had a smile on his face that was childlike in its awe. Severus watched in amazement as Harry's hands pressed through the barrier to the inside. When Harry seemed as if he would follow, Severus tightened his grip and restrained him. Shaming came running up, followed by the apprentice who had summoned him. Harry turned his hand's palm up and a flurry of ashes carried by a small whirlwind was suddenly dancing just over them. Shaming had drawn his wand, as had the apprentice. Severus stiffened as he caught sight of this, but as he glanced over at them, he saw that they were not attacking, but running scans. He returned his gaze to Harry's hands, his jaw dropping when he saw the ashes begin to solidify and take shape. Harry cupped his hands together, a look of rapture on his face as the shape became a large dark gray egg. Once completely solid, Harry slowly drew it out through the barrier. The barrier collapsed as Harry pulled the egg to his chest to cradle it. There was a huge wave of air, cold, warm and hot, from all the different environments, flowing quickly over them all as the walls fell, releasing them. Shaming and the apprentice busily scanned the egg with their wands, conversing excitedly all the while. Harry instinctively opened his tunic and placed the egg next to the bare skin of his chest, wrapping the tunic closed again. Then he looked up at Severus, still smiling. I could hear it. It called me to take it from inside its prison. Severus had put an arm around Harry's shoulders, glaring at the apprentice as he tried to open Harry's tunic to get another peek at the egg. Shaming put a hand on the apprentice's arm and the man reluctantly fell back and lowered his wand. Harry began to walk back to their quarters, flanked by Shaming and the still protective Severus. Once inside, Harry laid the egg on his bed and gently built up a mound of blankets to act as a snug nest around it. Then he looked at Severus and Shaming. It told me it had been waiting for me. It had been searching for me when it was captured here and imprisoned. Why? Shaming asked. Why was the phoenix searching for you? Harry shook his head. I'm not certain. The messages aren't very clear. But I do know that once it hatches again, I will understand more. He caressed the egg gently, a small smile playing about his lips. Severus and Shaming looked at one another and Shaming gave a motion with his head to tell Severus to join him outside. They left Harry. He had sat down on the bed, still smoothing his hand over the egg, or rather letting his hand hover above it, almost in a caress. Shaming led Severus out to the eating pavilion and they sat down. Did you sense any danger in your scan of the egg? Severus asked at once. Shaming shook his head. No. I know of no other phoenixes who have not simply always been here, they have always been burned to ashes to rebirth as a bird again. There is no record of an egg beginning to them. However, the magic seems benign. Seems benign. I believe that I need more reassurance than that. There is no darkness detectable, despite that it is a black phoenix with fabled dark powers. Severus looked back at the building where Harry was inside, his face tight with tension. He says it called to him. Is that possible? Shaming nodded. If we think about what we know of the fiery phoenix, it chooses whom it will be loyal to. Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, is loyal only to him, all its powers freely given only to him to command. The fiery phoenix is a light magic animal, so theoretically, if Albus ever turned dark, Fawkes would leave him. As the black phoenix an animal of dark magic, could this claiming of Harry indicate that? Shaming held up a hand to stop Severus's train of thought. We cannot assume such thing yet. You have told me of Harry's power. He could not have defeated Voldemort if he was not very powerful. But he has not since displayed such power, except while he was with Lucretia. Severus looked thoughtful for a few moments before turning concerned eyes back to his friend. What if whatever Lucretia did to him has turned him away from the light? She took away his memories of all that was good in his life. She was building up dark powers in him, bringing it to the fore. What if the Black Phoenix has been attracted to him and has attached itself to him because he is now fundamentally dark? Shaming looked grave at that thought. That could mean that Lucretia was successful in bringing about the next Dark Lord, if we go with those ideas. Severus paled, his grimness mirroring Shaming's. They both sat silently for a long time. The Shaming finally spoke again. It is fortunate that we have the opportunity to be here for whatever is about to happen. Your bond with Harry will most certainly play a role in how things develop. You may be the influence that keeps him from turning. Severus made a concerted effort to school his concern before he went back inside. Perhaps Harry would allow him to use legilimency to ascertain any details he might not understand. He would not allow Harry to turn dark, not after all he had been through, after what they all had been through. Harry hardly left the bed where the egg rested, seeming to need to be near it. It gave an occasional twitch when Harry caressed it, otherwise nothing changed over the next few days. Severus and Shaming ran scans almost continuously and Harry didn't seem to mind them touching the egg. At night, he slept in the same bed, curled around it protectively. "When do you think it will hatch?" Severus asked Harry one morning. Harry shrugged one shoulder. "It's gotten quiet inside." "What do you mean?" Harry caressed the egg gently. "I was feeling that it was getting stronger, that it was growing inside, anxious to get out. This morning, it's quiet, like it's waiting for something to happen." Severus held his voice steady, in spite of a spike of anxiety at that. "Harry, when it hatches, will that be a good thing or?" Harry looked at Severus in surprise at the question, and at the implications that it raised. "You're asking if it could be a bad thing, if I can't feel that it's good. Do you think it will be a bad thing?" Severus shook his head quickly at the panic in Harry's voice. He put a hand on Harry's shoulder and Harry immediately stepped closer to him. Severus welcomed him into the circle of his arms, offering his warmth. Harry's arms went around his waist, clutching at his tunic. His voice was shaking. "If it's a dark creature, and it was waiting for me to come here, and take it out of the enclosure, maybe I'm dark after all. That's why you and Shaming have been scanning it so much, asking me so many questions." Severus hugged him tightly. "We are concerned, of course. But it does not have to mean that you are dark, if this is a dark creature. We do not detect any dark magic here." "But is it light magic?" Harry asked anxiously, tipping his head back to look at Severus. "It is more of a neutral magic. It has a signature that is neither dark nor light. I have not ever scanned Albus's phoenix, so perhaps Fox has a similar signature. Shaming is sending a message to ask about it." A commotion in the other room caught their attention and Harry stepped back from Severus. He followed Severus out the door and they found Ron and Draco had returned. Ron came forward to Harry and smiled. "All right there, Harry. Better if you tell me you got the spindles of my memories." Harry looked at them anxiously. Ron stopped smiling at once and behind him Draco gave a disgusted growl. Those idiots had burned the chateau to the ground with everything inside. Harry lowered his head and sighed before turning and going back into his room, closing the door. Severus glowered at Draco and Ron threw up his hands in annoyance. "Very good, Draco," he spit sarcastically. "That was a very nice way to let him know that he won't ever have his memories back." Draco had the grace to look embarrassed before he muttered, "He had to find out sooner or later. What would be the point in drawing out the agony? Do you want him to know the truth of it or not?" "It could still have been told in a more sensitive way," Severus said. Ron gave a barked laugh before stopping at Severus's glare. "Sorry, it's just kind of funny that you would be concerned about being sensitive, after all you put us through back in school." Severus ignored the jibe and gave a concerned look at the closed door before signaling Ron with a sweep of his hand. "He's missed you. Why don't you see if you can smooth things over a bit? I need to speak to Shaming about this development." Draco stepped towards him and said quietly, "You should also know that we went to the ministries before coming back here. Both the French and the British ministries are very wary of allowing Harry to come back unmonitored. Some small groups have banded together to raise awareness of him and his potential to become the next Voldemort." Severus cursed softly under his breath. "Go on, Weasley. Draco, come with me. Let's see what Shaming may have to say about what you found out." Ron nodded and watched Severus and Draco head out towards Shaming's teaching pavilion before turning to the door Harry had closed. He knocked softly and then went in, closing it again behind him. Harry was on the bed, sitting crossed-legged, gazing intently at a large gray egg in a nest of blankets. He looked up at Ron, acknowledging his entrance silently and then bent back to peer at the egg. Ron sat on the other end of the bed, looking at the egg curiously. Harry spoke quietly. "It's the Black Phoenix." Ron didn't have time to react in surprise before Harry added, "It's about to hatch." The egg swayed slightly and Ron heard the tap-tapping from inside as a crack appeared. Harry looked up at him. "You should go get Shaming and Severus. They've been worried that the reason the egg came to me is because I'm trying to turn dark." If his green eyes had not been so serious when he said it, Ron would have thought Harry must have been joking. But he could see that his friend was very serious. He stood up and said, "You're not dark, Harry. You're one of the best people I know. There's no way you would ever turn, no matter what's been done to you. It's not in you to be evil." Harry looked up at him intently for a few moments before whispering, "Thanks for that." Ron gave him an encouraging grin and then sprinted out the door in search of the other men. He found them in an intense discussion and interrupted. "The egg is hatching." Severus and Shaming stood up at once and Draco frowned. "What egg?" "The Black Phoenix," all three men answered him simultaneously. They headed back to Harry's room with Draco grumbling about being out of the loop. Ron hastily told him what little he knew as they followed the older men. In the room, they halted when confronted with a gently smiling Harry cradling a very wet, ugly and softly squawking baby phoenix. They watched as Harry gently dried the tiny bird with the edge of the blanket. He murmured softly in return to it, seeming to know what noises were comforting. Severus sat down beside Harry and Harry carefully extended his hands with the phoenix held still now. Severus slowly raised his wand and scanned the creature. After a few moments, he exhaled a long-held breath and his features seemed to relax. Harry looked up and searched the chiseled features for a moment. "Is it dark?" His rapt gaze told Severus that he would accept nothing but truth. "I sense no darkness at this time. But, we will be cautious. And you'll tell me if you or Shaming sense anything bad." Severus cupped a hand around the ones holding the now gray fuzzy chick. "I will tell you at once." Harry expelled a long shuddering sigh and nodded. He looked around the room at the four other men and then back at the baby phoenix. "Just in case, if something happens and things go wonky, I'm trusting all of you to do whatever it takes to stop it. Even if it means killing me." "Harry," Ron shouted in alarm, "I could never kill you, mate." Harry caught Ron's upset eyes and said softly, "Then you'd just let the darkness take over. Let it consume me and in turn consume everything you hold dear. If you are my friend, Ron, you won't allow it. Know right here and now, it is not my desire to be the next Dark Lord. If something happens to change that, then it won't really be me that wants it. I don't know everything that happened before, except what I've pieced together from my time with Lucretia. But the guilt I feel for what I did then is almost unbearable. Don't let me become that monster everyone fears. Please swear you won't hesitate if you need to keep that from happening." There was silence in the room, even the baby phoenix cocking its head to look up at Harry with its gold eyes. Draco finally stepped forward. "I'll swear, Potter. I've had enough of dark lords and evil maniacal women to last me a lifetime. I won't have a problem separating you from your head if you start spouting another brand of insane rhetoric about taking over the known world." Harry grinned in relief. "I think we may have gotten along pretty well in the past." Ron snorted and Severus arched a disbelieving eyebrow. Draco merely shrugged and walked out of the room, followed closely by Ron. Shaming waited for Harry to look at him and then he solemnly bowed before drawing his wand in one hand, and a long curved sword in the other. Crossing them in front of his chest he bent to one knee. "I, Shao Shaming, give my word that I will do my best to prevent another uprising of darkness, if it should come to pass that you are the instrument of its coming." He turned to Severus and finished, "I swear that as a brother potions master, that I will use all my skills and knowledge to aid my brother in a fight against that darkness." He stood then and bowed again, before backing out of the room and leaving Harry and Severus alone. The baby phoenix resumed its crooning as Harry caressed its head. The silence stretched until Harry couldn't bear it any longer. He lifted troubled eyes to Severus and whispered, "Please don't let me." Severus quieted him with a finger on his lips. Shush. I swear to you, if you begin to show signs of darkness, I will do everything I can to turn you back. But you are the light, Harry. You are strong, powerful, a force to be reckoned with. We will make sure that the light is the thing you concentrate on. We will make sure." Harry leaned against his shoulder and Severus put an arm around him. In his hands, the phoenix settled down and tucked its head under a wing with a sigh. Over the next week, the tiny phoenix swiftly turned from a gray awkward chick to a sleek feathered and graceful black bird that was very near to fox size when that phoenix was fully grown. Before, when Severus and Shaming had been pursuing it, the bird had appeared bedraggled and vulture-like. Now, it was as regal and graceful as the fiery phoenix counterpart. Shaming postulated that it was now with its chosen wizard, Harry, and would now follow the pattern that Fawkes followed with Dumbledore, maturing for a brief lifespan before burning and being reborn from ashes. It would remain to be seen if this was in fact true, as they watched and waited on a daily basis, observing the interaction between Harry and the phoenix he had named Caruso. At first, Harry had been hesitant with the phoenix, and then it was clear that a strong connection existed between the wizard and the rare familiar. Caruso followed Harry, soaring above their heads as he and Severus roamed the compound each day. The apprentices were finally able to keep their attention on their lessons after the first few times the enormous wingspan cast shadows over their groups under the trees as he flew overhead. Severus watched Harry, knowing that Ron, Draco and Shaming were also watching, waiting with barely held breath to see how the relationship developed between the man and bird. It didn't help that Harry knew they were watching. He was watching too, watching himself and wondering each morning if this was the morning he would turn dark. He wished he knew his past, wished he knew what had been in his heart before, so that he would have a clue as to how he was supposed to handle this. They had told him he was powerful, that he had destroyed the last Dark Lord. He remembered with painful clarity destroying Lucretia. He forced himself to examine those moments closely. Had he destroyed her in order to take over her role as master? Had he destroyed her in order to seize the opportunity at hand? He was sitting beside the stream, Caruso on a branch in the tree he leaned against, when Severus walked up. The phoenix cocked an eye in his direction, a shiver running through his iridescent feathers. Severus hesitated at the intense glare the phoenix was casting, before he turned his attention back to Harry and noted that he had not heard him approach. His face was filled with the thoughts that raced through his mind. It was almost possible to follow the anxiety and question there, even without legilimens. In the sunlight, Severus was startled to see that even more silver threads had appeared in Harry's black hair. He had surpassed the amount Severus had on his own head. Unconsciously, he rubbed a hand over his own chest at the pang that realization caused. Harry seemed to catch the motion out of the corner of his eye and he looked up. For a moment, their eyes met and Severus saw the pain in the green eyes. He sat down beside Harry, silently lending his presence as support to whatever the young man was attempting to work through. He knew they had made an error in how they had tried to help with his memory recovery when Harry said quietly, "There's so much you're not telling me. No one is telling me anything real and I can't fill in the blanks without some kind of." He sighed deeply and threw himself back in the grass to stare up through the tree branches. "Without even knowing anything, it feels like I've been lied to all my life about one thing or another. It must have been pretty bad if not one of you will break the silence." Caruso flew down and cuddled into Harry's side, leaning his head on Harry's chest. Harry stroked his hand over the raven head, letting the phoenix calm his turmoil so he could collect his thoughts. "I wish I understood about our relationship." He looked at Severus sharply. "When I was under Lucretia's control and she was ordering me to do those awful things, it was your voice that stopped me. There was nothing else that would have made me even consider that what I was doing was wrong. I can't even remember the words you were saying, but it was your intent that I felt. It seemed like if I didn't stop, you would be so disappointed and I couldn't face that for some reason." Severus remained silent, but he reached out his hand to brush the hair from Harry's face, cupping his jaw. Harry covered the hand with his own and closed his eyes. "I just wish I had the memories back so I could make sense of everything. I wish it, no matter how bad it may have been, at least I'd understand why it seems like I couldn't possibly have had a wife and forgotten her so completely. I'd understand maybe why I can't stand to be apart from you, even for a little while. I'd know why you all looked so disbelieving when I thought that Draco and I used to get along well. I'd be in on the joke, instead of being the joke." That got Severus moving and he laid back on the grass, pulling Harry to lay against his chest, dislodging Caruso, who flew back into the tree with an irritated squawk. Harry pushed against him for a brief moment and then gave in to the emotion that had been building in him over the last weeks. Severus held him firmly until he became limp against him. Then he whispered, "You are never a joke to us, Harry. Never that. Perhaps we have made a mistake in not helping you fill in the blanks. But you know we have not done so out of malice. Rather, we felt that you would feel manipulated if we fed you our own versions of the memories. We had hoped that your own would be restored and then we could help you deal with those. Now that the spindles have been destroyed, we are uncertain of the best way to proceed." He raised up to look at Severus. "Would your versions be so much different from mine? Wouldn't they be better than nothing at all?" Severus put a hand on his jaw, caressing the frown line of his brow with a thumb. "They would be from our points of view. The things that were most important to us were not the most important to you. The way we reacted, the things we said and did as a result, those things are ours, not yours." Harry laid his head against the other man's chest, listening to his heartbeat in a steady rhythm beneath his ear. "Then how will I ever know what this is? What is this that I feel for you, and should I feel guilty for not feeling the same way about a woman I don't remember?" Severus sat back up, pulling Harry up with him. Taking his hands tightly, he looked into Harry's eyes. "I will tell you this, for it is not a lie, and there is no way to manipulate you with it if you truly feel for me what I believe you do. There was no wife for you. Lucretia made that up to suit her whims. She told you that your mate had been killed by those she wanted to turn you against. Your mate still lives." Harry gasped as the meaning of Severus's words took hold, and he stared at him for a long moment. "I don't understand how she could make me forget you so completely." "But she didn't." Severus shook his head. "How else could it explain how you responded to my voice? How else could it explain how you feel drawn to me, because I know you feel that?" Harry nodded. "I've been fighting it because I thought it was wrong. If you had told me, you would have thought that I was trying to use your memory loss to get you to trust me. You had to learn that you could trust me on your own." Severus caressed his cheek again. "You do trust me now, don't you?" Harry nodded. "I trust that you are telling me the truth and that the attraction I feel for you is all right." Severus hesitantly leaned towards him then, cautious in case Harry wasn't ready, and then their lips met in a key asterisk that shut everything around them out. Severus was not at all ready for it to end, but he realized that it had to. Now that Harry was aware of their bond and he accepted it, the rest could develop slowly. He reluctantly pulled back from their intense key asterisk, pulling Harry into a close embrace. Harry wrapped his own arms tightly around Severus's waist and tucked his head into the hollow of his shoulder. "It feels like coming home. I still want my memories back, but if I can only have this, it will be enough." Severus stood up then and pulled Harry to his feet. They walked back towards their rooms, Caruso flying over their heads, circling when they were slow in making their way. Harry looked up at Severus and then came to a stop, pulling on his hands. Severus looked puzzled until he saw that Harry was examining the plain gold band that was on his left hand. Harry looked at his own hand and rubbed at his left ring finger. "Did I have a ring too? Did she take it away? I'll replace it. We'll choose it together," Severus assured him. Harry nodded and laced his fingers with Severus's. The other men were in the shade of Shaming's pavilion and they all had various reactions to the joined hands when Harry and Severus approached. Shaming nodded happily, while Ron muttered unclear curses while shaking his head, and Draco smirked behind his hand. "So, I see you've reached at least one goal," Draco said cheerily. "What are we going to do about the rest of Potter's memories?" Shaming stepped forward and held up a hand to point at the circling Caruso. "I have been having thoughts that he is the key. Have any of you considered that the tears, willingly given to his master, might heal the memories?" Harry stood up straighter and Severus gently pulled him back to rest against his hip. "I have also been thinking about this. We've been waiting for Caruso to mature, to observe what his normal cycle will be. If it follows Fox, then I think we should make plans to attempt a cure." Harry looked up at him in consternation. "You never told me this, either." "It is all speculation. I have been reluctant to raise your hopes in this. It could very well be a waste of time." He squeezed the fingers in his reassuringly. "Or it could cause more damage. Have you forgotten Ollivander?" Ron asked. "He'll be in St. Mungo's forever after Voldemort used the Black Phoenix against him. Harry and Draco are lucky to have escaped that fate." Harry pulled away from Severus and asked, "What happened to this other man you're talking about?" Severus answered, knowing that they could no longer protect Harry from all of what he couldn't remember. "He is a wandmaker. Voldemort used him to fashion the wand that he used in the final battle. That wand is what caused the damage done to you, to Draco. Apparently, Ollivander was the first victim of the wand. He is in a mental ward, unable to function enough to be on his own any longer." "How did he make this wand? Why was it so special?" They all stared at him before Severus finally gazed up at the still circling Caruso. Voldemort obtained a tail feather from the Black Phoenix to use as the wand core. It was very powerful and he expected to be able to defeat you with it. Your wand, and his original wand, held the tail feathers of Fox. They were brother wands and could not be used against one another in a duel. The old fables and stories say that the Black Phoenix was a dark creature and Voldemort wanted that power. The advantage of the Phoenix magic, but one that could be used against you. Ron added, the only way to reverse the damage done by his wand was with Black Phoenix tears. Severus searched for that thing. He pointed up at Caruso, until he was able to get enough tears to give you your sight back. You gave some to Draco so he could walk again. Harry turned away from them all as he thought about what was being said. Why didn't you use some for this man Ollivander? Severus sighed, holding out his hand to Harry. Honestly, I searched for the tears only for you. I never thought of Draco or Ollivander while I was looking, and I never considered using the tears for either of them. He met Harry's eyes and then let his hand drop to his side. That makes me an unfeeling bastard, I know, but I could only think of you while I searched, Harry. Harry nodded and gave him a small smile to show he understood. But if we have Caruso now, we can have more tears for Ollivander, right? Shaming moved closer and spoke. My understanding is that Ollivander's injuries were mental. There is not a physical location upon which to place the tears. Ron asked, can't you just put them on his head or something? Draco snorted and Ron glared at him. Severus and Shaming were looking at each other and at the same time they both said, in a potion. They immediately went to the table under the pavilion and each were grabbing quills up and scribbling madly on parchment. Draco joined them and leaned over, pointing out his own additions that they dashed into the margins. Harry and Ron looked at each other and Ron shrugged. Not my forte. How about we find some brooms and I remind you how much you used to love flying? Harry gave a longing glance at Severus and saw that his attention was firmly on the development of a curative potion. He looked back at Ron and nodded. It was a while later that the three men stood up straight from the table and stretched, looking around. Severus gave a chagrined grimace and Draco said, Harry would have to get used to learning about your obsession with potions sometime. Better now than later. Severus gave him an irritated twitch of the lips as he scanned their surroundings. Laughter from above brought all their eyes to the skies and they saw Harry, Ron and Caruso soaring together. It was a while before the three of them settled back to earth, Harry flushed and grinning at the feelings that flying had awakened. You were right, Ron. That was brilliant. Ron grinned back, ecstatic over Harry realizing how much he loved flying. They looked up as the others joined them, Draco remarking, of course, I was the better seeker, Potter. Ron smirked. You wish, you ferret. The bantering was lighthearted and they all felt the mood shifting from what had been oppressive. Mealtimes were a more vocal event, now that Harry had realized his true relationship with Severus. The two of them sat side by side, legs touching under the table, Harry with shy smiles and Severus with eyebrows raised in question when he caught the younger man looking at him. During the next week, Harry continued joining the classes he had developed a liking for as Severus and Shaming worked over the plans for the Phoenix Tears potion. Ron and Draco flew with Harry when he wanted to be up in the air with Caruso. It was during a silent moment at dinner time that Harry asked, why are we still here in China? Aren't there people who are missing all of you back home? He looked around curiously at Draco and Ron. The blonde and the redhead both gave similar looks of disgust as they laid their utensils down on the table. It seemed as if a silent conference took place amongst all the glances around the table before Severus took a deep breath. When you were taken by Lucretia, the Ministry of Magic would only allow us to try and find you if we had tracking charms placed on us. They were afraid there would be a possibility of you becoming the next Dark Lord. They wanted to be able to follow us to you. Harry looked around at all of them for a few moments, but none of you think that. No, we don't, Severus hastened to reassure him. But they still do. Here, we are far enough away that they are not pursuing it. If we go back, they would follow us here. Draco and Ron went as far as France to try and retrieve the spindles. Even that short a journey triggered the tracking charms. They could feel them activate before they hurried back here. Can they be removed? Harry asked quietly, knowing they were here because they had to be made something tighten inside him. The charms were permanent, Ron admitted. They said they would remain active even if we were to be killed. But your families, do you have families? Back in England. From the silence around the table, Harry knew that they did. These men were here because they didn't want to endanger their own families. If they went back, the people who had placed the charms would know and would use whatever means they had to get them to divulge Harry's location. A rage he was unfamiliar with began to rise within him, and he felt a tremor start in his body and move into his arms and legs and then his hands and feet. Severus had moved to put a hand on his shoulder and then bent towards him in concern. The sudden rush of wind had papers blowing across the pavilion and hands were raised to shield eyes from the force of it. Harry stood up, his eyes closed, and he reached to grip Severus's arm with both hands. Severus jerked back as shock after shock entered his arm through Harry's hands. The men reached out to him and they too were suddenly hit by a stream of magic that flowed from Harry to Severus and out the ends of Severus's fingers to them. For an endless moment they stood connected by the streams, unable to move. Then the wind died back suddenly and they all dropped bonelessly to the ground. Harry slowly turned his head to survey them. The anger was gone. Holding out a now steady hand, he searched over the group, instinctively feeling with his magic. The men stirred and began to sit up, Draco moving the fastest, drawing his wand and training it on Harry. Silver-gray eyes narrowed as they met green and he snarled, "What did you do, Potter?" Harry shook his head and whispered, "The charms are gone now. They can't track you anymore." Shaming drew his own wand and scanned the men carefully before nodding at Severus. "He's correct. The tracking charms have been obliterated from your systems." Ron frowned, "But they said they couldn't be removed, not even if we died." Harry whispered again, not looking at any of them, his gaze on the ground, "I just want you all to be free, free to do what you want." He stumbled as he turned to look at Severus. There was fear in his eyes and he reached out to touch the older man. "I'm sorry. I was just so angry that you were all stuck here, away from family, and I just wanted you to be free." Severus caught him as he slumped, glaring at Draco's wand tip that was still trained on Harry's chest. Draco lowered the wand as Severus slung one of Harry's arms over his shoulders and his arm around Harry's waist. "I've got you. You need to rest now." They were all silent until Severus returned from presumably tucking Harry into his bed. Draco waited until Severus had settled into a chair before speaking. "I have to say this because we're all thinking it. He's powerful enough to cancel charms that the unspeakable said could not be undone even in death. If they find this out, and I don't see how it can be avoided, they will not stop until he's neutralized." Ron stormed to his feet. "You say that so easily, Malfoy. Maybe you'll be the one to tell them." Shaming interrupted his rant. "No one will have to tell them. If whatever tenuous connection they had has been severed, they will go to Albus. He has a tracking charm, too, remember. They will want to see that he is still at Hogwarts." Severus leaned forward to rest his elbows on his knees, running his hands through his hair before dropping his head into them. Surely he isn't powerful enough to have disabled Albus's charm from this distance. He felt the reality that his mate was in danger rising with each passing moment, and he felt helpless to stop it. At that moment, a blinding flash of light heralded the fluttering of a bright orange phoenix feather onto the table. Severus knew from his years as an Order member that it was a signal to be on the alert. He stood, drawing his wand and headed back to Harry as he growled, "They're coming." Severus kept his wand in his hand as he hurried into Harry's room. He went to the bed and sat down. "Harry, wake up," he shook the young man's shoulder urgently. Harry jerked awake, sitting up quickly before reeling with dizziness. "Severus?" He noted the wand in Severus's hand and he looked up into the grim face. "What is it?" "People are coming. People who believe that you are too strong." Severus gave him a moment to process that before adding, "I hope that you are strong enough to bury the magic deep inside. If they can't sense it, or scan it, they may leave you alone." He had no idea where that thought had come from, only that it had suddenly came into his mind that if Harry was powerful enough to do the things he had done, he could surely do this. Harry shook his head. "I didn't even know I could do stuff like taking those charms away. I was just upset that they were on you all. I don't know how I did it." The green eyes were wild with alarm and he clutched at Severus' sleeve. Severus turned to sit directly in front of him, gripping his shoulders firmly. "Calm yourself," He shook his head when Harry would speak again and gently squeezed the shoulders in his hands. Shush shush shush. Just calm yourself. You can do this. Working on instinct alone, Severus pulled Harry to him and held his head against his chest. Listen to my heartbeat and focus on it. He forced himself to a calm he did not feel so he could pass it on to Harry. Harry's arms had gone around his waist, now gripping the back of his shirt tightly. Harry focused on the heartbeat under his ear, closing his eyes. He slowed his breathing, making himself take slow measured inhalations. He knew that Severus was extremely anxious about this, in spite of how he outwardly tried to present a calm facade. He had just recently learned that this was his life mate, his bonded. They had not gone beyond the simple act of just being with one another, sharing brief kisses, learning all over what it meant to have a close connection. Harry could sense how Severus was forcing himself to show a quiet calm while underneath he was readying himself to fight for Harry. This gave Harry an added incentive to do what Severus had bid. He couldn't let his mate down. He couldn't let these friends down. They had stood beside him all this time, had followed him to Lucretia's chateau, had sworn to keep him from turning dark. He had to do the rest. He had to find the inner strength to do what Severus said, hide the magic from those who were coming. If these people were determined to destroy him, what would stop them from destroying his friends? Maybe they would think they had to die as well, for being witness to it. He sat up and away from Severus, reluctantly leaving the warmth of the embrace. He looked into the dark eyes of his mate and said quietly, "Go back outside. I'll be ready." Severus caressed his cheek, smoothing his thumb across it again as he leaned in and claimed a fierce key. "Whatever happens, I will be right here beside you." "I know." He grabbed Severus's hand as it left his cheek and squeezed. "After this is over, can we go home?" Severus keyed him again and then stood up. "We will go wherever you want, love." Another hard hug and he was back out the door to stand with the others in wait. The tension was palpable as the wait grew from minutes into hours. Severus would have been in a high rage at Albus for the long interval, except that it meant more time for Harry to prepare himself. Several times he had to stop himself from going back inside. He could sense the tension in Harry through their bond as he struggled to find a way to do what he needed to do. When the link of the bond was suddenly gone, he paled and ran to the room. Harry sat on the edge of the bed. He was pale and sweating. At the window, Caruso was taking flight. Severus was astonished to see Fawkes exit right behind him. They had not known that Fawkes had even come. When Severus entered the room, Harry stood up. Green eyes were dulled by stress as he gazed up at Severus. He held out a shaking hand and Severus grasped it firmly. They walked outside to the sound of multiple apparitions. Albus stood in the center front of a group of veiled unspeakables. They held their wands on him, and most of them moved their wands to train them on Harry as soon as they saw him approaching. No one spoke for a long time. Overhead, Caruso and Fawkes let out loud trills before soaring away over the hills. The lead unspeakable finally stepped forward. By the voice, all the men except Harry and Shaming knew this was the woman that they had dealt with before. "Harry Potter. We are here to give final determination of your status." Harry let go of Severus's hand and stepped forward one step. "Is that your way of saying you're here to execute me?" The unspeakable started to step back and then stood firm. "Execution is a term used for prisoners. I am a prisoner. I have been since, I'm not sure really, only it seems that I've always been constrained by others. My memories were stolen, but these few friends have told me some of my life's events." "But you do know that you were the one to destroy Voldemort?" Harry nodded. "Yes. They explained that to me. I don't fully understand it, but I believe it." "And you know that you were the one to destroy Lucretia Dupree," she added. A pained expression crossed Harry's face and he nodded. "She pretended to be my mother. She wanted me to be her weapon." The head under the veil cocked to the side. "You are a weapon of destruction, Harry Potter. Perhaps not by your own choosing, but you are extremely powerful. The spells you have been taught are the darkest of dark." Harry lowered his gaze and they saw a shiver go through him before he straightened again. "I don't feel dark. I don't think I'm evil like Voldemort or Lucretia. But the potential is undeniable. The possibility that you have been twisted into the next Dark Lord is too great for us to allow you to be free." "Then you plan to imprison me? Or will you kill me?" he asked, a tremor in the quiet voice. Severus took a step towards him and stopped at the advance of the other unspeakables. The woman was silent for a moment before answering. "We need to examine you. We must determine the extent of the threat before the final determination can be made." "All right." Harry moved up 2 steps and Severus had to force himself not to follow and stand right beside him. The woman still had her head cocked, as if observing Harry curiously, wondering at his compliance. "Where is your wand?" she asked first of all. "I don't know. The last I heard, it may have been burned in the chateau when you destroyed it. I don't have one now." "How are you doing magic?" Harry shrugged with a small frown. "I haven't had to do any here. I haven't needed a wand. Everything is provided." "Are you saying that you haven't performed any spells at all?" Her voice was incredulous. "I told you, I haven't had to. I haven't even thought about it. My friends are taking care of me. I go to some of the classes here and they don't seem to do much spellwork." She turned and faced Shaming. "Is this true? Your classes don't do spellwork?" He bowed to her and spoke softly. "Our ways are different from your Western ways. We focus on the inner magic of a person, not so much what they do outwardly. Have you observed Mr. Potter's inner magic? Harry is still healing from all he has endured. But it is the opinion of our healers and myself that his core has been irreparably changed by his experiences." Harry and Severus both gave inward starts at that. Would Shaming support Harry or somehow give him away? Or was he deliberately steering the unspeakable towards different view of the situation? "Explain, please," the unspeakable ordered. "I do not know Harry from before, but everyone has heard his story. He faced the Dark Lord many times and received many injuries, the last of which was almost fatal. This alone should have been enough to crack his magical core in 2. Then he was faced with a madwoman who wanted to mold him into her own weapon of destruction. She brainwashed him, removed most of his memories, trained him in dark magic. Severus had to step forward then, had to interrupt Shaming before he caused them to kill Harry where he stood. The other unspeakables had him surrounded immediately and he found himself silenced and frozen in place. Shaming looked at him sadly. "Forgive me, my friend, but you must face those facts. Your mate was hurt by that evil woman, altered by her in ways that will impact you both." He turned back to the woman and finished. "They do not want to face that Harry's magic is so weak that he will likely never be more than low-level wizard." The woman beneath the veil drew herself up and argued sharply, "That is impossible. We felt the pull of his magic all the way to England when he removed the tracking spells." Shaming raised his eyebrows and held out his hands. "Something did happen here several hours ago. These men," he indicated Severus, Ron, and Draco, "were incapacitated for a time by some surge through their bodies. They recovered quickly, though." He looked at the unspeakable curiously. "You say that the tracking charms you placed on them were removed? It was my understanding that they were permanent." "That is precisely why we are here. Mr. Potter removed them and no one should have been able to do that." Shaming smiled benignly. "I'm afraid your assumptions must be mistaken. Our Harry could no more have removed those charms than he could summon a stone to his hand. It is an impossibility." The unspeakable turned back to Harry. "We will judge that for ourselves." Harry raised his arms out straight to his sides, his face openly inviting her examination. Severus felt his gut clench. "Foolish boy. What if Veritaserum is part of the examination?" The unspeakable began a slow methodical sweep of her wand, first over Harry's hands, moving to his arms, and then over the rest of his body. She spent long moments over his torso. A carefully cast spell caused a mirror image of Harry to appear, a shadowy form next to him. On the form there were lines of silver and gold, like veins and arteries, running throughout his body. At the center there was a dully glowing red orb, pulsing in time to Harry's heart, his magical core. Severus had heard of this ability to see within a wizard, but he had thought it was reserved for the healers at St. Mungo's for use with the seriously injured. He could not help but wonder how the unspeakable was interpreting it. Were the lines too defined? Was the pulsing orb the wrong color, too bright, too large? What did it mean? Harry simply stood there, quiet and still, his head bowed to his chest, arms outstretched in submission. After what seemed an eternity, the unspeakable waved away the image. Her veiled face came close to Harry's and they could see that she was peering intently into his eyes. At last she turned back to face the rest of them. A subtle motion had Severus released from being frozen in place and he strode to Harry, pulling him into an embrace as he scowled at the unspeakable. Harry leaned into him, a sheen of perspiration glazing his face. The unspeakable moved into a circle of the others with her and they conversed behind a silencing field. Severus made eye contact with Shaming, Draco, Ron, and Albus. In his arms, Harry shivered and grew still, as if he was trying not to shake. When the unspeakables turned to face them all, Severus tightened his hold on Harry and felt the younger man twist his fingers into the fabric of his shirt. Our examination of Harry Potter is inconclusive at this time. His core is drained to a very weakened state, showing signs of fracture, but we are not reassured that it will not return in greater strength and force. Therefore, we will demand that Harry Potter submit to regular examinations until we are assured that he is not a threat. In the event that he regains his strength, the exams will increase in frequency until we are assured that he will not grow beyond what we deem safe. In the matter of the tracking charms being inactivated, we cannot determine the cause. It is unlikely that they would spontaneously fail, but we cannot detect any magic that would account for them being inactivated by Harry Potter. Therefore, at this time, we will allow him to have the freedom of traveling into and out of Great Britain. His status as a war hero and the destroyer of the Dark Lord Voldemort and Lucretia Dupree will be rewarded appropriately by the Ministry of Magic. Likewise, you are all free to travel to and from Great Britain without reservation. Draco and Ron were heard muttering about their generosity, and Severus snarled at the wording of the Unspeakable's declaration. The Unspeakable cast a long glance back at Harry as he stood wavering beside Severus. In a softer voice, she said, "I do hope that Merlin will grace you with peace. It has not been a pleasure to hold you in such disregard. We are charged with the welfare of our world, and we take that very seriously." They moved into a tight ring as she held out a sphere portkey. "Goodbye, Harry Potter, for now." They blinked away silently. Severus gripped Harry tighter as he began to fall, bearing him gently to the ground where he held him up against his chest. Overhead, Caruso gave a loud trill that brought Harry's head up and he weakly held up his hand. The Black Phoenix landed lightly at Harry's side and placed his head against Harry's hand. Another loud trill from overhead and they all looked up again to see Fawkes, in all his brilliant plumage, soaring. He circled once and then landed on the other side of Harry, facing Caruso. The two birds eyed each other with cocked heads and there was a softly trilled conversation between them. In amazement, the men gathered around as the two birds bent their heads over Harry's face. Tears, large and iridescent, gathered on the ends of their beaks and then dropped into Harry's open mouth. Harry swallowed and opened for more, and again a half-dozen times, until the two phoenixes stepped back and took off for the air again. The men on the ground watched as the birds circled each other, flew in tandem side by side and even intertwined their legs and wings in a spectacular dive before flying off over the hills, wingtips touching. When their attention came back to Harry, Severus was alarmed that his eyes were rolled back in his head and a series of convulsions had begun to rack his body. He gathered him up tightly and rocked him gently, hoping that the Phoenix familiars had known what they were doing. His eyes met Albus's and he saw the same uncertainty there. The convulsions grew stronger until Severus was forced to lay Harry down on his side and hold him against the ground to protect him. He felt a surge of magic in the body he held tightly and it flashed over into him like the shock of stunning spell. The surge rolled into him again and again until his own body was numb with it. With his head against Harry's, he could hear the rambled murmurings from Harry's lips and he recognized some of the words as they related to memories Harry had been stripped of. He realized that the combined Phoenix tears were working to restore Harry's memories as well as his magical core. When he glanced up at the other men he noted that they had moved back while still remaining fixed on them. Another surge of magic and he saw that it moved not only across him but outward to the surrounding area as well. The grass and the trees literally shook with it and the men had to stretch out their arms to keep their balance on the shifting earth. Beyond them he heard the calls of the apprentices and a few of them ran into his field of vision to see what was at the center of the disturbance. Albus called out, "Severus, his magic is getting stronger. The wash is getting more intense, take his hands and hold them into the ground." Severus struggled to get his own body positioned so that he was over Harry and could grasp both his hands in his own. With his fingers laced into Harry's, he grabbed hold of the grass beneath them. On the next shuddering convulsion, Harry's fingers closed in a vice-like grip on both Severus and the earth beneath the grass. The shuddering of the ground had been nothing compared to the next shockwaves to hit. A fissure appeared in the ground, and over it the stream water leapt into the air as if it was stirred with the force of magic, roaring all around. The quiet when all movement ceased was eerie in its completeness. It took Severus several moments to realize that Harry had grown still beneath him, and he quickly sat up, turning him over. Green eyes opened and peered up at him intently. Harry placed a hand up to his cheek. Severus. Severus returned the action. My Harry, and then he was silenced as Harry pulled him down into a key. He keyed Severus like a drowning man needing air, and Severus returned it with equal enthusiasm. The clearing of several throats broke them apart, and while Severus snarled at the interruption, Harry smiled shyly. Hands reached down to help them both stand. Harry looked at Ron and immediately pulled him into a fierce hug. Draco was astounded to be treated the same way, as Harry worked his way around the circle of men. He looked at them all, eyes clear and bright. Thank you all, you've stood by me, even when it was so dangerous to do so. I understand now what was at stake. Hermione, Ginny, you left them there so you could be here, so you wouldn't endanger them. We would have figured out something, mate, Ron said quickly. We wanted you to be safe as well, not just our families. Ron, I know what the Unspeakables would have done. They had watch on everyone close back home, so they would know it if one of you showed up. They would have used them as leverage if the opportunity looked good. Albus asked, how do you know that? I saw it in her mind while she was scanning me. Severus looked startled. You would have been caught using legilimency. No, Caruso and Fox helped me shield it from them. They took the bulk of my magic while I was still back in our room. I admit, I wasn't sure what they were doing, only that I trusted them both when I asked them what I was going to do. They had both come in through the window and were on either side of me. I don't remember what they did exactly, only that the magic felt drained by the time I walked out here. That's one memory loss that seems worthwhile, Draco commented. What about the rest of your memories? You seem more aware of who we all are. I think I remember everything. At least it seems I do. He turned troubled eyes at Severus, and the older man couldn't help pulling him into another embrace. He did not think he would ever be able to get enough of Harry in his arms to make up for the time they had been apart. Right now you need rest. Let's go back inside where Shaming and I can do our own examination and determine the state of your core. He started to lead Harry away when Ron and Draco stepped forward, stopping them. Ron looked at Draco briefly before saying apologetically, we think we'll head back home, if it's all right with you, mate. I miss Myone and the babes. A certain redhead may think I've forgotten about her, Draco added. I need to correct her misunderstanding. Harry looked at them both and smiled tiredly. Yeah, you should probably do that. I think you'll be safe enough from the Unspeakables. He leaned on Severus as they continued back into the house. Albus stayed outside long enough to conjure a portkey for the two of them. Then he, too, went inside. The three older wizards performed their scans silently over Harry after he laid down on the bed. He was asleep before they were finished, turning onto his side and tucking his folded hands under his cheek. Albus and Shaming retreated back outside and left Severus sitting on the bed. Once the others were gone, Severus lay down behind Harry and gently tugged him back into an embrace against his chest. Harry murmured in his sleep and put his own arms over the arms that surrounded him. Severus was soon asleep with his face pressed into the back of Harry's head, a sigh of relief on his lips. Albus and Shaming sat in the gathering dusk in silence, each lost in the thoughts about what they had discovered on the scans and what it would mean for the future of the couple inside. It will not be easy for them. No, but it has never been easy for either one of them. They will find a way. Will they remain safe? I have every confidence that Harry will see to it that they do. And Severus is not likely to let his guard down where Harry's safety is concerned. After another long silence, Shaming asked the most important question of all. What if he loses control of it? To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.